Generally speaking, time travelers are often endowed with extraordinary abilities, and their nephews are deemed saviors. Surely, if I traverse into a book, I ought to acquire some extraordinary talent as well. Perhaps my gift lies in creating delectable desserts? Am I capable of vanquishing Voldemort with confectionaries? If one were to inquire about the most beloved senior at Hogwarts School, who would they name? Most would undoubtedly mention Senior Diana Evans. Why is that? We do not wish to. Yet the desserts crafted by our senior are simply divine. Chapter 1. 11 years old. Diana Evans believed herself to be merely an ordinary child, albeit somewhat more unfortunate than others. Orphaned at a tender age, she was raised by her elder sister, Petunia Evans. She also has a younger sister, Lily Evans, though Lily rarely returned home since Diana could first recall. Petunia seldom spoke of her. Petunia Evans has always treated her with great kindness. When their parents met with an untimely demise, Petunia was still a child herself. Nevertheless, she took on the responsibility of caring for her younger sister. It was on her 11th birthday that she was amusing her several-month-old nephew, Dudley Dursley. "Dudley, my adorable little Dudley, do you like this doll?" The girl leaned against the crib, shaking the doll playfully. "Dud." Dudley's hands were raised high, as if he wished to grasp the doll. Thump, thump. An owl appeared at the window, seemingly bringing a letter. Diana opened the window, and the little creature unabashedly snatched Dudley's biscuit and took flight, leaving only a letter behind. "A letter for me, from Hogwarts?" Diana tore open the letter delivered by the owl. The envelope bore the inscription, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Upon finishing the letter, Diana pondered whether magic truly existed in this world. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? I have never heard of such a place. I shall ask my sister. Diana secured the letter and descended the stairs. "Sister Petunia, I have received an admission letter from a school." Diana joyfully dashed towards Petunia. "Oh dear, you ought not to run so swiftly. You might trip." "Let me see." Petunia expertly caught the rushing Diana. A glance at the envelope made her hand tremble, her eyes subtly bloodshot, gripping the letter tightly. Diana, oblivious to her sister's anxiety, inquired, "Sister Petunia, why does it say Hogwarts School of Witchcraft? Does magic truly exist in this world?" "My dear Diana, we need to have a serious conversation." Petunia guided her to the sofa, her solemn demeanor causing Diana to feel a sense of unease. "Sister, what is it?" Diana sensed her sister's tension and gently patted Petunia's hand. "Diane, do you still recall your second sister, Lily Evans? She, too, is a witch and once received an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. I have always perceived witches as perilous, hence I have distanced myself from her." "Sister," Diane said, lowering her head in disappointment. After all, the allure of magic was undeniably thrilling, and she yearned to attend a school of sorcery. "Diane, I am not suggesting that you abandon your dreams of attending school. On the contrary, I am genuinely thrilled for you. When Lily received her acceptance letter, I often pondered why I could not attend that magical academy myself. I harbored a tinge of jealousy towards her. Nevertheless, as a witch, she can look after you somewhat, provided you do not forget that you have a poor, ordinary sister awaiting your return home." Petunia affectionately ruffled Diane's hair, feeling that such moments would soon become rare, and continued to touzle it a few more times. "Oh, dear sister, my hair!" Diane exclaimed, clutching her little head to prevent her sister from continuing. "Oh, sweetheart, I believe you ought to prepare some confections to soothe your poor sister, for one never knows when you might forget her." "Sister, you know I would never." Diane, in a huff, rose and made her way to the kitchen. "Oh, dear lady, your poor sister's stomach longs to savor some banana toffee pie." "Understood, understood. I shall ensure your stomach is satisfied." After a while, the sound of a door opening signaled the return of Mr. Dursley, weary from a long day's toil. Oh, I could smell that delightful aroma from afar. Along the way, neighbors who had tasted Diane's desserts stopped me, inquiring if she had found a suitable school. Some even asked if she was engaged. For goodness sake, she is still a minor. Oh, these desserts never failed to alleviate my fatigue from a day. At present, Mr. Dursley was not as corpulent as before. He appeared quite handsome. "Oh, darling, your timing is impeccable. My beloved sister has just prepared banana toffee pie." Petunia cast a sidelong glance at Mr. Dursley, seemingly displeased with his timing. "Oh, dear Petunia, You know I rushed home to see you. Apart from their rivalry over Diane's desserts, the remaining hours saw Mr. Dursley acquiescing to whatever Mrs. Dursley had to say. Oh, my dear ones, I happen to make a plethora of desserts. I hope you will enjoy them. Diane presented a grand array of treats: banana toffee pie, egg tarts, and butter pudding bread. Oh, darling, I fear our family shall one day reside in a dental hospital, Mr. Dursley remarked, taking a bite of bread and addressing Petunia. Then you need not eat, she retorted. Petunia, savoring the banana toffee pie, cast a glance at her husband. Diane munched on an egg tart, quietly observing her sister and brother-in-law revel in their affection. Oh, and there's also Dudley, greedily devouring his milk. The dinner concluded pleasantly, buoyed by the presence of dog food, after which Petunia ushered Diane upstairs. Vernon, there's no need to inquire about schools for Diane. She's going to Hogwarts, Petunia stated calmly post-dinner. Oh, does that mean I shall be deprived of Diane's desserts for a long while? Vernon's tone bore a hint of melancholy, prompting Petunia to feel an urge to punch him. Just think about the desserts. Oh dear, do not be upset. I understand you will miss Diane, but she must eventually leave us. Moreover, she is a witch and needs to learn knowledge beyond the grasp of ordinary people. We shall not become estranged from her because of this, will we? Vernon patted Petunia's back. Very well, if she wishes to go, let her. After all, Lily Evans will be there, and she shall not starve. Petunia gently reassured Vernon that she was fine. Chapter 2. Diagon Alley. I was entirely unaware that our Miss Dinder possessed the delightful habit of awakening early to prepare sweet treats for us. Penny arose at the break of dawn to witness the silhouette of someone busily engaged in the kitchen. Penny, today I am to venture to Diagon Alley to procure my school supplies. I am quite exhilarated, exclaimed the little one, her nose dusted with flour as she peered out from the kitchen. Oh, I suspect it's not merely that. Your beloved sister Lily has come to escort you, leaving your poor sister Penny at home, pining for you, Penny remarked with a knowing glance at Dinder. The latter, eager to playfully tug at Penny's sleeve, responded, Oh, if my dear sister had not forgotten in her excitement, she would surely realize that her flour-covered hands are perilously close to her unfortunate sister's sleeve. I want pudding, and I shall require a portion for Lily as well. Very well, sister. Dinder, discerning Penny's sharp tongue, recognized that she was not truly vexed. It was not until 9 o'clock that a knock resonated at the door, prompting Dinder, with her cookies in hand, to dart towards it. Standing upon the threshold was a figure strikingly reminiscent of Dinder, possessing long red hair and fair skin, though Dinder's eyes shone a golden hue. Lily Evans. Allow her to stay with you for a few days. Do not let her starve, came the directive, before Dinder could even cast a glance back at Penny. She was unceremoniously ushered outside, the door closing with a gentle thud, accompanied by a few coins tossed her way for good measure. Dear Penny, still harboring a hint of jealousy, I trust the plethora of confectionaries nestled within the refrigerator will soothe your heart, Dinder mused. Dinder, is it? Inquired a woman with an air of elegance reminiscent of Lily's, extending her hand for the girl to take. Indeed, Lily sister, Dinder replied, evidently misunderstanding her intent, as she placed the bag of cookies into Lily's hands, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Oh, is this a gift from my dear sister? Thank you, darling. I shall savor them when we return, Lily said, securing the cookies and taking hold of Dinder's hand. The following may be a tad uncomfortable. Please bear with me. Disapparation. Oh, how can I describe it? Not even 3 days of travel could induce such dizziness. I feel as though I might be ill. Oh dear, are you all right? Lily gently patted Dinder's back in hopes of alleviating her discomfort. Thank you. I feel much better. Where are we? Dinder clutched Lily's hand tightly, her unease palpable in the dim and grimy surroundings. Lily guided Dinder through a bar, stopping at a wall adjacent to a rubbish bin. Count 3 bricks up, then 2 across, she instructed. With a delicate tap on the wall, it began to shift, unveiling a cobblestone path before them. Welcome to Diagon Alley, a treasure trove of goods. Let us first visit Gringotts to exchange your currency. Muggle money is not accepted here. All right, sister. Is Muggle currency not equivalent to wizarding currency? Dinder queried, a hint of confusion evident regarding the concept of Muggles, her anxiety only heightened by the unfamiliar environment. Gringotts is akin to a bank, staffed by goblins. Lily explained, sensing Dinder's trepidation as she squeezed her hand reassuringly. They entered a grand establishment that mirrored its opulence. Good day, sir. Miss Dinder Evans seeks to exchange some galleons, Lily announced to the goblin who looked up at them. Wizards are limited to exchanging 200 galleons per month. 1 galleon equals 5 pounds, which is equivalent to 17 sickles, and 1 sickle equals 29 nuts. How much would you like to exchange? Hello. I would like to exchange all of this, Diander replied, handing over Penny's money. That totals 120 galleons, 11 sickles, and 3 nuts. Please accept this. The goblin said. Now, let us procure your uniform. Lily led Diander to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. May I venture into the robe shop alone? I wish to purchase a few items, Diander asked. Lily affectionately patted her head. Very well, sister. Diander waved to indicate her independence. Upon entering, she was greeted by a kindly witch. My dear, are you here to purchase Hogwarts robes? How fortuitous that no one else is present. Come here, dear. Madame Malkin guided Diander to a footstool, draping a robe over her and pinning it to fit her stature. As Diander emerged from Madame Malkin's, she spotted Lily waiting outside, burdened with an array of large parcels. Oh, dear sister, the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew these garments would suit you perfectly. So I purchased them all, Lily exclaimed, lifting her bags in triumph. Diander, observing the lively Lily, realized that her initial impression of the gentle beauty had been somewhat misleading. Now, Diander, let us procure your wand. After all, selecting a wand is an exhilarating affair. Indeed, Lily sister. Diander followed her into a quaint and dilapidated shop, the weathered sign above reading Ollivanders. Through the window, one could see a solitary wand resting upon a purple velvet cushion. Lily led Diander inside, the interior matching the exterior in its modesty and disrepair, save for a single long bench. Good day, Mr. Ollivander. We are here to acquire a wand, Lily called out. Ah, yes, Miss Evans. I recall you are 14¼ inches, Willow. Having graduated from Hogwarts, an elderly gentleman emerged from behind the counter. Hello, Mr. Ollivander. Diander said nervously, bowing her head. Oh, child, there is no need for such anxiety. Let us select a wand. Which hand do you favor? I am right-handed, sir. She replied. Raise your arm. Splendid. He produced a measuring tape from his pocket, assessing her dimensions from shoulder to fingertip, wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and finally her head circumference. Child, you may try this. Willow, dragon heartstring, 11 inches. Diander grasped the wand, inadvertently causing a vase nearby to shatter spectacularly. My apologies, Mr. Ollivander, she stammered, feeling quite out of sorts with the wand in hand. Oh, child, fear not. We can explore other options. Ollivander turned to seek out additional wands. After several unsuitable attempts, he remarked, Ah, a discerning young customer. Worry not, dear. I am confident we shall discover the perfect wand for you. Allow me a moment to ponder. He retrieved a box from the shelf. Cedar, unicorn hair, 12 inches, low flexibility. Give it a try, child. As Diander's fingers brushed the wand, it emitted a radiant golden glow. Child, this wand has chosen you. Those who wield cedar are known for their loyalty, and its bearer is never deceived, possessing formidable power. The unicorn hair requires tender care, lest it wither. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander, Diander replied, her excitement palpable as she clutched her wand. Think nothing of it, dear. Once outside, Lily led Diander to acquire a few remaining necessities for the start of school. All right, Diander, our final destination awaits, the owl shop. Choose wisely, for this creature shall become your companion. Diane had selected a long-eared owl and named it Creamy. Holding the large birdcage, she ran towards Lily. Sister Lily, I've made my choice, Diane exclaimed, lifting the cage. All right, dear sister, let us return home. Chapter 3, Potter. James, come out and help with the moving. Oh, Merlin's knickers. Lily, you've finally returned. If it weren't for Harry, I would have gone to find you. You've only just given birth, and our situation is somewhat precarious. A handsome young man emerged from the house, though the dimness in his gaze towards Lily suggested a lack of intelligence. Diane couldn't shake the feeling that she was somewhat familiar with her sister and brother-in-law. I'm fine, James, just come out and help. Lily shot a glance at James. Darling, why didn't you bring the extension box? James rushed over to take the items from Lily's hands, giving her a kiss and asking, why didn't you? Lily's form stiffened visibly before she kicked James. What did you say? Hurry and help. Diane, behind them, exchanged a glance with Creamy in the cage, sensing that she would soon be subjected to the usual teasing. Is that Diane? How adorable, James remarked, tousling Diane's hair. Diane beamed up at him. Hello, Mr. James. You're so kind. You're quite charming, Diane. I hope you enjoy your stay. I would prefer it if you called me brother-in-law, James added with a sly grin. Lily pulled Diane close and shot James an exasperated look. Mr. James, hurry and help. I want to take Diane to see her room and Harry. Task accomplished, my dear. James grinned at Lily, his eyes filled with affection. Well then, Diane, she continued, let us go see the room we've prepared for you. Taking Diane's hand, Lily led her upstairs, ignoring James, who was putting on a show. My dear, this is your room. I hope you like it. As Lily opened the door, gentle sunlight poured in, illuminating the softly colored furniture that embraced a cozy warmth. Thank you, Sister Lily. I absolutely adore it, Diane exclaimed, planting a kiss on Lily's cheek. Sweetheart, I am so glad you like it. Now, let us go see Harry. Lily affectionately ruffled Diane's hair, causing her to worry about going bald if this continued. Lily guided Diane to the adjacent room. Your nephew Harry is right next door. I hope you both get along well. I'll check on James now. Upon entering, Diane saw a charming little boy seated on a blanket, hugging a plush bear. His bright green eyes and tousled black hair, clearly inherited from Mr. James, added to his cuteness. Thud thud, Harry lifted the bear and raised it towards Diane. His innocent intention simply to invite the pretty sister to play. Oh, Merlin's knickers. P.S. Just too adorable. Diane felt her heart swell with affection. She rummaged through her candy bag to retrieve some dried fruit for Harry, but upon seeing his toothless grin, she put it back. Hello, Harry. Thud, thud, thud. I'm your little aunt. My name is Diane Evans. Thud, thud. Little Harry, this is my wand. It's made of cedar wood and unicorn tail hair. Thud, thud. Thud. Diane and Harry engaged in a delightful dialogue, despite the language barrier. After a while, Lily and James entered the room, accompanied by an unfamiliar handsome gentleman. Tall and slender, with elegant black hair and striking gray eyes that bore a hint of arrogance, moving with an air of nonchalance. Oh, this is Sirius. You can also call him Padfoot, James said, draping an arm around Sirius's shoulders. Oh, is this how you introduce me? Sirius playfully punched James. Hello, I'm Sirius. He extended his hand towards Diane. Sirius regarded Diane with a smile, quite adorable, like a doll, albeit a bit too young. Hello, Sirius, I'm Diane. Would you two little cuties like to play Quidditch? Lily asked the children. Sister, what is Quidditch? Diane's face was a canvas of confusion. Perhaps we can have James teach you in the yard. Lily, holding Harry's hand while guiding Diane outside, made sure James took Harry to ease her burden. In the yard, James explained, Quidditch requires 7 players. 3 chasers who must score by throwing the quaffle through the opponent's hoops. 2 beaters who bat the bludgers away from their teammates. 1 keeper who guards the hoops. And 1 seeker who must catch the golden snitch. Why am I explaining all this? We're just going to try flying on brooms. He rambled on before patting his head. Oh, your brother-in-law is quite the Quidditch enthusiast. Lily chuckled, cradling Harry. Diane, let us show you a demonstration. Up you go. Diane was astonished as the broom lying on the ground obediently floated into James and Sirius's hands. Although she had witnessed Lily perform magic before, she was still taken aback. All right, Diane, give it a try. James pointed to a broom. Diane took a deep breath, silently encouraging herself. Up. Unsurprisingly, it remained still. Sirius stifled a laugh. Oh, how adorable. It's okay. Just practice a bit more. Up, up. After several attempts, the broom finally responded, albeit giving her a light bump on the head. Sirius could no longer hold back his laughter. It was simply too cute. Meanwhile, James, under Lily's watchful eye, maintained his composure. Diane, you're doing wonderfully. Now, let us try writing it. Sirius attempted to conceal his amusement as he taught Diane, while James secretly took Harry into the air, only to be reprimanded by Lily. All right. Little girl, be careful, Sirius said as he watched Diane ascend slowly. I'll try my best, she replied, her grip on the broom trembling slightly. Oh, little girl. You can come down a bit. Sirius observed Diane climbing higher. I'm losing control. Diane's voice quivered. Don't worry. It's simple. Just relax. As Diane soared to over 30 feet, Sirius began to worry. His concerns were justified, for in the next moment, Diane tumbled from the broom. Oh, Merlin's beard. Sirius dashed towards her as she plummeted from the sky. Closing her eyes, Diane braced for impact, vowing never to play Quidditch again. After a moment, she opened one eye, realizing she hadn't felt any pain. Sirius caught her, and as she looked up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, he couldn't help but tease. Who would have thought you'd be quite the hefty little one when you fell? But fear not. With me around, you'll never be hurt. Thank you. Blushing, DeAndre stepped down from Sirius's embrace. Sirius gazed at the little girl, whose forehead had reddened from the fall, and used a healing charm. He was uncertain why he hadn't cast a levitation spell in his moment of anxiety. However, the girl was so delicate that even a slight touch left her blushing. Upon returning to the house, Sirius resolved to stay for a few days at James's residence, with his room conveniently situated beside DeAndre's. James, how could you eat the cookies that DeAndre made for me? Came Lily's furious voice from downstairs. Lily, let me explain. It was an accident. Besides, Sirius had some too. James's guilty tone echoed back. Harry, I'll go check on it and be right back, DeAndre said. Having been playing with Harry in his room since returning from Quidditch. Tap, tap, tap. Little Harry buried his head into his plush bear, appearing somewhat distressed. Oh, dear little Harry, I promise this is my most treasured possession. I'll return it once I'm back, DeAndre reassured, observing Harry's forlorn expression. She set her bag of treats aside, ensuring Harry wouldn't get to them, as he was still too young to indulge. Tap. Harry glanced at DeAndre, as if to say, huh? How could I possibly stop you? Chapter 4, The Dress-Up Game. Sister, what's wrong with brother-in-law? DeAndre rushed downstairs. Oh, sweetheart. He ate the cookies you gave me. Lily displayed the empty cookie bag to DeAndre. I can explain, James mumbled, fidgeting with his messy hair. Then do explain. Lily shouted again. Well, the aroma was just too enticing. I had one, and before I knew it, I had devoured them all, James sheepishly admitted, while Sirius attempted to diminish his presence beside him. Oh, Merlin's beard. Those were made by DeAndre. Lily glared at James, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Sister, don't be upset. I wanted to go to the kitchen and make some treats. How about you try my dessert-making skills? DeAndre tugged at Lily's sleeve, shaking it gently. Oh, Merlin's beard. You are simply the sweetest, darling. When Lily had first caught a whiff of the cookies, she had intended to wait until she got home to taste them, but unfortunately, James had consumed them instead. Can I make a fruit tart, sister? DeAndre peeked her head into the kitchen. Of course, I adore whatever you create, DeAndre. All right, sister. The industrious little bee commenced her sweet culinary adventure. First, she whisked the egg yolks with sugar until smooth, then mixed in fresh milk. Sister, the dessert is ready. DeAndre emerged from the kitchen, presenting a platter of fruit tarts. Oh dear, it's just in time for dinner. I'll go fetch Harry. Hissy, prepare the meal, Lily said, taking the platter from DeAndre's hands. Yes, mistress. An unexpected house elf, Hissy, appeared next to DeAndre, startling her. Oh, Hissy isn't a good house elf. Hissy frightened Miss DeAndre. It lamented, banging its forehead against the wall. That's enough. Hissy, go prepare dinner, Lily interjected as Hissy's head was about to collide with the wall. Yes, mistress. With a pop, Hissy disapparated away. Oh, sweetheart. That's a house elf. I still haven't gotten used to their manner of speaking, Lily remarked, ruffling DeAndre's hair as she went to fetch Harry. By the time DeAndre realized what was happening, Lily had already ascended the stairs. She touched her hair, contemplating whether it would survive the ruffling intact. Dinner time arrived. At the dining table, Harry sat beside James and Lily, while DeAndre was seated next to Lily and Sirius. Tap, tap, tap. Little Harry reached out, yearning to grasp the fruit tart that James was teasing him with. Oh, does little Harry want to eat? Alas, he cannot yet indulge, James teased, taking a bite of the dessert that Harry longed for. Wah! Little Harry, having been tormented by his unreliable father, burst into tears. Lily, James. The hapless father tried to console the crying child. Lily sighed, glancing at the flustered James and the wailing Harry. Fine, give him to me. She gently took Harry, patting his back soothingly. Oh, darling, you are simply wonderful, James exclaimed, wiping away non-existent tears in excitement. Lily had grown accustomed to James's antics. As for DeAndre, she noted how delightful the treats she made were. Sirius looked at the fruit tart he was consuming and remarked, You like it then? DeAndre couldn't bear to meet Sirius's gaze. He was the very embodiment of charm. James, seated beside Sirius, playfully punched him. Don't use that face to charm our little one. Oh, pointy fork, you're just jealous of my looks, Sirius retorted, rubbing the spot where James had struck him. Dinner was a jubilant affair, with everyone relishing the feast of meat and desserts, except for Harry, who clutched his bottle, gazing sadly at the delectable treats he couldn't have. After dinner, DeAndre retrieved her sweet treat bag from little Harry and returned to her room, only to be met by Lily knocking on her door, followed closely by James and Sirius. Sweetheart, come see the clothes I picked out for you. Lily's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I've always wanted a little girl resembling Lily, to dress her up beautifully. James blinked at DeAndre, while Sirius, though silent, kept his gaze fixed on her. DeAndre, observing the trio at the door with their pleading eyes as if to say, please say yes, promise you'll look beautiful, found it impossible to refuse. All right, sister. Oh, darling, you are simply adorable, Lily exclaimed, her hands rubbing DeAndre's cheeks, while Sirius remained transfixed on Lily's hands on DeAndre's face. James, unable to resist, pulled him outside. Oh my goodness. DeAndre felt as though she had been mistaken for a doll. Come on, DeAndre, let us try this outfit, James announced, returning with Harry and settling outside to await the two ladies. All right, our little DeAndre is about to shine. The first outfit was a soft blue that faded into white at the hem, accentuating her fair skin, while her golden eyes sparkled like the sun upon water. Oh, Merlin's hat. Little DeAndre is truly stunning. Don't you think she is beautiful, Harry? James gazed at DeAndre with paternal affection. Very lovely, indeed, Sirius chimed in, raising an eyebrow with a smirk, earning another punch from James. Don't use that old face to attract the little girl. Tap, tap, tap. Little Harry raised his small hand, signaling that his aunt was indeed beautiful. The second outfit was a pale yellow gown, perfectly complementing DeAndre's golden eyes and red hair. Oh dear, James and Lily exchanged glances with Harry, seemingly disapproving of his lack of femininity. Tap, 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 tap. Oblivious to his parents' disdain, Harry continued to raise his hands, declaring that his aunt was truly beautiful, while Sirius's gaze remained steadfast on DeAndre. Lily had purchased an overwhelming amount of clothing, to the extent that James had dozed off on the sofa. Among the three gentlemen, both Sirius and Harry insisted on finishing their examination of Dandier's entire wardrobe, showering her with enthusiastic compliments. "Thank you, Harry," Dandier said as she approached to embrace little Harry, gently rubbing his little hands. In return, Harry bestowed a sweet kiss on her cheek. "Oh, dear girl, will you not grant me a hug?" If James were awake, he would surely deliver a playful punch. The hour had grown late. "My dear, remember to rest early. If you are curious about the school you will attend, you might peruse a brief history of Hogwarts." Lily handed Dandier a book while reclaiming Harry. "All right, sister, good night," Dandier exclaimed, her face alight with excitement as she clutched the book. Chapter 5, The Touch of Magic. Upon returning to her room, Dandier devoted the entire night to finishing the book. After all, this was magic, something she had long believed to be mere fiction, now made real before her very eyes. The next morning, Dandier rushed to find Lily, her anticipation to attend Hogwarts bubbling over. "Sister, I finished the book. Can you tell me how the sorting works? I am so eager to know which house I will belong to." Dandier pouted while clinging to Lily's arm. "Oh, my dear sweetling, that is a secret." Lily lightly tapped Dandier's forehead. Dandier's expression fell. "However, dear Dandier, you may begin your studies in magic. Come, let us awaken James and have breakfast first." Lily affectionately ruffled Dandier's hair. "Why did you wake me, Lily? I'm still half asleep," James grumbled from the sofa, looking forlornly at Lily, while a reluctant Sirius sat beside him, having been dragged out of bed by his brother. "I wanted to see my dear perform some magic," Lily said, cradling little Harry beside her, as Dandier eagerly watched James. "Oh, how could I disappoint two lovely ladies?" James proclaimed, brandishing his wand at an apple. "Wingardium Leviosa." The apple began to float, suspended in midair. "Dandier, this is the levitation charm, just a flick and a swish. Come, give it a try, dear." James maneuvered the apple closer to Dandier. With a firm grip on her wand, Dandier nervously uttered, "Wingardium Leviosa." 5 pairs of eyes were fixed on the apple, which stubbornly remained on the table. Thud. Little Harry, determined to conquer the obstinate apple, attempted to take a bite, though his teeth were not yet up to the task. "Oh, dear, there's no need to fret. Many young witches fail on their first attempt, myself included," Lily consoled Dandier, whose ears drooped in disappointment. Sirius, seeing the downtrodden girl, resolved to offer her some tutoring. "I will keep trying," Dandier declared, planning to stay up late for more reading. For now, however, desserts awaited her, as they were the greatest delight in the world. "By the way, Dandier, here is the bag enchanted with the extension charm I procured for you. It can hold numerous items. I hope you will find it useful." James presented Dandier with a pale yellow bag. "Wow, thank you, brother-in-law," Dandier exclaimed, envisioning a future where her desserts would have a proper home. After breakfast, Sirius took her to the lawn, where he plucked a blade of grass. "Wingardium Leviosa. Come on, little one, give it a go," he encouraged, pointing to the grass floating in the air. Throughout the day, Sirius devoted himself to helping Dandier practice her spells. That evening, Dandier organized her dried fruits inside the enchanted bag, marveling at its convenience. She lay on her bed, flipping through the book standard spells, beginners, and raised her wand. "Wingardium Leviosa." To her astonishment, her pillow began to float. "Wow, it really works," she squealed, kissing the pillow in disbelief at her success. What shall be the next spell? She resolved to try every incantation. It was unclear how long Dandier had been reading until she fell asleep, and in the following days, she diligently read through all the books multiple times, leading Lily and James to speculate whether she might be sorted into Ravenclaw. Today, Dandier must rest well, for tomorrow she shall journey to Hogwarts. "Have you packed everything?" Lily, resembling a concerned mother, fretted over her child's impending departure. "Do not worry, Sister Lily. Everything is ready, and I have prepared the milk fudge as well." Dandier proudly showcased her owl. Lily admired the pair, sitting obediently together, and thought, "Ah, my sister is truly adorable. Unlike James, who hides coins in every nook." "Dandier, I cannot accompany you to King's Cross tomorrow. Would you allow Sirius to take you instead?" Lily's heart melted at the sight of her sister, who was so obediently perched on the bed. "All right, sister," Dandier replied, brimming with excitement for the next day, Hogwarts. With its beautiful surroundings, friendly classmates, delectable meals, and unexpected magical classes. Oh, Merlin's gloves. The thought alone filled her with exhilaration. The following day, Dandier awoke early, humming a cheerful tune as she made her desserts. Such an exhilarating moment deserves 2 treats to ease my nerves, one for now and one for my little yellow bag. As Lily descended the stairs with little Harry, She spotted Dandier eagerly awaiting her on the sofa, indulging in the desserts she had prepared. It seems our little Dandier can hardly contain her excitement. Her treats are still as delectable as ever. Seeing the desserts, Lily joyfully tossed Harry onto the sofa and joined in the feast. Little Harry, aware he could only observe, reached out his hands towards Dandier, yearning for a hug. Oh, does our little Harry adore his aunt so? Lily teased. Thud. Little Harry nestled against Dandier, leaning on her arm, affirming his fondness for his beautiful aunt. At that moment, Sirius descended the stairs. Chapter 6, Platform 9 3/4. Come, little lady, let me escort you to King's Cross. He hoisted Dandier's luggage with one hand. Well then, sister. I am off, Dandier said, planting a kiss on Lily's cheek, while Sirius observed intently. All right, off you go. It's not as though we will never see each other again. With a swift motion, Sirius lifted Dandier from Lily's embrace and led her outside. As James came down, he saw Sirius holding Dandier in one arm while carrying her luggage in the other, his feelings a mix of concern and protectiveness. Looking at Dandier's face, which bore a striking resemblance to Lily's as a child, he felt an overwhelming urge to shield her from what he perceived as a boar-like figure, one that was equally as large as himself. No way, James exclaimed, forcibly extracting Dandier from Sirius's grasp and shoving him toward the door. You two need to hurry to Hogwarts. Don't be late. Although James was hesitant to let Sirius take Dandier alone, he longed for some private time with Lily. You send your child off with me, and this is how you treat me? Sirius grumbled, pushing James's hand off his shoulder. Oh, dear foot, you have truly endured much. Do go on, James remarked, though his hands instinctively continued to guide Sirius outward. He discreetly handed a bag to Deandra, saying, This pouch contains 200 galleons from Lily, along with a covertly saved 100 from me. Do keep it a secret. I wouldn't want your sister to discover my stash. Observing the scant galleons in the corner as well as the additional amount James had surreptitiously contributed, Lily resolved to increase James's allowance in the future. Thank you, brother-in-law. Best of luck to you, Deandra said, glancing at her sweet but somewhat oblivious brother-in-law, uncertain if he realized that a portion of the 200 galleons was, in fact, his own secret savings. After bidding farewell to Lily, James, and Harry, Deandra embarked on her journey to Hogwarts. Let us go, little lady, Sirius quipped, raising an eyebrow while perched on his flying motorcycle. All right, Sirius, Deandra replied with a smile. Buckle up, we are off. In the next moment, Sirius revved the throttle, and the motorcycle surged forward, nearly ejecting Deandra, who quickly grasped his waist for stability. Feeling the soft touch at his sides, Sirius smirked in a place unseen by Deandra. Upon reaching King's Cross Station, Deandra, her legs trembling, clutched Sirius's arm, vowing never to ride with him again. He steadied her as they maneuvered her luggage to the front of platform 9 3/4. Come now, little lady, take your luggage and charge ahead. Sirius gestured toward the wall between platforms 9 and 10. Collide with it? Deandra thought her ears must have deceived her. Was she truly to crash into the wall? Please trust me, Sirius urged, his demeanor a mix of casualness and mischief. Deandra, resigned to her fate, shut her eyes, gripped the trolley tightly, and propelled herself towards the wall, with Sirius trailing behind. Surprisingly, she felt no pain upon opening her eyes and slammed to a halt, nearly colliding with a young wizard. Thankfully, Sirius was there to catch her just in time. Merlin's trousers, she gasped, taking in the scene around her, filled with young wizards bustling about with their trunks and pets. Well, little lady, this is where I leave you. Have fun at school, Sirius said, ruffling Deandra's hair. Thank you, Sirius. This is a dessert I made for you. I hope you enjoy it, she offered, presenting a mango-flavored cake, her favorite. Thank you, little lady. I adore everything you bake, he replied, accepting the cake and tousling her hair once more. Goodbye, Mr. Black. Perhaps you should give Mr. Black a farewell hug, Sirius suggested, gesturing to nearby wizards exchanging hugs. Seizing the moment, he embraced her before she could react. Flushed, Deandra pushed him away, grabbed her luggage, and hurried onto the Hogwarts Express. Inside, clusters of young wizards had already settled in, and Deandra found an empty compartment. May I come in? She inquired, addressing 3 girls within. Oh, of course. I'm Morag Smith, replied a girl with big eyes, golden hair, and a sprinkle of freckles. Hello, I'm Deandra Evans. After exchanging names, they quickly delved into conversation, gossiping about muggles and discussing the intricacies of the 28 pureblood families, with Deandra absorbing every detail. For instance, the rebellious yet undeniably handsome Sirius from the Black family, the young Draco Malfoy from the Malfoy lineage, and the Weasley family, now with their 6th child, Ron Weasley. Deandra shared her sweet treats with the group, savoring their discussions while indulging in snacks. At one point, a kind lady inquired if they needed any food, and Deandra purchased some, watching in astonishment as her chocolate frogs leapt away, wondering when her own creations had gained life. Uncertain of how long they chatted, Deandra eventually dozed off against the window, only to awaken as the train approached Hogwarts. Changing into her robes, she disembarked, greeted by the dimming sky. The platform bustled with students jostling for space, the flickering lights casting an enigmatic glow, and the wind slicing across her face like a blade. First years, follow me. The towering giant before her felt strangely familiar, though she had never encountered anyone of such stature before. First years, watch your step, he instructed, leading the young wizards along a narrow path. Emerging from the path, they beheld the magnificent castle, encircled by a dark lake. Deandra marveled at the scene, having believed such grandeur existed only in novels. Each boat can hold no more than 4. The giant announced as the students boarded. The boats ferried them through a dark tunnel until they reached the surface. Is everyone here? This way, please, he called as the doors swung open, revealing a stern witch clad in a green robe, square glasses perched on her nose, and her dark hair styled in an elegant updo. Welcome to Hogwarts, young wizards. Chapter 7, The Sorting Hat. Professor McGonagall paused briefly, stating, once the Great Hall is prepared, I shall return for you. At that time, silence is required. After she departed, the students whispered amongst themselves about what the sorting ceremony entailed. Some speculated about battling trolls, while others mentioned spellcasting tests, causing Deandra to feel increasingly anxious as she recalled the spells she had memorized. Before long, Professor McGonagall returned, guiding the students into the Great Hall. Deandra gazed in awe at the dreamlike spectacle before her, having read about it in a history of Hogwarts. She was still astonished by the opulent hall and the thousands of candles floating in midair. For long tables were occupied by upperclassmen, while professors sat at a long table elevated at the front. Deandra's gaze landed on an elderly man with silver hair cascading down to his waist, a sense of familiarity washing over her, though she couldn't recall why. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought. Now was not the time to be distracted. Professor McGonagall placed a stool before the first years, atop which sat an old, tattered hat. Suddenly, the sorting hat split open, and Deandra's first thought was that it might need another patch. As the hat began to sing, she listened intently. You may think me unremarkable. The song concluded to thunderous applause, and the hat bowed to each of the 4 tables before falling silent. Professor McGonagall approached, holding a scroll of parchment. We shall now commence the sorting. When your name is called, please come forward, take a seat, and don the sorting hat. Morag Smith, called out Professor McGonagall, and the girl with big eyes, golden hair, and a sprinkle of freckles nervously approached the hat, which paused before declaring, Gryffindor. Cheers erupted from the far left table as Morag, blushing, dashed over to join her new housemates. Diane Evans gazed around her, pondering how splendid it would be if her sister, brother-in-law, and Sirius were all students of Gryffindor. Each little wizard proceeded to their respective house tables, where they would spend the next 7 years of their education. Diane Evans, she was called, the last of the little wizards to be sorted. Stepping forward, she placed the sorting hat upon her head, and soon she perceived a faint whisper emanating from it. While she could strive for knowledge, it must be of her own interest. Her ambitions were modest, merely wishing for a tranquil life. Though she possessed courage, it was reserved for the things she cherished. And did she truly wish to join Gryffindor? Her bravery seemed insufficient. As Diane adjusted the dusty hat, she suddenly recalled her earlier intention to mend it. Oh, kind child, do you wish to repair my form? Perhaps Hufflepuff would suit you better than Gryffindor. Your kindness and loyalty would earn you wonderful friends there. Hufflepuff. Ultimately, this last little wizard found her place among the Badgers, greeted warmly with applause from those at the right table. Although she had not been sorted into her sister's former house, Diane was quite content with Hufflepuff, for she had heard that it did not engage in fierce competition like Gryffindor and Slytherin, nor was it steeped in knowledge like Ravenclaw. Rather, Hufflepuff was a house of kindness and inclusivity. Settling at the Hufflepuff table, Diane watched as Headmaster Albus Dumbledore rose, a venerable figure with silver hair cascading to his waist, extending his arms toward the young wizards. Welcome, young wizards, to Hogwarts. Before we commence our feast, I wish to share a few words. Foolishness, tears, scraps, twist. Thank you, everyone. Now please enjoy the banquet. Instantly, an array of sumptuous dishes appeared on the table, leaving Diane in awe. She sampled a pork chop, exclaiming how delicious it was, contemplating another cup of pumpkin juice, perhaps some roast beef, and maybe even a roasted chicken. The young wizard beside her was astounded, feeling his own appetite dwarfed. What mischievous thoughts could little Diane be harboring? She simply relished her food, as the neighboring wizard compared his portion to hers and found himself utterly outmatched. He began to observe her consume 1 pork chop, a beef steak, 10 slices of fried potatoes, 2 cups of pumpkin juice, and a lamb chop. The young wizard was increasingly flabbergasted. Truth be told, Diane had never eaten so voraciously before. She could not fathom why she felt insatiably hungry that day. As the meal concluded, the food vanished from the table, and Diane noticed the curious gazes of the wizards behind her. Feeling slightly unnerved by their stares, she hesitated to look back, pondering what could possibly have happened. Did something monumental occur while she dined? Professor Dumbledore stood once more, restoring silence to the hall. "Oh, now that everyone is sated, before you return to your dormitories, let us sing the school song together," Dumbledore proclaimed loudly. With a flick of his wand, lines of text appeared above the dining tables. "Each of you may choose your favorite melody," he instructed. "Ready, sing." Diane was momentarily taken aback. The song seemed to challenge each individual's voice. She felt that her participation would only disrupt the hastily assembled melody. After the feast, the young wizards followed their prefects to their respective common rooms. Diane lingered at the back of the line, her curiosity piqued by the sights around her. The other young wizards regarded Diane with admiration. Despite consuming so much, her energy remained commendable. Chapter 8. Time for classes. Our common room is closest to the kitchens, and to enter, one must gently tickle the pear on the portrait of fruit, which will giggle and transform into a door handle. The prefect led the young wizards down the corridor, briefly introducing the Hogwarts kitchens, knowing well that the badgers had a penchant for second helpings. Arriving at the entrance of their common room, they encountered a pile of large wooden barrels resting on a shadowy stone trough. Unlike other common rooms, Hufflepuff's entrance does not require a password. One must wrap the second barrel in the second row in a specific rhythm, and upon a correct knock, the lid will open to reveal a passage leading to the basement. Of course, a misstep would result in a punishment. The barrel would explode, dousing the intruder in vinegar. The prefect demonstrated the knock, and the barrel opened, revealing a passageway. The ceiling of the Hufflepuff common room was adorned with yellow drapes, and the floor was strewn with plush armchairs and various fascinating plants, creating an inviting atmosphere. This year, due to an excess of one student, Diane found herself occupying a room alone. The soft yellow hues of her dormitory fostered a pleasant disposition, and once she tidied her space, she curled up in bed, relishing the comfort, and drifted into a night of sweet dreams. The following day, after breakfast, Diane prepared for her first class. Perhaps due to her solitary accommodation, the other young wizards clustered in groups of 2 or 3, while Diane remained somewhat unfamiliar with them all. Monday's schedule included herbology in the morning and charms in the afternoon. Tuesday was dedicated to history of magic, Wednesday to defense against the dark arts, with astronomy fixed in the evening. Thursday featured potions, and Friday concluded with transfiguration, followed by flying in the afternoon. Hogwarts boasted a total of 142 staircases, some wide and grand, others narrow and rickety. Occasionally, on Fridays, the staircases would lead to different locations, and at times a step would suddenly vanish, requiring one to navigate carefully, for many doors in Hogwarts were not true entrances. One must be cautious not to open a door that led to a wall, for everything here seemed to shift. As a directionally challenged individual, Diane arose early each day to follow another first-year badger, avoiding the risk of tardiness, and on occasion came perilously close to being mistaken for a stalker. Days passed, and Halloween arrived. Diane had her elf bring the treats she had prepared to her sisters, professors, and a few acquaintances. She held little interest in the feast or Quidditch, often preferring the solace of the library and kitchens, for reasons unknown. Since her arrival at the school, she had grown increasingly restless, as if she had forgotten something significant, yet could not recall what it was. Only occasionally did she find peace in the kitchen, crafting sweet confections. "What are these?" Diane mused, perusing the library's eclectic collection under dim light, the books somewhat disorganized. She retrieved a tome titled The Complete Guide to Magical Artifact Creation from beneath the shelf and settled down. The words were familiar, yet their arrangement felt foreign and complex. After a cursory glance, she deduced that it encompassed various defensive and auxiliary magical artifacts. As she continued to peruse the challenging text, she noted a pain transference device that piqued her interest. Fearful of pain, she wondered if transferring it to a doll would spare her from discomfort. Henceforth, Diane embraced a life of crafting, attending classes, tending to the plants in her dormitory, visiting the library to consult that book, and purchasing materials with her funds. Time swiftly passed, and before long, examination season arrived. As a laid-back little badger, Diane found herself among the top 15 in her grade, excelling particularly in potions and herbology. She likened these subjects to the art of confectionery. During the holidays, Diane took up a job at Slug Jigger's apothecary in Diagon Alley to earn some money and rent a place of her own, feeling somewhat hesitant to intrude on her sisters and their romantic endeavors. While working, she encountered the Malfoy family and the Weasley family. Mrs. Weasley took a liking to Diane and even invited her over to their home. Occasionally, her sister Lily would visit, introducing her to Remus Lupin and Peter Pettigrew. For reasons unknown, Diane felt a sense of discomfort in Peter's presence, yet she brushed it aside. As the second semester of 1981 commenced, Diane experienced an increasingly palpable sense of impending loss, which left her feeling agitated and uncertain about her direction. This year, a new potions instructor arrived by the name of Severus Snape, who seemed to fixate on her during the sorting of the first-year students. Diane found his gaze to be a source of irritation, convinced that she did not know him, yet plagued by the nagging suspicion that she had forgotten something significant. Diane endeavored to channel her energy into crafting her pain transference device, which she had fashioned into the shape of a bracelet. Once worn, it was designed to transfer pain to a designated sticker, which would vanish shortly thereafter. However, the final step required a precious material for immersion, the identity of which remained unspecified in her studies, leaving her unable to experiment further. On October 31st, 1981, Diane felt an unusual wave of anxiety. She took a day off, lacking the energy to study. Contemplating her next move with the pain transference device in hand, she accidentally dropped her glass cup, shattering it and slicing her hand. Blood dripped onto the device, mingling with her tears as she stared blankly at her wound. Diane tucked the device into her pocket and dashed out of her dormitory, feeling the urgent need to leave the school. Gathering her belongings, she felt her anxious heart racing, prompting her to seek out her head of house, Professor Pomona Sprout. "Professor, are you in?" Diane knocked on Professor Sprout's door. "Oh, Diane, what brings you here?" "I heard you were feeling unwell and took a leave from the professor," Sprout replied, fond of the sweet, obedient little badger who performed well in her studies. "Professor Sprout, I want to leave the school," Diane said, clenching her fists, blood pooling in her palms. "May I know what has transpired, dear?" Sprout inquired, noticing Diane's wound and casting a healing charm. "I don't know, Professor, I don't know." Diane's tears flowed freely in front of the gentle Professor Sprout. Chapter 9, Death and Memory. The sight startled Professor Sprout. "Oh dear, please don't cry. Let us take our time and talk it through." Though she spoke softly, inwardly she grappled with how to console a 12-year-old witch. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, accompanied by Professor Dumbledore's voice. "May I inquire if Miss Diane Evans is present?" Upon entering, Dumbledore found Diane with tear-streaked cheeks and a bewildered Professor Sprout beside her. "Miss Evans, could you come with me?" Dumbledore beckoned to the sobbing child, who curled up in her seat. Yes, Headmaster Dumbledore," Diane stammered, wiping her face with her sleeve in a futile attempt to stop her tears. Perhaps a sweet taste of Honeyduke's fudge would help ease her sorrow. After all, the password to enter the headmaster's office these days was Honeyduke's fudge, welcoming her to seek his counsel. Dumbledore produced a piece of fudge, and upon consuming it, Diane felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore," Diane said, her cheeks flushed, embarrassed by her sudden tears at the age of 12. "Oh, it's quite all right, Miss Evans. May I ask why you are in tears?" Dumbledore inquired, his keen eyes glimmering with insight. "I'm sorry, Headmaster. I don't know how to answer that. I just feel so uneasy," Diane murmured, gripping her wand tightly and lowering her gaze. "Perhaps you need to come with me to a certain place." "Come along, child." Dumbledore extended his arm for her to take. As Diane placed her hand upon his, they vanished with a disapparition. "Headmaster Dumbledore, where are we?" Diane questioned, looking around the graveyard, where Professor Snape stood solemnly ahead. Her unease intensified. "I'm sorry, child, but please take a look," Dumbledore urged her gently forward. As Diane gazed at the name etched upon the gravestone, Lily Potter, the weight of those words pressed heavily upon her heart, rendering her breathless and her legs weak, her vision blurring. "Miss Evans? Miss Evans?" Dumbledore's voice pierced through her haze. "Stop." She could barely hear his words through the chaotic memories flooding her mind, desperate to break free from her consciousness. It dawned upon her that this was a book, and she had been its devoted reader in her past life. Growing up in an orphanage, she had significant visual impairments, rendering her blind after dark. Her only solace found in the art of confectionery. "I should not be here. I am an anomaly in this world. My nephew must lose his parents and grow up. But why? Why should I, an extraneous entity, exist in this world? Why wasn't I given the chance to save them? Why did my memories return only now? Is the story unchangeable?" St. Mungo's Hospital. "Diane, are you awake? Here, have some water," Remus Lupin said, seated beside her with a cup in hand. Diane contemplated her current predicament. "Mr. Lupin, where's Sirius?" she asked, her heart heavy with concern. Upon hearing the name, Lupin hesitated. "Diane, actually, Sirius betrayed James and Lily and has been captured, so can I see Sirius?" Diane pleaded, her gaze fixed on Lupin. "Diane, you should focus on resting." Lupin frowned. "He hasn't been sent to Azkaban yet, has he?" "Not yet, but he will be tomorrow. I want to see him once." Reluctantly, Lupin acquiesced to the stubborn young girl's request. "Ministry of Magic. Hurry up, it's not easy to get in here." "Don't get caught," Lupin urged, patting Diane's shoulder before departing. "Sirius, is it really you? Didn't you already know?" Diane gazed at Sirius, bound to a chair, unable to move. Yet his defiance remained intact. Wear this, Diane said, placing the pain transference device on Sirius's wrist. Though incomplete, it felt better than nothing. Wow, so soft-hearted. You're giving me a bracelet instead of throwing a couple of punches? It's just going to torture me, I assenti it? If Diane ignored the fury in his eyes, she would have believed this was the carefree Sirius she once knew. Soon, you'll understand. Diane cast a glance at Sirius before turning away, harboring a tinge of resentment towards him, not for his betrayal, but rather for Lily's demise and for her own delayed recovery of memories. Sirius, feeling the chill of the metal on his wrist, bowed his head as he watched the young girl depart. Mr. Lupin, shall we make our exit? Lupin observed the calm demeanor of Diane and wondered if the Sirius within had not met a dire fate. Diane, are you returning to school? He inquired, gently ruffling the girl's hair for comfort. I wish to visit the burrow, may I? Could you come fetch me later? Of course, Diane, he replied, albeit uncertain about her intentions for the visit. Upon reaching the burrow, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, Ah, Diane, my dear, how are you? Recalling the events of the day's Daily Prophet. 2 3-year-old twins came tumbling down the stairs, each wrapping their arms around Diane's legs. Sister Diane, we want dessert, they squealed. Stop pestering Sister Diane. Molly shouted at the twins, attempting to lift them away. It's quite all right, Mrs. Weasley. I adore George and Fred, Diane reassured, affectionately patting their heads. May I sit for a moment? Oh, dear. Of course, Molly replied, leading Diane to the parlor. Diane's gaze wandered until it landed on a small mouse nestled in the corner. George. Oh, is Sister watching this little mouse? Fred, we found it. George, it looks so pitiful. Fred, it's missing a little toe. May I see it? Diane smiled at them. George and Fred, absolutely. Diane picked up the mouse, suppressing the urge to crush it, and retrieved a sticker from her pocket to adorn it, exhaling a sigh as if releasing a burden. She spent some time at the Weasley household, engaging in conversation with Molly about Bill's upcoming year at Hogwarts while the 5 children savored the desserts she had brought, although 2 little ones were deemed too young to partake, even though young Ron had already been allowed to indulge but was playfully dissuaded by his brothers. I must excuse myself, Mrs. Weasley. It's time for me to return to school, Diane remarked, glancing at the time and feeling it was indeed time to depart. In the theater of her thoughts, Diane, was it you who betrayed Lily and James? Were the deceased your doing? Sirius, well, Diane, are you certain? What if you were to enter, what would happen to Harry? Sirius, he has his family. I deserve to be punished here. Diane, Peter Pettigrew still lives. Sirius, it wasn't me, it was Peter Pettigrew. Let me out, I'll deal with him. Chapter 10, Approaching Graduation. George, sitting beside Diane and enjoying dessert, suddenly leaped into her embrace, smearing her with sticky fingers. Sister Diane, can you please not leave? Fred, George, this isn't Sister Diane's home. She must return. George, but I don't want Sister Diane to go. Fred, hey George, marry her. Then she'll be part of our family. George, then I'll marry Sister and bring her home, and I'll see her every day and have lots of dessert. The exchange between the 2 children left Diane and the Weasley couple momentarily speechless. Percy, Sister Diane wouldn't fancy little boys, so marrying you is out of the question. Percy's words struck George hard, and clutching Diane's arm, he smeared more oil onto her. Sister loves George the most, right? She'll wait for me to grow up and marry me, won't she? George gazed up at Diane with teary eyes. Diane, bemused by George's innocent affection, reflected on the character she adored in the books, realizing he would likely marry someone else as he grew. She soothed him. Of course, Sister loves George the most. But George, dear, Sister must return to school. It was Mrs. Weasley who finally intervened, prying George from Diane's arms for a lesson on manners, while Fred had sneakily polished off his brother's dessert. After bidding farewell to the Weasley family, Lupin escorted Diane back to school in the late hours of the night. Exhausted, she lay in bed, contemplating how she felt her complexion had improved. Early the next morning, Diane sought out Dumbledore. Fizzing Whizbee. Before her appeared a stone staircase. As she ascended, the door closed behind her, and the staircase gradually rose to a grand oak door. The office door swung open. Ah, Miss Diane. Here to try some cockroach clusters? Thank you, Headmaster, but no. I wish to inquire about Harry. Diane regarded the clusters with trepidation. While they seemed delectable, she could not bring herself to partake. Oh, Miss Diane, Harry is presently in the care of your sister, Dumbledore replied, popping a cluster into his mouth. It seems you wish to discuss something? Contemplating the narrative she had been mulling over, Diane hesitated, gazing at the most illustrious wizard in history before finally speaking up. Headmaster, may I take Harry to live with me after graduation? She posed the question with some trepidation, aware that Harry had remained with the Dursleys due to an ancient protective charm that required blood ties. Surely, as his aunt, she could provide him with a home. Oh, Miss Diane, that is a matter for your family to resolve. You ought to consult your sister, Dumbledore smiled. Very well, headmaster. I shall take my leave. I look forward to your next visit, and perhaps with some treats. Certainly, headmaster. As Diane exited Dumbledore's office, she prepared to delve into her studies. In the library, Diane sought out the comprehensive guide to magical artifacts, but paused when her hand brushed against the relationship between soul and body. Taking both volumes, she found a quiet corner and began perusing the relationship between soul and body. After finishing the book, Diane inhaled deeply. No wonder her appetite had surged lately. She was on the verge of depleting Hogwarts provisions. It turned out that a soul's enhancement of the body required substantial energy. Her soul, having traversed time and space, was stronger than her physical form, continually nourishing it and rendering it invaluable. This meant that, should her essence be used to brew a potion, her blood could stabilize the soul, enhance magical abilities, and perhaps even provide rejuvenating benefits, fortifying potions, and crafting magical artifacts. Oh, Merlin's soiled socks. No wonder my complexion has flourished. It has been siphoning from my own blood. This is rather disconcerting news, yet fortunately, no one is aware. And I have secured a source for rare materials to craft magical items, Diane consoled herself. Diane began to peruse the comprehensive guide to magical artifacts, particularly drawn to the defensive magical items, for they could potentially serve as a means to save lives in the future. The low-level defensive artifacts could withstand spells that were not lethal, with the number of uses contingent on the materials employed. The mid-level defensive artifacts could protect against fatal attacks. Again, depending on the materials. The advanced defensive artifacts not only could guard against lethal threats, but also render the wearer invisible to anyone wishing them dead, albeit at a substantial cost. Upon reaching the latter pages, Diane found the text blurred and indistinct. Closing the book, she reflected on her missed lessons. The arduous path of self-improvement stretched endlessly before her. Thus began Diane's journey of learning. Aside from occasionally baking sweets to delight the young wizards of the Weasley family at school and preparing festive gifts for her professors, the remainder of her time was consumed by working to earn money for crafting magical items or studying diligently. Diane had successfully crafted several magical artifacts, including 16 low-level defensive items and 5 mid-level ones. Through her relentless efforts, she achieved 11 outstanding and 1 exceeds expectations in her OWL examinations. Though it was a harrowing endeavor to secure even an E in her ancient runes studies, especially since she had never even visited Hogsmeade. Chapter 11. Hello. I am your aunt. Before she knew it, the day of Diane's graduation arrived, 7 years having swiftly passed. Little Harry must be 7 years old by now. With 100,000 galleons acquired through a trade of mid-level defensive artifacts with the Malfoy family, she resolved to venture to Diagon Alley to purchase a shop and establish a confectionery, a long-held dream of hers. Spotting an appealing storefront, she envisioned selling her sweets downstairs while cultivating some wolfsbane at the entrance, as her monthly contributions of wolfsbane potions to Lupin had proven to be quite costly. Although she had amassed a considerable sum from selling a magical item, the memories of her impoverished past still lingered, prompting an instinctive inclination to save. The upper floor contained 4 rooms, which she arranged to include 1 for Harry, 1 for herself, and 2 guest rooms. First, she procured tables and chairs to set up the confectionery, adorning the walls with potted white flowers, and planted wolfsbane at the entrance. After purchasing some furniture, she decorated Harry's room in red, her own in a soft yellow, and the 2 guest rooms in a light gray hue. By the time she finished, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Diane changed into a lovely dress and made her way to 4, Ashdown Road, Hillingdon, Surrey. Standing before the grand door, she hesitated to knock, uncertain of how her Aunt Petunia would react after her long absence during her studies. Taking a deep breath, Diane rapped gently on the door. Inside, a commotion erupted. Dudley, go answer the door. No, let Harry do it. Amidst their bickering, Harry had already opened the door. The moment he beheld Diane, he was momentarily struck dumb by her beauty. Standing at 5'7", clad in a black coat, she possessed an elegant stature. Her red hair and golden eyes sparkled brilliantly in the light. Hello? My word, she looks like an oversized doll, Harry thought, feeling his cheeks flush. Well, I wonder what wind blew you here, Diane? Petunia, trailing behind Harry, caught sight of her. Sister, I was wrong, Diane admitted, fully aware that her obsession with magical artifacts had angered Petunia due to her prolonged absence. Is that you, Aunt? Harry strained to look up at Diane, for she was the only one who consistently sent him birthday and holiday gifts every year, despite Dudley often claiming the sweets for himself. Indeed, I am your aunt, Diane replied, lifting Harry in her arms with a smile. My, how you've grown. Petunia, however, interrupted the two with a sharp tone. Why are you still standing at the door? Must I invite you in? Ha ha, Aunt Petunia, you are the best. Diane grinned at her, holding Harry close. Well, perhaps you should try to irritate me a little less, Petunia retorted with a roll of her eyes. Now tell me, why have you returned? As she indulged in the sweets Dane had brought, Petunia cast a sidelong glance at her. Aunt Petunia, I would like to take Harry to live with me in the wizarding world, if that's all right. Dane tugged at Petunia's sleeve with an ingratiating smile. Let us set aside the fact that the wizarding world is hardly safe, but you, a newly adult single woman, wish to care for a 7-year-old child? Do you realize that upon hearing of Lily's passing, I almost came to fetch you back? Petunia's agitation mounted, pulling Dane into an embrace as tears streamed down her cheeks. Sister, I was wrong. Please, calm down. Dane soothed gently in Petunia's embrace. Once Petunia's emotions settled, she remarked, You've just graduated. Can you even support yourself? Do you have a place to live? And you wish to raise a child? Aunt Petunia, I am now a small fortune. I have a house and a broomstick. Dane thought, reasoning that a broom could indeed be considered a vehicle. Petunia sighed, gazing at Dane with a resigned expression. Fine. If you wish to care for him, I won't stop you. But should things not go well, do remember to return. Aunt Petunia, you're being so sentimental. It's a bit overwhelming. Dane teased. You've grown quite bold, haven't you? Still, why not stay for dinner? Petunia chuckled, playfully nudging Dane. All right. I admit my faults. I want dessert. Dudley suddenly bounded down the stairs, launching himself at Dane. All right, Dudley, you've certainly gained some weight. Dane laughed, lifting him and handing over the confection she had brought. Her gaze shifted to Harry, who sat quietly on the sofa, noticeably smaller than Dudley. Despite the fact that Dudley had received a toy house, the Dursleys, compared to the narrative, were somewhat kinder to Harry, largely ignoring him while Dudley occasionally bullied him. Yet, Harry, being a child, felt sadness seeing Dudley with parents who cared for him while he did not. Harry, would you like to come home with your aunt? Dane asked, setting Dudley down and holding Harry's small hand. Come home with you, Aunt? Harry looked up at her, his green eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Yes, come home with your aunt. I'll make you lots of sweets, Dane assured, ruffling Harry's hair. Oh. She finally understood why she had been patted on the head so often in her youth. It was delightful to touch. Okay, I want to go home with my aunt, Harry exclaimed, embracing Dane, reasoning that being with her would surely be better than staying here. Then go gather your things, Dane encouraged, giving Harry's hair another affectionate tousle. Could you two stop chattering there? Dinner is ready, and it looks like I lock you up and beat you every day, Petunia remarked with an eye roll. Yes, ma'am. Dane responded with an exaggerated grin. After dinner, Dane cradled little Harry, packing his belongings into a magically enhanced bag. Harry gazed around in bewilderment at how such a large amount of luggage could fit into such a small space. Dane had initially considered using apparition to return, but upon glancing at little Harry in her arms, she decided it best to walk back while the sun was still shining. As the streetlights flickered to life, casting a soft glow in the twilight, little Harry nestled quietly against Dane's shoulder, chin resting there. Aunt, he murmured, watching the bustling street as people passed by. Yes? What is it, little Harry? Dane gently ruffled his hair. Does my mommy love me? He inquired, observing a little girl emerging from a candy shop, running into her mother's embrace. He buried his head deeper into Dane's shoulder. Your mother has always favored little Harry. And Harry's mother had devoted herself to protecting him for years. Following Harry's gaze, DeAndre also spotted the candy shop and decided to change her destination, feeling fortunate that she had exchanged for Muggle currency before their outing. Chapter 12, Bloodshed. DeAndre cradled little Harry as they entered the candy shop. Harry's head was buried deeply against DeAndre's shoulder, his eyes concealed in darkness. As they stepped into the candy shop, the bright lights illuminated through the gaps, prompting Harry to lift his head in bewilderment. Did little Harry wish for some sweets? DeAndre smiled at the tiny figure peeking out from her embrace, noticing the faint redness around his eyes. Oh dear, what seems to be the matter? Have you been crying? Letting your sister carry you must be exhausting. Would you like some candy? The shopkeeper observed the young girl holding a tearful child and remarked, It's cold outside. I would take him home if I could. I'll have a pound of toffee, please. DeAndre held on to little Harry, who was eager to get down, while she retrieved a pound. Ah, miss. Are you certain about the quantity? You seem rather young. The shopkeeper scrutinized her with the look of a wealthy, but irresponsible heir. Absolutely, sir, DeAndre affirmed. As she emerged from the candy shop, little Harry joyfully clutched a plethora of sweets. DeAndre would not admit that she had forgotten how much Muggle currency could procure. Auntie, please let me down. It must be tiring to carry me, Harry implored, his arms full of candy. After all, Auntie had already exerted herself, and with the added weight of sweets, her hands trembled, her complexion slightly pale. Not at all. Little Harry is the most precious treasure in this world. How could carrying him be tiring? Besides, he is quite light, and I aim to fatten him up, DeAndre replied as she adjusted Harry within her coat, casting a warming charm around him to shield him from the biting wind. Little Harry gradually fell asleep nestled against DeAndre's chest. As she watched him slumber, She tucked him further into her coat. On the frigid street, amidst the chilling gusts, and under the dim glow of street lamps, DeAndre carried little Harry back home. The night had fallen, and upon returning home, DeAndre gently placed the sleeping Harry in his room. Hastening back to her own room, she shut the door, only to cough up blood, the metallic taste causing her to frown. Cough, cough. It seems altering the storyline presents its own dilemmas. I must prepare a container for such occurrences in the future. So much blood wasted. She recalled the time she had taken the stolen Marauder's map, hoping to find the room of requirement and locate the crown, but after a month of fruitless searching, she returned the map, as it was a crucial escape tool for the twins' future pranks. Casting a cleaning charm, she retrieved a dessert to munch on. Previously, DeAndre had discovered that excessive blood loss while crafting magical items destabilized her soul, while her homemade desserts had a soothing effect on it. She mused, indeed. I am a perfect production line. Yawning, she resolved to rest early, avoiding late nights, and planned to take Harry out for a day of fun and shopping the following day. Harry dreamt sweetly in his cozy bed, awakening early the next morning to find himself in a crimson room. Little Harry blinked in confusion for a few seconds, realizing that his aunt had brought him home. He had never stayed in such a grand room, and it was breathtaking, with the bed being so soft. However, glancing at his clothing, the worn garments appeared particularly out of place in this lovely room. He leaped from the bed, his feet meeting the plush carpet that cushioned his steps. At his bedside, he discovered his small suitcase alongside the mound of candy. The contents were minimal, primarily gifts from DeAndre during the festive seasons. Clad in new, fluffy slippers, he descended the stairs and spotted DeAndre in the kitchen. Upon hearing the noise, DeAndre turned and greeted him. Good morning, Harry. Just in time. Breakfast is ready. After we eat, we'll go out to have some fun. She placed the breakfast on the table and lifted the dazed Harry down from the stairs. Auntie made mushroom chicken porridge, a breakfast from the land of Huaxia. Let us see if it's to your liking. DeAndre served Harry a bowl of porridge. Yum. Auntie's cooking is delicious, Harry exclaimed, lowering his head to scoop spoonfuls into his mouth. He had never had anyone prepare a warm breakfast for him upon waking, nor had he experienced a brand new room filled with new belongings. He had always worn Dudley's hand-me-downs, and the new clothes Auntie had sent him were treasures he had hesitated to wear, having been ruined by Dudley. Oh, does little Harry find Auntie's cooking a tad bland? Shall I add some seasoning? DeAndre asked with a smile, wiping away a tear from Harry's cheek. Auntie's cooking is splendid, Harry replied, tears in his eyes as he devoured 2 large bowls, feeling quite full. The breakfast passed joyfully. Let us go, Harry. Auntie will take you to the amusement park. As for their means of transport, DeAndre opted to take a taxi, exchanging Muggle currency rather than using apparition or the night bus. Auntie, I want to ride the carousel, Harry exclaimed, clutching a cotton candy as he pulled DeAndre forward. All right, let us go. DeAndre smiled, watching little Harry transform from his earlier unease to exuberance. This was the lively spirit a child should possess. After enjoying the carousel, Harry expressed a desire to visit the haunted house. Hey, Auntie, don't be scared. I'll protect you. Little Harry trembled, standing in front of DeAndre as a staff member chuckled while observing Harry's frightened demeanor, circling around him and nearly bringing him to tears. Eventually, DeAndre scooped Harry up and exited the attraction. Auntie, am I useless? Even though I know it's fake, I still feel scared, Harry lamented, akin to a vulnerable creature seeking comfort against DeAndre. Not at all. Harry was incredibly brave to shield Auntie, DeAndre gently reassured him, understanding that a child deprived of love in their early years fears losing the only affection they have. But I'm not handsome, I have a scar on my head. And the other kids don't like me. They call me a monster, and I can't do anything right. Harry's voice dwindled until it was barely audible, clutching DeAndre tighter. DeAndre gazed at the scar, momentarily at a loss for words. It symbolized both Harry's triumph over Voldemort and the loss of his parents. How could that be? That scar represents little Harry's bravery. He is no monster. Auntie possesses magic too. Tomorrow, Auntie will take you to meet other children. You don't have to do anything perfectly, for you have Auntie by your side. DeAndre kissed Harry's scar and cast a silent charm, causing Harry's cotton candy to levitate, leaving him wide-eyed. This is Auntie's secret. You must keep it hush-hush, she whispered playfully. Harry, hearing the need for secrecy, covered his mouth and nodded. DeAndre thought it prudent to write to Mrs. Weasley today, planning to pay a visit tomorrow, as children need friends. Auntie wants to take Harry shopping for clothes. Would you like to accompany me? She said, gently ruffling Harry's hair to shift the topic. All right. Harry wiped his tears away. He felt he had cried more in these past few days than he had in several years. He was not being very manly. 7-year-old Harry resolved. I must grow up quickly to protect Auntie. After Sirius returned, Harry mused. Although I am thrilled to have a godfather, why does he seem to fancy my aunt? Sirius replied, Godson. No, I mean nephew. Harry. Chapter 13, The Weasley Family. How do I look in this outfit, Auntie? Diane produced a garment. Harry gazed at the pile of newly purchased clothing beside him and then at the piece in Diane's hand. Oh, Auntie, I cannot possibly wear so many clothes, he lamented. His brow furrowed. Although he yearned for new attire, he wondered if this was perhaps a tad excessive. All right, just one last item, and then we shall return home, Diane said, ruffling Harry's hair with a chuckle. You're simply adorable. Upon their return, Diane sent a letter to Mrs. Weasley, likely informing her of their visit the following day. Early the next morning, Diane rose, and Harry traveled via Floo powder. Oh, my dear, you have arrived, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, observing the two soot-covered individuals emerging from the fireplace, and promptly cast a cleaning charm. I apologize for the intrusion, Mrs. Weasley, but I brought Harry to pay a visit, Diane explained as she presented a multitude of dresses for Ginny, along with school supplies for the boys, outfits for each of them, Muggle books, a cookbook, and an owl. She even brought a generous assortment of sweets and specialized mouse food for Scabbers, clearly favoring him, as he was her nephew's pet. Oh, Diane, why have you brought so many things again? Mrs. Weasley mused, contemplating whether she ought to send her son to Diane. It's quite all right, Mrs. Weasley, I simply adore Ginny, Diane replied bashfully, feeling the weight of familial ties, especially knowing that her own pig would eventually root around in their only cabbage. By the way, how is Scabbers faring? I brought him some food. The Muggles say it's a real treat for mice, packed with protein, Diane remarked, smiling as she produced a bag of maggots. She had not fed Peter Pettigrew in years. A minor tracking charm had ensured he consumed them, and Diane was not overly concerned about his well-being, as he was quite the survivalist. Oh, sweetheart, you are so kind. I truly do not understand why Scabbers has been acting so erratically over the years, Mrs. Weasley sighed. It will be fine, Mrs. Weasley. He will recover, Diane reassured her, her smile widening, as her spirits lifted for the day ahead. Diane's here. The Weasley children rushed down at the sound from below. Oh, Ginny, Bill, Charlie, Percy, Fred, George, Ron, how are you all? Diane greeted, smiling at the throng of eager children on the stairs. Diane, I missed you so much. Ginny, the youngest, was the first to leap into Diane's arms, her brothers looking on with feigned indifference. Diane felt a sense of fulfillment as she watched the younger ones rush towards her, a testament to her nurturing. This is Harry, my little nephew, she said, gently nudging the shy child forward. He is Harry Potter, Ron and Ginny exclaimed in astonishment as the other children gathered around. Seizing the moment, George stealthily maneuvered past the crowd and embraced Diane. Oh, George, you've grown taller, she remarked, patting his head. Heh, Diane can still recognize me. George grinned. Hey, George, you've taken advantage of my distraction to monopolize Diane. Fred chimed in, lunging toward her. Oh, Fred, what are you saying? Wait, don't crowd too closely. There are distinctions between boys and girls, George interjected with mock seriousness. All right, children, go play. By the way, I hear Percy is heading to Hogwarts this year. I brought him a gift, Diane announced, retrieving a red gift box. Oh, Diane, you really do favor Percy, don't you? Giving him a special gift, George pouted. Well, when little George goes to Hogwarts, I'll prepare a special gift for you as well, Diane teased, humorously deflecting the children's antics. As the meal progressed, Harry seamlessly integrated into the Weasley family, even joining Ron in enduring the twins' playful torment. During lunch, Diane introduced Mrs. Weasley to a new dish from her homeland. A spicy hot pot. Spicy, spicy, Percy exclaimed, gulping down water as he struggled with the heat. Oh, Percy, Fred laughed. Maybe you should join us for a milder broth instead, George added, gesturing toward the younger children who had been forbidden by Diane from eating anything spicy due to their age. Please, who is restricted by age from enjoying food? I can handle both clear broth and spicy. You cannot? Percy retorted, finally gaining a moment of reprieve from his mischievous brothers. Oh, Fred. Oh, George, this is truly disheartening. They lamented in unison, turning their pitiful gazes toward Diane. Cough, cough, it's too spicy for the little ones, Diane said, pretending to cough as she averted her gaze from their sorrowful eyes. Sister, is it too spicy? Here, have my milk, George offered, handing Diane his glass as she finished her own. Oh, George, how come you're so attentive to me? Mrs. Weasley remarked, eyeing George's sudden display of affection with mild irritation. Oh, Mother, I'm Fred, George interjected as he handed the milk to Diane. Hey, George, what are you doing? Fred exclaimed, noticing the milk disappearing. Oh, George, your good brother believes you ought to contribute a cup of milk, he quipped, watching as George passed the milk to Mrs. Weasley. Oh, I am Fred, Fred protested, disgruntled at having his milk taken. All right, let us eat, Diane said, serving them each some lamb. She glanced at Harry's eager eyes and added a few more pieces to his plate. Oh, chopsticks are so hard to use, Ron complained, struggling with his utensils. Oh, our little Ronnie, after all this time, you still cannot manage chopsticks. Fred or George teased him. You're not much better. Ron shot back defiantly. It seemed that little Ronnie was craving some extra attention. The twins exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with mischief. Look over there. Clever little Ron pointed to the harmonious scene unfolding elsewhere. Chapter 14. Seeking a position at Hogwarts, the twins turned to see. Oh, Merlin's spectacles. Our little sister is being coddled in Diane's arms, being fed. This is so unfair. Isn't it, George? Fred lamented. Oh, Fred, I believe you are entirely correct. George concurred. We want some too. They chorused. Enough. You two, sit back down and eat your meal properly. Mrs. Weasley could no longer contain her exasperation. Oh, very well. Mother, they replied, reluctantly complying. The lunch continued amid the twins' playful banter, and afterward, Diane took Harry back to the sweet shop. Harry, our little shop opens tomorrow. Would you care to help your aunt? Diane asked, glancing at Harry, who was quietly observing her brew potions. All right, Auntie. What are you making? Is it poison? Harry inquired, catching a whiff of the strange aroma emanating from the cauldron. This is a potion for the wolfsbane. I'm not concocting poison, Diane assured him, watching as Harry nearly rolled his eyes at the thought. Now, Harry, go rest. Be cautious not to oversleep tomorrow, she advised. Okay, Auntie. I'm off to bed, Harry exclaimed, dashing back to his room, eager to rise early the next day to assist his aunt with the sweets. Diane smiled at his retreating figure before continuing her potion making, and once finished, she called for her son, Cream, to deliver the potions to Lupin. Diane watched the figure of the Cream swirl away until it faded into the stars at the horizon. For years later, Harry was now 11. Aunt, I've received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts. The Harry of today was significantly taller and more exuberant than the Harry of 4 years ago. Oh, let me see, dear. Diane beamed as she observed the boy racing down the stairs, a testament to her successful nurturing. Shall we close up shop and go buy some things for Harry today? Diane's smile widened as she gazed at the letter. Aunt, can we just buy the wizard robes? Harry cautiously looked at Diane, genuinely fearful of her impulse to buy clothes. Ah, dear, do you remember the ball before I graduated? I want to see you in a dashing outfit. Diane's expression fell slightly. All right. We shall buy everything. This familiar feeling emerged. Every time she refused to buy clothes, it would end like this. Come on, Harry, let's first get your uniform. Diane noted Harry's troubled expression. Oh, Harry Potter and Miss Diane. As they entered, they were greeted by a platinum blonde head. Ah, it was Draco Malfoy. Harry was not particularly fond of him. Every time Draco saw his aunt, he exuded an air of superiority, which was not merely a feeling. Oh, Draco, hello? Here to buy clothes as well? Diane remarked, affectionately tousling the boy's hair. You, how dare you treat a Malfoy like that? I'm going to tell my father. Draco was livid. His father had advised him to befriend Miss Diane, although he was uncertain why. However, the cakes sold in her shop were delightful, and he didn't mind her Muggle heritage too much. Yet, she had the audacity to mess with his hair. Oh, forgive me, Draco. Consider this sweet treat a peace offering. Diane observed her hands laden with hair gel, realizing that the young master was less amenable to being tousled than before. As a Malfoy, I have not yet stooped to bullying ladies, Draco said, reluctantly accepting the treat while lifting his chin. Aunt, why don't you go buy something else for now? I'll wait for you at the ice cream shop after I'm done fitting. Harry was not fond of the haughty young master, and certainly did not appreciate his aunt's habit of ruffling his hair. Very well, dear. Diane instinctively raised her gel-coated hand, but paused, switching hands to gently pat Harry on the head before heading off to procure Harry's books. Potter, which house do you think you'll be sorted into? I shall be in Slytherin. It is the best house, Draco said, looking up and elongating his words. Oh, anything will do, preferably Hufflepuff, since my aunt graduated from there. Harry refrained from voicing that he hoped not to be sorted into Slytherin, knowing it would lead to Draco's incessant chatter. After the fitting, Harry dashed off. He could not handle that arrogant young master. Upon exiting the clothing store, Harry went to the ice cream shop to buy 2 cones while waiting for Diane. After a while, he noticed that the insufferable Draco was accompanying Diane, who was also joined by his family. Although Harry had not overheard any conversation between his aunt and Lucius, it seemed the Malfoy family was keen on some business arrangement with her. Miss Diane, I hope you will consider our collaboration next time. Lucius extended his hand towards Diane. I shall, Mr. Malfoy. Farewell. Diane shook his hand, her desire to leave mounting as she feared inadvertently stepping into a Malfoy trap. Goodbye, Miss Diane. Lucius and his family departed. Oh, Harry, let us go buy your wand. Diane affectionately patted Harry's head, knowing that soon she would no longer be able to reach it. All right, Aunt. Finally, they arrived at the wand shop of Ollivander. Ah, good afternoon, Miss Evans. I recall your wand is made of cedar wood, with a unicorn tail hair core, 12 inches long, and of low flexibility. It appears you have kept it in remarkable condition, Ollivander remarked, glancing at Diane's wand. Good afternoon, Mr. Ollivander. I have brought Harry to purchase his wand. Hello, Mr. Ollivander. I am here to buy a wand. Harry eagerly gazed at Ollivander with wide eyes. Oh, come here, child. Ultimately, he chose a wand of holly wood, with a phoenix feather core, 11 inches long, the brother wand to Voldemort. After returning home and waiting for Harry to fall asleep, Diane made her way to Hogwarts to speak with Dumbledore. Ah, Diane, it has been quite some time. Have you brought anything? Dumbledore inquired as he sampled the sweets Diane had prepared. Oh, Headmaster, I brought a plethora of treats. I hope you like them. Diane revealed a bounty of confections. Thank you, my dear. Would you care for a cup of tea? Is there something you wish to discuss today? Dumbledore accepted the sweets while handing Diane a cup of tea, his silver beard shaking with mirth. Headmaster, are there any vacant positions at Hogwarts? Diane asked as she accepted the tea. Ah, my dear, as you know, we have already selected our professors for this year. As Dumbledore noticed Diane producing yet another batch of sweets, he continued, however, if Miss Diane does not mind, you could serve as a substitute professor. Should any of the professors take leave, you may fill in for them. And in your spare time, you could attend classes and occasionally catch any mischievous young wizards. Your salary would be the same as that of a professor. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled at the prospect of having a professor who could teach, manage students, and prepare delightful treats. Hearing that she could secure a position with a salary, Diane couldn't help but smile broadly. Chapter 15, My professor is actually my aunt. In the days that followed, Diane also helped Ron select his entrance gift, a new wand. On September 1st, she accompanied Harry to platform 9 3/4 before departing, wanting to keep the surprise of her new role as a professor for Harry. As Harry boarded the train, he felt a pang of sadness at how quickly his aunt was leaving, and was further provoked by Draco's taunts, almost resulting in a fight. Until he spotted her in the professor's seat, his aunt. Harry instinctively rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was imagining things. He pinched himself. Indeed, it was no dream. Oh, Harry, what are you doing? Ron stifled a scream as he swatted Harry's hand away from his own arm. Ron, is that really my aunt? Harry gestured for Ron to glance at the professor's position. Wait, it truly is Aunt Diane. How did she become a professor at Hogwarts? Ron's eyes widened. Ron, you're adding to your family tree. That is my aunt. You cannot call her sister. Harry, exasperated, pinched Ron once more. All right. Stop pinching. You're leaving marks. Ron swiftly swatted Harry's hand away again. As Harry and Ron conversed, the sorting ceremony commenced. Hannah Abbott, a little girl with 2 braided pigtails, donned the sorting hat and was assigned to Hufflepuff. Hermione Granger, Gryffindor. Draco Malfoy, Slytherin. Harry Potter. Diane watched the child she had nurtured for 4 years grow into a young lad, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. Diane beamed as she observed Harry Potter don the hat and take a seat on the stool. After a moment, the hat declared Harry a member of Gryffindor. Harry dashed over to the bustling Gryffindor table and glanced at Diane, discovering her clapping for him, her chin tilted, head cocked in pride. Diane felt her heart swell. Indeed, he was adorable, her own pride and joy. After a few more names, it was Ron's turn. Ron Weasley, Gryffindor. Oh, Harry, you truly frightened me. I was genuinely worried I wouldn't make it into Gryffindor. Ron patted Harry on the shoulder as he settled beside him. Our younger brother, George, surprisingly does not wish to attend Gryffindor. I dare say Mother would be delighted to learn that little Ron longs for Slytherin. The twins materialized behind Ron without warning. Oh my, have you seen dear Aunt Diane? Ron deftly shifted the subject. Ah, our little Ron has grown quite clever, hasn't he? George, it appears you've mastered the art of diversion. Fred and George, before the feast commences, I have a few words to share. Dumbledore's voice resonated through the hall. That's right, you nincompoops, tearful wretches, miscreants. Thank you, everyone. Oh, Diane gazed longingly at the sumptuous spread before her. It had been ages since she had savored Hogwarts' culinary delights, sampling morsels from this corner and that. Ah, let this young lady, whose head is overrun with weeds, understand that she is no longer a student, but a professor, and must thus maintain her decorum. A voice, unforgettable, pierced through her thoughts. How could she have forgotten that she was seated beside Snape? Diane felt a wave of regret wash over her. Very well, Professor, she thought, casting an eye at Snape, who always reminded her of Petunia. Oh, what a giant of a man. If only you were not so addled, you would comprehend that I am no longer your professor. Call me Snape. Snape regarded the face before him, reminiscent of Lily S., and unleashed his venomous words without restraint. Very well, Snape. Ever since this professor arrived at Hogwarts, he had taken a particular interest in her appearance, and as a mere badger, she found herself summoned to his lair to brew potions after class. Throughout the feast, Diane nibbled delicately at her food, pretending not to feel the piercing gaze that could impale her, and when the feast concluded, she fled back to her office as if on wings. Knock, knock. Just as Diane returned, a knock echoed at the door. Trembling, she opened it to find that familiar face once more. Miss Diane, Surely you wouldn't leave your poor old professor to handle the materials needed for tomorrow's potions class all alone? Very well, Snape, I shall prepare the materials at once. A smile crept onto Diana's lips, only to be followed by a sudden warmth as her head was ruffled twice. Oh dear, since graduation. She had always been the one ruffling others' hair. This was intolerable, yet she decided to let it slide, stealing a glance at Snape and choosing to follow her heart. I hope Miss Diane will not mismanage your poor old professor's potion ingredients again. He hasn't the funds for backups. Snape retorted, that was back in my second year. Snape observed as he successfully tousled her hair into disarray, tugging at the corners of his mouth, while Diane, upon witnessing this, nearly burst into tears. Not daring to rescue her hair from Snape's grasp, here are the materials needed for the fifth-year class. I trust, Miss Diane, that you will not squander your poor professor's supplies. It was only upon reaching the office that Snape finally released her hair. I promise to complete the task, Diane declared, immediately commencing the preparation of the materials, while Snape seated himself with a potions book, observing her as she busied herself. Diane had grown accustomed to being summoned for menial labor. Even the headmaster, unable to bear it any longer, had sought out Snape to grant her a modicum of personal time. Professor, does this look satisfactory? Unbeknownst to her, Diane had already organized all the materials. Yes. Miss Diane, you may leave. Snape responded, finally acknowledging her presence and granting her permission to depart. Diane tiptoed down the staircase, fearful of being caught by Mr. Filch, until she spotted the twins wandering about at night, reminding her that she was, indeed, a professor. What are you two doing out at this late hour? Diane approached the twins stealthily, startling them so that they nearly jumped out of their skins. Upon discovering it was Diane, they sheepishly returned their snack. Sister, we George are hungry, so we went to the kitchen for a bite. Fred, could you please not deduct points? The twins harbored no ill intentions. They were merely in their growth phase and sought a snack. I dare say, Gryffindor shall deduct 5 points for your misadventures and impose a week of detention. Had the twins not mentioned the point deduction, Diane might have forgotten that she was a professor with the authority to impose such penalties. Chapter 16. There's always someone vying for my dear aunt. By Merlin S. Beard. George. Oh, Fred. We have never failed. Well, at least it's Diane's detention chamber. Diane watched the two of them clowning around, a smile playing on her lips as she playfully smacked their heads. Oh, George. Oh, Fred. Aunt Diane has changed. She has grown stricter with us. How unfortunate. This thought amused Diane, as she ushered them back to the Gryffindor common room, swiping their Marauder's map and leaving them with the reminder not to forget their detention for the morrow. Watching her treasures being taken away, the twins appeared to lose all vigor. Although Diane was responsible for preparing materials for all the professors, she had been repeatedly summoned by Snape to handle various tasks. All the while the twins, who were supposed to be in detention, still hankered for sweets. With some free time, Diane glanced at Harry's schedule, coincidentally. The next class was Defense Against the Dark Arts, and she was curious to hear how that peculiar professor with a face like a potato conducted his class. Professor Quirrell, would you care for a sweet? Upon entering the classroom, Diane was greeted by a strong odor of garlic. Diane, Miss Diane, thank you for the sweets. What brings you here? Quirrell stammered, struggling to articulate his words. Oh, Professor Quirrell, may I audit the next class? Diane placed the sweets beside Quirrell, noticing that the young wizards had yet to arrive. Why yes, Miss Diane, do you need to sit by the podium? Quirrell gestured towards a seat near the front. No. Professor Quirrell, I would not want to disturb the students. I shall take a seat at the back. Diane waved her hands dismissively and chose a spot in the corner, indulging in her treats. As the young wizards filed in, each bore an indescribable expression, taking seats towards the back, with a platinum-haired boy settling beside her. Miss Diane, I didn't know you had an interest in this course. Draco approached with a look of exasperation as he sat down. Perhaps Draco could address me as professor. Diane thought, smiling at the approaching boy, hoping the scent of her sweets might mask the garlic aroma. You might find this useful. Diane playfully ruffled his gelled hair and offered him a few confectionaries. I don't want any. Though, since you've offered, I'll reluctantly accept. And please refrain from touching a Malfoy's head. Draco's face flushed a deep crimson, yet he held his head high, accepting the offering. Well then, thank you very much. Young Master Malfoy. Diane stifled a laugh. She found it hard to believe how such a cunning old fox could raise a sweet, naive boy. As Harry arrived late, he found himself seated at the front, occasionally glancing back at Malfoy, who was uncomfortably close to his aunt. How detestable. He knew Malfoy was up to no good. Originally, Diane had enjoyed Defense Against the Dark Arts, but the lesson felt laborious until she heard Quirrell's lecture, which rivaled that of History of Magic. Perhaps she should provide some extra tutoring for the little blonde boy. As the class concluded, the young wizards fled as if pursued by a rampaging beast. Diane exchanged a few words with Quirrell before making her exit, oblivious to the change in his demeanor after she departed. Master, shall we apprehend Miss Evans? Quirrell inquired cautiously, clutching the sweets on the table. Bring her back. My grand revival necessitates her presence. The exuberant tone reverberated in Chilo's ears. Master, why? Chilo trembled even more at the inquiry. Such questions ought not to be asked. The excited voice carried a hint of coldness. Very well, master. Chilo dared not utter another word, slowly gathering his textbooks. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Upon my resurrection, she shall prove invaluable. The voice, frenzied yet laced with an icy undertone, echoed infinitely in Chilo's mind. Auntie, when shall you arrive at Hogwarts to teach? The moment Diane stepped outside, she encountered 3 small, squat figures at the door. Harry. Andy just arrived this year. Diane smiled at her little pumpkins. Professor Evans, may I come to you with questions I cannot solve? Hermione blushed as she squeezed between Harry and Ron, standing before Diane. The recent defense against the dark arts lesson had left her feeling that excelling in her studies was a daunting challenge. It would be my honor, Miss Granger. Perhaps you might address me as Professor Diane, and if you do not mind, may I call you Hermione? Diane regarded the adorable young girl before her, feeling she had struck a bargain with Ron. That is acceptable, Professor Diane. Hermione clutched her books tightly, her cheeks reddening further. Diane then affectionately patted their heads, offering them some sweets before retreating to her office. Not to mention, have you transformed my office into a secret base or a personal kitchen? Now that you know the password? Upon returning to her office, Diane discovered 2 identical red-haired boys indulging in snacks. Sister Diane, George chimed in. Just tell us how you came to know the Marauders map. Fred chimed in. And where is the map now? The 2 stood with pitiful expressions directed at Diane. With a sigh, Diane replied, the Marauders map did serve as my nocturnal tool back in the day. I shall return it once you both secure 2 O's on your exams. Oh, Sister Diane, she's trying to kill us. She expects us to achieve O's. Diane couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the 2 boys huddled together, weeping, and she playfully tugged at their collars, tossing them out. Just then, Draco entered. Catching sight of the 2 and casting a disdainful glance at them before uttering the password to enter. George, how does that arrogant little peacock know the password to the office? Fred leaned against George, who shrugged. I don't know, but I do know he's about to face some misfortune in the coming days. The 2 exchanged knowing glances, both sporting identical grins. Little Draco had no inkling that his seemingly innocuous utterance would subject him to the twins' relentless antics. Chapter 17, The Old Bat Knows My Aunt. Oh, Draco, is there something you need from me? In Draco's eyes, the scene unfolded with Professor Diane, wearing her gold-rimmed glasses, as gentle sunlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating the well-cared-for white plant beside her. She was tidying some documents before turning to face him. In reality, the gold-rimmed glasses were merely a stylish accessory Diane had purchased, and the well-tended plant was a remnant from a time when it had been stained with blood. The documents she hurriedly concealed contained recipes for sweets. Professor Snape is looking for you, Diane, Draco informed, lifting his head, finally perceiving a professor's demeanor. Very well, little dragon, I shall be there shortly. Diane felt an irresistible urge to touzle his platinum locks, even if they were laden with hair gel, and she succumbed to that impulse. You. Draco momentarily grappled with whether to be annoyed at her calling him little dragoner at being patted on the head. All right, Draco, farewell. Mischievously inciting his ire, she took her leave, hoping their next encounter would find him in a more amiable mood. Good luck with Professor Snape. Draco seethed as he watched Diane vanish from sight, snatching a sweet from the table on his way out. Upon reaching Professor Snape's office, Diane hesitated at the door. Professor Snape, is there something you require? She stood at the threshold, too timid to enter. After all, a fragile, timid badger like her would surely suffer a heart attack from daily visits to the lair of the Serpent King. Diane, prepare the materials for my class tomorrow, and remember, I am no longer your professor. You should address me as Snape. Snape remained engrossed in his potion book, his head not lifting. Understood, Snape, Diane replied, her smile concealing her inner thoughts of hexing him. I would think, if Miss Diane has not been struck on the head by a troll, she should be aware that her poor old professor's potion supplies are nearly in shambles. Upon hearing his voice, Diane felt the temperature around her drop several degrees, prompting her to focus on organizing the materials without further distractions. I've finished, Professor Snape. It was a frigid atmosphere in the lounge, where she shivered but dared not summon her wand for a warming charm. Very well, Miss Diane. I hope to see your esteemed presence in my class tomorrow. Snape finally bestowed upon her a glance. All right, Snape. As Diane listened to his voice, she sensed the distance between herself and the leisurely roll of a professor widening. He adored red hair. Surely, she could furnish him with an entire room of it, rather than solely relying on her. As she walked, she contemplated whether to capture a couple of nocturnal lions to deduct some points as a means of venting her frustrations, but ultimately decided against it. After all, It was the very first day of school, and the twins had already endured the brunt of Gryffindor's wrath, though neither party had emerged unscathed. The following day in potions class, Diane, seated at the back, observed her unfortunate little cub enduring trials far beyond his years. She glanced at Draco, whose forehead seemed to bear a lump, a dark bruise stark against his pallid complexion. Poor thing, losing a point. At least I was a Hufflepuff. If I were a Gryffindor, I would surely lose 50 points a day. Now, if I recall correctly, this lesson is supposed to involve an exploding cauldron, isn't it? Diane raised her wand and gently waved it, casting a protective charm on each young wizard. Upon noticing this, Snape shot her a disapproving glance. Diane raised her hand to signal that she would not use her wand again, and he relented. In an instant, the potion in the cauldron splashed onto the floor, sending several young wizards into a state of panic, though fortunately, no serious harm was done. Unfortunately, Diane had forgotten to cast a protective charm for herself. Ouch! The potion splattered onto her right arm, causing it to swell and redden immediately. I wonder if this young lady's head is filled with rushes. Why did she cast protective charms for everyone but herself? Snape seized Diane by the uninjured arm, lifting her up. She felt as though she had sustained a second injury. But gazing at Snape's grim expression, which suggested he might devour her, she remained silent. My apologies, Professor I. Diane felt a surge of nostalgia, sensing herself still a student in his presence. Draco, take Miss Diane to the hospital wing. And Harry Potter, if you do not wish for her to suffer further injury, do not approach her. Snape's booming voice propelled Draco to rush Diane out, blocking Harry's approach. As they made their way to the infirmary, Draco grumbled, "You, of all people, should act like a professor." He was exasperated. All right, I know you're worried about me, little dragon. You can call me professor, but sister works too." Diane found herself nearly in stitches at Draco's chiding. She never imagined a day would come when he would lecture her. You're still laughing. You want me to call you sister? And little dragon too. Draco felt that if he weren't a gentleman, he would have simply tossed her aside and returned to his lessons. I was wrong, he muttered. The child was perpetually rebellious. A good thrashing would suffice, but DeAndre feared that if she struck young Malfoy, the elder Malfoy would arrive in an instant. Upon arriving at the infirmary, Draco felt a sense of relief upon hearing Madame Pomfrey assure him that there was nothing amiss. He couldn't fathom why Dumbledore had appointed her as a professor. Irritated, Draco poured himself a glass of water and flung it onto the table. You ought to address Dumbledore as headmaster, and also refer to me as sister or professor. DeAndre glanced at the irate yet exquisitely crafted doll beside her and felt an urge to misbehave. This was truly not her fault. Ever since their family had visited her shop for desserts, she had taken notice of him, his platinum hair resembling a puffed-up pufferfish. And he was so easily appeased with sweets, it was utterly adorable. I'm telling you, DeAndre, don't even think about messing with my hair. I'm going back to class now. Draco noticed a strange familiarity in DeAndre's gaze that made him shiver. Draco, come here for a moment, she beckoned, waving her hand. What are you doing? Draco approached her, irritation evident in his demeanor, only to feel a sudden chill on his forehead as she took the opportunity to ruffle his hair. Draco remembered he was supposed to call her sister or professor. DeAndre observed her hands, sticky with hair gel. It was a trivial matter, easily remedied. Mind your own business. This time, Draco was genuinely furious and stormed off to the classroom without a backward glance. How dare she touch a Malfoy's head? He ran his fingers over his forehead, now smeared with a fragrant white cream, as he hurried to potions class. Chapter 18. Sirius has escaped. The injuries he sustained were not severe. DeAndre collected her potion and departed, narrowly missing Harry, who had come to check on her after class. For the past few days, DeAndre had either been assisting Snape with materials or crafting magical props, to the point where she felt she might bleed out. A few young wizards, including the ever-pleasant Hufflepuff, had even brought her gifts inquiring about her health. Even Draco had come to see her, though he was perplexed by her sudden bout of bloodshed, nearly dragging her back to the infirmary in alarm. By the time DeAndre realized the date, it was already the eve of Halloween. She irritably patted her head, lamenting that she had missed Harry's first Quidditch match. She had almost forgotten that she was a professor and not merely a student attending potions class every day. Thanks to Snape, she felt as though she had reverted to youth. Would young wizards come asking for candy during Halloween? After all, as a professor here, it wouldn't be unreasonable for her to partake in a bit of candy herself. While lost in thoughts of whether she might ask Snape for sweets without being thrown out, a knock echoed from the door. Come in. DeAndre placed her prepared candies on the table. Auntie, DeAndre, sister. Harry and Ron have arrived. Perhaps they could use some sweets. With a smile, DeAndre scooped up 2 generous handfuls of candy for them. Auntie, do you know about Sirius Black? What has happened to him? Upon hearing that name, DeAndre felt a wave of confusion. Hadn't he escaped in Harry's 3rd year? Wasn't he the one who had betrayed her parents? Is he here to kill me now? Harry's tone grew increasingly agitated, his grip on the table tightening. DeAndre had no doubt that her table would suffer under Harry's fury. Harry, don't worry, he won't harm you. Nor is he the one who betrayed your parents. Perhaps a small gift might lighten your spirits. DeAndre produced 2 red gift boxes and handed them to the boys. I hope you'll wear them. They will protect you. Don't be afraid, Harry. I will handle this matter. With a gentle pat on Harry's head, she nudged them out. Turning around, DeAndre grabbed a container, preparing to expel the blood she had been holding back. She had been crafting magical props all day, and it was quite painful. Thank you very much. These defensive items were originally intended for later, but now they needed to be prepared ahead of schedule. Just as she finished tidying up, another knock at the door echoed. Come in. DeAndre's sister, happy Halloween. This time, it was the twins. She hoped they wouldn't wreak havoc in her office. She handed them candies and gifts, reminding them to wear the gifts before shooing them out. After all, her poor office couldn't endure further chaos from them. Hermione, Cedric, and Draco came by as well. DeAndre followed suit, offering them each a handful of candy and a gift, advising them to wear them. By the time of the feast, DeAndre had cast a disillusionment charm and followed the despondent Hermione closely. She observed as the troll arrived, and Harry and Ron locked the door. Hearing Hermione's voice calling them back, she watched as they knocked the troll unconscious before finally relaxing her grip on her wand. Once everything seemed in order, DeAndre prepared to leave, only to be seized by Snape, who dragged her to his office. Was he placing a tracking charm on her? If Miss DeAndre's mind hasn't been trampled by a troll, she should understand that trolls are quite dangerous. DeAndre quietly retrieved the white cream. Glancing at the injury on Snape's leg, she couldn't determine who was in greater danger and dared not say. Snape regarded the white cream and swallowed back his reprimands, gesturing for DeAndre to leave. DeAndre felt a cloud of uncertainty settle over her. She was unsure of the right course of action. They needed to experience these events. Although she had diligently noted that they were all wearing their magical props, although she was certain they wouldn't suffer harm, DeAndre still felt fear, a fear that she might inadvertently alter the narrative and lead to greater tragedies. Just then, a drop of water splashed onto her face. Was it raining? DeAndre looked up at the darkening sky and cast a waterproof charm. As she surveyed her surroundings, she realized she had wandered to the outskirts of the forbidden forest and prepared to turn back. As she spun around, she spotted a large black dog. DeAndre recognized him instantly as Sirius. She couldn't help but notice how dirty he was. His disheveled fur was matted with twigs and mud, and the pouring rain left him in a wretched state, dirt flowing down onto visible wounds. With a sigh, DeAndre cast a healing charm and a waterproof charm on him before approaching. He was quite thin, nearly skin and bones, as though he hadn't had a proper meal in ages, trembling as if he had endured a long, arduous journey. After a moment of hesitation, DeAndre scooped up the quaking black dog, his muddy coat staining her light-colored attire, but she paid it no mind as she prepared to carry him back to her office. As she walked, DeAndre pondered that although he had entered through the secret passage by the Whomping Willow, the entirety of Hogwarts was under Dumbledore's watchful eye. There was no way Dumbledore wouldn't know if Sirius had entered. Suddenly, DeAndre recalled that when she first returned to Hogwarts after graduating, she had used apparition to arrive. Yet it was prohibited within Hogwarts grounds. The more she thought about it, the more her head ached, so she decided to stop dwelling on it. After all, she would never outsmart Dumbledore. On her way back to her office, Sirius licked her several times, and she struggled to suppress the urge to toss him aside until they reached her office, where she finally set him down. The black dog, undeterred, came over to lick her again. DeAndre, irritated, grabbed a towel and wiped him down a couple of times. Why do you keep licking me? Are you a dog in love? Do you want me to bathe you? She looked at the shivering black dog and gave his head a gentle pat. Arf. Sirius responded with a bark, continuing to lie on the carpet. Sirius, don't pretend you don't understand me. DeAndre gave his head a firm tap. Good evening, little girl. The large dog, sprawled on the ground, underwent a remarkable transformation into a man, clad in garments that appeared even more tattered than rags. With a beard and hair in disarray, yet his facial structure still retained traces of his former handsomeness. Chapter 19, The Stray Dog. Diane observed the disheveled image of Sirius Black and mused that he might even beg for alms on the roadside, and she would be inclined to bestow upon him a gold galleon. Upon noticing his half-dead demeanor, perhaps 2 would suffice. Perhaps you could arrange for a thorough cleansing, he suggested, or conduct an interrogation first. I would prefer to spare my nose the torment. Do you truly believe a freshening up could eradicate the stench of a decade without bathing? Diane retorted, tossing him a brand new nightgown, enchanted to enlarge, into the bathroom. Sirius meekly entered the washroom. When Sirius emerged, he was enveloped in the fragrant aroma of Diane's preferred shower gel, and his unruly beard and hair had been tidied. rendering him significantly more handsome than before. Diane suppressed a smile at the sight of Sirius in his pink nightgown. She would never admit it was a guilty pleasure of hers. You would do well to remain here for the next few days. If you venture outside, you might find yourself minced into dog meat, she warned, pulling Sirius along as she opened the door to the lounge, tossing him a blanket with a cold demeanor. Sleep on the floor, eat first, and once I've apprehended Pettigrew and cleared your name, we shall venture out, Diane instructed, gesturing towards the meal that the house elf had brought while Sirius was bathing. Oh what? Pettigrew is not dead, Sirius exclaimed, bewildered as he was drawn into the lounge, only realizing the implication of Diane's words when he sat down to eat. You were unaware? Then what compelled you to emerge in such a state? Diane questioned, her gaze fixed on the infuriated Sirius before her. I merely wish to see you and Harry. Harry should be starting Hogwarts this year, Sirius admitted, feeling embarrassed about the sorry state he had endured while scavenging for scraps. Very well, you shall stay here for a few days. I will ensure Pettigrew is caught and your name is cleared. As Sirius fell into contemplation, Diane unhesitatingly fed him a piece of beef. Diane, cough cough. Are you attempting to murder me? Sirius nearly choked on the morsel. Do not venture out for the next few days. I know where he is. Your departure would only alert him, Diane said, setting down her chopsticks as she watched Sirius cough. Uffed. Ha. Sirius finally managed to recover and laughed at Diane. What is so amusing? Diane inquired, observing the laughter that rendered Sirius unable to stand upright. Cough, cough. The little girl from back then has grown up, Sirius remarked. The girl who once could be lifted with one hand had blossomed into a graceful young woman, albeit he could still lift her with one hand. 10 years ago, you were an impulsive youth, and now you are an impulsive elder, Diane noted, observing that Sirius no longer bore the reckless demeanor he once had. Nor did he resemble the madman tormented by dementors in the story. Diane's gaze fell upon the rather feminine bracelet adorning Sirius's wrist. He followed her sight and saw the bracelet she had once placed on him, waving his wrist as he said, by the way, why did you give me such a feminine bracelet? Just to clarify, I have never taken it off. Originally, the bracelet was crafted for Diane herself, and it was not inherently feminine, but she rolled her eyes and replied, I'm going to bed now. You can sleep on the floor. With that, Diane changed into a fluffy nightgown, for who does not adore something cozy? She cast a light spell for Sirius, who was still eating, before retiring to bed. As Diane closed her eyes, contemplating the unfolding narrative, she unknowingly drifted into slumber. In the middle of the night, she felt an unfamiliar weight pressing against her waist, but paid it no mind. Upon awakening the next day, Diane found herself looking at that familiar, albeit weary, face. Her mind was blank. Who am I? Where am I? Why is Sirius in my bed? Initially intending to slap him awake, she hesitated upon seeing his frail, almost lifeless appearance, her hand halting midair, fearing that her slap might send him to his demise. Diane struggled slightly, but the arm resting upon her waist felt like stone, rendering her efforts futile. Diane, the arm tightened around her waist, and what little space she had for struggle vanished as she was pulled into his embrace. During his years in Azkaban, he may not have learned much, but it seemed he had mastered the art of sleepwalking. Diane contemplated waking him, but upon seeing his furrowed brow, she dismissed the thought. She wondered how he had escaped from the island without perishing along the way. The bracelet could transfer pain, but it could not erase the toll on his body. Regardless, it was the weekend, and she could afford a bit more sleep. Diane, lost in thought, dozed off again in Sirius's arms. She is still quite soft-hearted, Sirius murmured softly, nuzzling his chin into her hair. When Diane fell asleep, Sirius opened his eyes. He had not enjoyed a restful sleep in Azkaban for quite some time. The slightest noise would rouse him, and he awoke as Diane opened her eyes. Sirius gazed at the girl nestled in his arms, unable to resist nuzzling her head again. He was uncertain when he had developed feelings for her. Perhaps it was when he first beheld her golden eyes, radiant like the sun. The 10 years spent in Azkaban had deepened his affections, compelling him to escape and seek her out. He had initially only intended to see her, fearing she might harbor resentment towards him. However, when he saw Diane unexpectedly walking toward the Forbidden Forest, concern drove him to follow. To his astonishment, she had the audacity to retrieve a dog from the Forbidden Forest and bring it back to the lounge. Watching the girl he longed for, he could not resist showering her with affectionate licks, grateful that she understood the truth and bore him no ill will. Sirius gazed down at the peacefully sleeping girl in his arms, placing a gentle kiss at the corner of her eye, drawing her closer as he rested his head on her shoulder, clad in her fluffy attire, fearing she might vanish at any moment. Inhaling the faint, soothing fragrance of Diane, he finally found solace in sleep, as it had been far too long since he had enjoyed a peaceful slumber. Chapter 20. Catching the Mouse. When Diane awoke to find Sirius still sleeping, nearly approaching noon, she wondered if he was a pig, still slumbering at such an hour. This time, Diane showed no mercy, delivering a sharp slap to his face. "Ark, what are you doing, little girl?" Sirius exclaimed, jolted from his deep slumber. "I fear if you continue sleeping, you may never open your eyes again. Look at your emaciated state. If you do not eat properly, you might break a bone. You can sleep on the floor, yet you still manage to sneak into my bed at night." Diane unleashed her years of wisdom learned from Snape. "Little girl, I'm starving," Sirius lamented, increasingly convinced that his life was in jeopardy, so he swiftly changed the subject. "Starving? Starving to death, you say? Stay put in the lounge. I will fetch you food. If I discover you have ventured outside, I shall have you minced into dog meat," Diane playfully threatened. "I assure you, I shall not step outside, little girl. I am grateful for your hospitality these next few days." Sirius nearly swore an oath to Merlin. Diane initially considered having the house elf prepare a meal, but upon reflection, she decided to cook some warm porridge herself, reasoning that she needed to care for her health. She felt as though she had taken on the role of a caretaker once again. Professor Diane. Diane had just prepared a warm bowl of porridge when a melodious and gentle voice caught her attention. It was Cedric, gazing at the handsome and refined boy before her. It was difficult to fathom that such a lad would meet his untimely demise in the future. "Professor, is something the matter?" Cedric inquired, a hint of unease evident in his eyes as he observed Diane. "Oh, it's nothing. Just remember to wear your necklace. It can protect you." Knowing the events that lay ahead, she could not possibly allow a young wizard with such a promising future to perish. "You've mentioned that several times, Professor." "I always wear it," Cedric replied, noticing the enticing aroma wafting from her hands. "What do you have there?" Each time Cedric encountered Diane, he felt as though she could see through him, gazing into sorrowful truths. It was perhaps best to divert the conversation. "Oh, this is a delicacy from the East. Would you care to try some?" Diane snapped back to reality, ladling a bowl for Cedric. "Thank you, Professor." He held the bowl, feeling a pang of hunger after returning from Quidditch practice. "I must be off now, goodbye." Diane bid him farewell, concerned that Sirius might starve in the common room. "Goodbye, Professor." Cedric, enticed by the fragrant porridge, hurried to eat, fearing that other badgers might swoop in to snatch it away. After finishing his meal, Cedric stepped into the dining hall where the other badgers, drawn by the aroma, sought out house elves, but found nothing, only knowing that it was prepared by Professor Diane. Consequently, each day, the badgers visited Diane's office. Though they could not procure a meal, they could still indulge in desserts. Observing the daily visits from the badgers, Diane pondered whether Sirius was sneaking out behind her back, but that was a matter for another time. "Oh, I haven't had such delicious food in ages. This girl cooks wonderfully," Sirius exclaimed, leaning against the bed as he devoured his porridge, nearly resorting to eating from the pot itself. "Take your time, don't choke," Diane cautioned, worried as she watched him ravenously devour his meal. "Hee, the girl's cooking is delightful." Seeing Sirius chuckle foolishly made Diane feel as though she had taken on another child. "All right, I'm off to find Peter Pettigrew. Remember, don't leave the common room." Diane thought it unwise to let Sirius linger in her quarters. She intended to toss the bedridden occupant, Peter, out. "Diane, be careful," Sirius warned, grasping her wrist, uncertain of how to articulate his concern. Advising her against involving herself in such matters felt futile. She was Harry Potter's aunt, the epicenter of the storm from the very beginning. "Don't worry, a wandless wizard won't harm me," Diane reassured, freeing herself from his grip as she retrieved the Marauder's map confiscated from the twins. Sirius reminisced about the softness of her hand, sighing. He felt she was too frail. These troubles should have been resolved by adults, yet here she was, a mere few years past adolescence, entangled in their affairs. As Diane perused the map in the corridor, she noticed Ron and Peter's names overlapping in the Great Hall, a revelation that came effortlessly. "Little Ron," she called out, spotting her target. "Ah, Diane's sister." Ron and Peter, startled mid-meal, turned to see Diane approaching. "Auntie, Professor Diane." The two seated near Ron also reacted. "What brings you here, Diane's sister?" Ron asked, picking up a chicken leg that had slipped from his grasp in fright. "How is Scabbers doing lately?" Diane inquired, a smile gracing her lips as she playfully grabbed Peter, who was dining beside Ron. "Sister, you needn't worry about Scabbers. He has been much better these past few days. You know he had his moments of madness." Ron was not surprised by Diane's concern for Scabbers. The kind and beautiful Diane had always cared for the small rodent, occasionally invoking jealousy in Harry. "Then I shall take him for a checkup," Diane said, smiling as she led Peter towards Snape's office, feeling a dose of Veritaserum was in order. "Oh, Ron, Hermione, don't you think my Aunt's smile is a bit frightening today?" Harry whispered to them after Diane had departed. "Is it? I think it's quite normal," Ron replied, still chewing on his chicken leg. "Harry, you must be mistaken. Professor Diane has always been gentle," Hermione chimed in. "Perhaps," Harry mused, ruffling his hair as he returned to his meal. Meanwhile, Diane, having obtained the Veritaserum from Snape, dragged the immobilized Peter Pettigrew to Dumbledore's office. "Ah, Diane, would you care for a lemon drop?" Dumbledore offered, gesturing to the sweets on his desk as Diane approached briskly. "No, Headmaster, I have brought you something." Diane administered the potion to the mouse, casting it onto the floor. Under Dumbledore and Diane's watchful eyes, the mouse transformed back into Peter Pettigrew. "Perhaps we should inform Snape," Dumbledore suggested, as the dark figure of Snape emerged from behind him, his countenance grim. Indeed, Miss Diane must be aware of her humble professor's sentiments, given she has administered nearly half a vial of Veritaserum. Snape glared at the potion in her hand. Professor Diane stammered, nervously concealing the potion behind her back. "Well, I believe Miss Diane has something of significance to discuss," Dumbledore remarked, casting his gaze upon the restrained Peter. Diane turned Peter's face towards her with a spell, finding him distasteful to touch, her patience wearing thin. Chapter 21. A Pummeling for Relief. "Are you the secret keeper for Lily and James?" "Yes," Peter replied, fear creeping into his eyes as he became increasingly aware of his lack of control over his own words. "Did you betray Lily and James?" Diane kicked him in the leg, unable to contain her frustration any longer, and there was no rule against striking him. "Why, yes," Peter stammered, his previously sneaky visage contorting into a loathsome grimace. Snape's expression darkened further with every word, his grip on his wand tightening as if ready to strike. "It seems we ought to invite the friend who spent the night in Diana's common room, shouldn't we?" Dumbledore maintained his usual cheerful demeanor, as if nothing was amiss. "Diane, who have you been hiding?" Snape, though suspecting the answer, found it hard to believe she had dared to harbor an escaped prisoner from Azkaban. "Let me call him over," Diane chuckled nervously, feeling it was best to leave the scene, for she was not this anxious even in Dumbledore's presence. "Perhaps you could take a few swings at him," Dumbledore suggested, glancing at Snape, who was emanating dark clouds of frustration. "You know I have no need for that," Snape retorted, his mood visibly souring further. Upon returning to her office, Diane opened the door to find a black dog rolling about on her bed, the poor mattress appearing on the verge of collapse. "Sirius, we must go. Dumbledore is looking for you." Diane calmly pulled the dog up. "Huh, you've caught me so quickly?" Sirius was bewildered, having hoped to stay a few more nights. "You wishful thinker. Dumbledore intends to turn you into filling for dumplings," Diane teased, dragging the dog, clad in pink pajamas, towards the exit. "Oh, Merlin S. Beard. Are you really sending me out in this?" Sirius protested, raising his hand to indicate his pink attire. "What's wrong? Would you prefer a skirt?" Diane pointed to a dress in the wardrobe. "Actually, this isn't too bad. Let us go." Sirius glanced at the dresses, but then pulled the girl back. As Sirius Black entered the principal's office, a wave of regret washed over him. Had he known Severus Snape was present, he would have transformed into a dog. It was utterly astonishing that the illustrious Mr. Black possessed such peculiarities. Did Miss Dinder truly employ half a vial of Veritaserum on your poor old professor for this man? Dinder fell silent for a moment, contemplating whether she could make a hasty exit. "Long time no see, Albus," greeted Severus Snape, his voice dripping with disdain. Just as Sirius was about to utter a particularly scathing word, Dinder pinched him fiercely. "You little girl, that really hurt," Sirius exclaimed, rubbing the spot where she had pinched him. "Did you not see the individual lying on the floor?" Dinder retorted, exasperated. She was genuinely fearful that the two men would erupt into a quarrel upon meeting. Observing the veins bulging on Sirius's temples and arms, she glanced at Peter Pettigrew with a hint of madness in her eyes, fearing that Sirius might actually beat him to death. "How dare you? I trusted you completely. James and Lily only allowed you to be their secret keeper because of my recommendation. You must feel quite proud to have led Voldemort to them." Sirius's fists rained down upon Peter, and those around them made no effort to intervene, reasoning that as long as he didn't kill him, it was a spectacle worth watching. "Child, he must face questioning from the ministry and be sent to Azkaban. Perhaps you can see Harry now," Albus finally interjected, halting Sirius just as he was about to take another swing at Peter. Yes, you are Harry's godfather. Shouldn't you go and see him?" Peter clung to the notion desperately. "How dare you even mention Harry?" Sirius bellowed, his voice hoarse with rage. "Enough, Sirius. Harry wishes to see you as well. You are not only his godfather, but one of his few remaining family members. Perhaps it's time you collected yourself and went to visit him." Dinder interjected just in time to prevent Sirius from losing control again. "Fine," he conceded, a red glaze filling his eyes. He could not kill Peter. Instead, he desired to see him suffer the torment he deserved. After all, for the cowardly, some things are far more terrifying than death. Dinder bid farewell to Albus and Severus, then took Sirius by the arm to lead him out of the office, leaving the rest to Albus, who would certainly handle it appropriately. Along the way, Sirius remained unusually quiet, perhaps subdued after the earlier altercation. "Dinder," he started. Dinder, what is it?" Speak your mind. Don't keep me in suspense. Dinder was growing increasingly annoyed with him, turning back to see a grown man on the verge of tears. Wait, are you actually crying? Please, don't cry, Dinder exclaimed, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe away the tears on Sirius's face before shoving him into her office and closing the door behind them, not wanting anyone to think she was bullying him. Once inside, Sirius enveloped Dinder in a tight embrace, burying his head in her shoulder. Initially, she intended to push him away, but feeling the dampness on her shoulder, she reluctantly lowered her hand. However, his towering height, over 6 feet, pressing against her petite frame was quite exhausting. After what felt like an eternity, Dinder's legs began to numb before Sirius finally released her, saying, "Can I change into something else before I go see Harry?" Dinder shifted her aching legs and replied, "Hold on, let me get you something new." With that, she vanished from the room. Sirius stared at the spot where she had disappeared before turning to the common room, intending to rest for a while longer. Having arrived in Diagon Alley, Dinder did not immediately purchase clothing, but instead went to the wand shop. "Oh, Miss Evans, I remember your wand well. Cedarwood, unicorn hair, 12 inches, and quite sturdy," Mr. Ollivander said, emerging from behind the shelves as he heard her enter. "Ollivander, I would like to choose a new wand. Preferably not with unicorn hair," Dinder replied with a smile. "If you don't mind, may I take a look at your previous wand?" Ollivander asked, concern etched on his face, specifically for the wand's well-being. "Of course, Mr. Ollivander," Dinder said, handing her wand to him. "Oh, Miss Evans, you've taken excellent care of it. Are you sure you want to purchase another?" He examined the wand in his hands, visibly relieved. "Yes, sir. This wand is not quite suitable for certain tasks," she replied as she accepted the wand back from him. "Very well, Miss Evans. You may need this one." "Just a moment, please," Ollivander said, turning to rummage through his stock. Dinder thought to herself, "I regard him as a professor, yet he wishes to be a father figure." Meanwhile, Sirius, who had been hiding, mused, "Why does this girl treat me like a child?" Chapter 22, Barbecue. "This you wand, with werewolf hair, 11 inches, is quite flexible. Give it a try, child," Ollivander offered, presenting a box. Dinder took it in her hand, tested it, and found it satisfactory. "How much is it, Mr. Ollivander?" 7 galleons. With her newly acquired wand, Dinder returned home with an owl and several outfits suitable for Sirius. Little girl upon entering the common room, she spotted a dog rolling on her bed, her fists clenched in irritation. "Change into those clothes. I'll go fetch Harry." She tossed the clothing onto the bed where the black dog was frolicking. "Wait, little girl. I can accompany you to find Harry. I'm eager to see him." The dog on the bed transformed into a man clad in pink pajamas, excitement radiating from him. "Given your current status as an Azkaban fugitive, I fear you might frighten the young wizard," Dinder replied, her imagination conjuring images of a mob of little wizards running amok. "Oh, they ought to cultivate their courage in the face of danger," Sirius said nonchalantly, yet he obediently returned to his seat. "You will have plenty of time to spend with Harry later," Dinder stated as she made her way to the Quidditch pitch. It was the weekend, and Harry was likely engaged in training with his captain. Perhaps she could bring some treats for the children. Upon reaching the Quidditch pitch, Dinder beheld a flurry of young lions training with exuberance. It was delightful to witness the vigor of youth. Perhaps she could afford to keep Sirius waiting a moment longer. "Auntie, you're here," Harry exclaimed upon spotting Dinder with a tray of snacks as he finished training. "Harry," she said, filled with pride. He was lively and cheerful, a testament to her upbringing, though perhaps the shadows of his childhood had made him somewhat clingy. "I brought some snacks for you all," Dinder said, wiping the sweat from Harry's forehead before handing him the treats. "Auntie Dinder, Professor Dinder." The enthusiastic shouts from the young lions triggered her social anxiety, and she thought, "Such adorable children will soon face battles with countless casualties. Perhaps I should venture to Azkaban and take care of those inside first." Shaking her head to dispel the grim thoughts, Dinder watched the little wizards joyfully devour cream puffs, the sweet cream melting in their mouths. Delightful indeed. Thankfully, Harry was in Gryffindor. The neighboring Slytherins were likely envious. Watching the children enjoy their treats brought a smile to Dinder's face. Feeding little ones was a joyous affair. "Harry, would you like to come to my office for a surprise?" she asked, ruffling Harry's windblown hair, the familiar texture still delightful. "Ahem, Andy, you're not preparing an entire wardrobe for me, are you?" Harry quipped, recalling the time Dinder had gifted him a whole closet of clothes for his birthday, which had nearly overflowed his storage. "Oh, not at all. You will definitely love it," Dinder replied, maintaining an air of mystery. "All right then, Andy, I can hardly wait." Harry beamed, knowing he would cherish whatever Dinder presented, as he regarded her as his only family. The rest were mere acquaintances he might see during holidays. But such thoughts were best left unspoken. Upon entering the office, Harry immediately spotted Sirius Black, who perhaps was intended by his aunt to serve as a punching bag for her frustrations. Harry glanced at Sirius, who sat solemnly in his chair. unbound and lost in thought. Had he inadvertently provoked his aunt recently? Surely, she wouldn't unleash an escaped convict from Azkaban upon him. As for the notion of her harming him, Harry held a flicker of belief that she wouldn't resort to such measures. Otherwise, who would change her clothes? Harry, oh, you bear an uncanny resemblance to James, and your eyes, they are just like Lily's. The moment Sirius laid eyes on Harry, it was as if he was gazing upon a younger version of James, identical in every way save for the eyes. Harry found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps he should deliver a few punches to this man who had betrayed his parents. Actually, Harry, the secret keeper for your parents was not him, but rather Peter Pettigrew. He is likely to be captured and sent to Azkaban soon. Perhaps tomorrow's Daily Prophet will announce it. Finally, Dumbledore remembered that he had yet to explain this to Harry. I'm truly sorry, Harry, I should have been your godfather. Sirius was uncertain about how to articulate this, given that the secret keeper had been his recommendation. Oh well. Harry found himself equally tongue-tied. His feelings towards Sirius were steeped in hatred. He despised him for betraying his parents. Yet now, he was suddenly informed that Sirius not only had not betrayed them, but was also his godfather. For years, Dumbledore had been both a father and mother figure to Harry, who had regarded him as his only family. Under Dumbledore's care, Harry had become less fixated on familial bonds, having found love from someone. And now he was faced with another figure he was unsure how to respond to. Take your time to chat. Today is a cause for celebration. Would you fancy some barbecue this evening? Perhaps we could invite a few young witches and wizards to join us at Hagrid's for a barbecue. Hopefully. We want to set the Forbidden Forest ablaze. Harry thought highly of his aunt. It would be delightful if they could have some desserts and juice as well. Upon hearing the mention of barbecue, Harry felt a surge of entitlement. After all, his aunt had not prepared barbecue for him in quite some time. Sirius, who was unaware of what a barbecue entailed, could only watch as the two conversed. All right, you two chat away. I'll go make some preparations. Dumbledore said as he exited the office, leaving the two to stare at one another. Harry, Sirius, Hagrid, Ron, Hermione, George, Fred, Percy, Oliver, Cedric, Cho. Let's also invite Draco, Pansy, Blaise, and Theodore. Surely, there won't be any altercations. Dumbledore mused that at least due to his perceived value, these pure-blood youngsters generally behaved themselves around him. The professors could finish grilling and then send the food to the students afterward. As evening approached, Hermione spotted Draco and his companions approaching and wondered why Dumbledore had extended an invitation to them. The Gryffindors were equally puzzled. What a mudblood. Pansy hesitated to utter the derogatory term, recalling how the four of them had been caught by Dumbledore for using it in his shop. All four had received a sound reprimanding, and even Blaise and Theodore, who had remained silent, faced consequences, returning home to face their parents' wrath. That day had been utterly chaotic. Pansy, you've arrived. What would you like to eat? Dumbledore smiled at the proud little children as they walked by, finding them quite adorable. Grilled eggplant, Pansy replied, turning her head away in a show of restraint. Very well, Miss Parkinson. Such delightful children deserve a bit of pampering. Hey, I want corn. Draco pouted, feeling neglected. All right, young Malfoy, you may first fetch some drinks. We have your favorite green apple-flavored juice. Dumbledore thought to himself that time spent with these little ones was fleeting, and the moments to indulge them were dwindling. Fine, since you insist, I shall reluctantly try it. Draco haughtily lifted his chin and grabbed the juice, taking a seat as far away from Gryffindor as possible. Soon, Cedric and Cho arrived. A little badger and a little eagle mingling amidst the lions and snakes, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. Chapter 23, The Barbecue Continues. Two individuals emerged from Hagrid's hut, carrying freshly squeezed juice, rendering the corn in Draco's hands suddenly unappetizing. Technically, Sirius was his uncle. And although Dumbledore had explained this upon extending the invitation, he was still a traitorous pureblood. Draco resolved to pretend not to see him. Hey, Potter, that is my corn. As Draco was momentarily distracted, Harry snatched the last piece of corn from his plate. Hey, Malfoy, does that corn have your name on it? Harry took a hearty bite of the corn in his hand. Potter. Draco's face flushed with anger, while Dumbledore swiftly shoved a piece of corn into Draco's mouth, followed by a splash of green apple juice. Dumbledore, are you trying to murder a Malfoy? I'll tell my father. Draco nearly choked on the mouthful. All right, I concede. Young master, let us not quarrel over this, especially considering the green apple juice. It became apparent that the Gryffindor children and the Slytherin children were ill-suited to coexist. I'm merely too lazy to argue with him. It's not because of you. Draco calmed himself after taking a large sip of juice. Once Draco was pacified, Dumbledore surveyed the room and realized that each house's children required individual attention. Hermione and Pansy bickered over food, ate, and then resumed their quarrel. But at least they refrained from uttering anything too egregious. Blaise seemed eager to converse with Cho, but was separated by Cedric. George and Fred had dosed the Slytherins with a potion, resulting in Percy and Oliver sprouting cat ears, and now they were chasing the twins around. The two quietest children in attendance were surprisingly Ron and Theodore. Dumbledore tearfully rewarded them with a large chicken leg and some juice. Good children. However, upon seeing that only they were given chicken legs, the other children's gazes began to drift towards Dumbledore. Harry, with his green eyes, looked on pitifully. Andy, don't I get one? The blonde young master, Draco, merely scoffed. Humph, I'm not interested. Hermione ceased her quarrel with Pansy, merely observing Dumbledore in silence. Pansy also paused to glance at Theodore's chicken leg and then back at Dumbledore. All the children turned their eyes towards Dumbledore, none wishing to appear ungrateful. Yet the barbecue was simply too delicious. Dumbledore felt his heart racing under the weight of their imploring gazes. As if he were a mother who had just given birth to a multitude of children, nervously stating, "Just a moment, the rest will be ready shortly." At last, each child received a chicken leg, and even Sirius and Hagrid joined in the request for one. Once the chicken legs were distributed, the young wizards began squabbling over desserts. Dumbledore concluded that in the future, he might need to prepare identical portions for everyone. Ultimately, the children were subdued only through Sirius's authoritative intervention. After the barbecue concluded, Dumbledore felt as though he had just witnessed a theatrical performance, with himself as the central character. He hurried all the children back to their dormitories before curfew and then delivered the barbecue to each professor, all of whom expressed their enjoyment. And he even garnered Severus's approval, successfully earning the right to call him Severus, though his expression remained somewhat dark. Chapter 24. Let us munch on a big melon. The following day, the Daily Prophet reported on Sirius's innocence, revealing that Peter Pettigrew was the true perpetrator behind the deaths of 12 muggles and 1 wizard. Everything seemed fine until Dumbledore saw the news of Peter's escape. She realized then that the Ministry of Magic was utterly unreliable. Dumbledore pondered that although the young witches and wizards had classes today, she generally only went to Severus to handle materials, deliver meals, and administer potions for injuries. Otherwise, Severus and Harry stared at each other, their expressions locked in an intense gaze. Harry's grip on the food he carried became increasingly unstable. Heaven knows what emotions compelled him to acquiesce to his aunt's request to deliver meals, potions, and manage potion ingredients for Professor Snape. Professor Snape, Professor Dienda has sent me to bring you food and medicine and assist you with your injuries. Finally, Harry spoke, observing Snape's complexion darkening further. Harry, interrupting a professor during potion preparation incurs a loss of 3 points, Snape retorted, his glare directed at the boy who bore an uncanny resemblance to James Potter. What a jest it was to suggest James should tend to his wounds. Professor Snape, my aunt insists that your injuries are quite serious and require treatment. Without waiting for Snape's response, Harry began to apply the ointment, recalling his aunt's advice that a gentle approach would not suffice. Get out. Leave. Snape's ire was palpable, and he could not truly consider giving Harry a severe reprimand. I apologize, Professor. I assure you, this is not my desire. But my aunt has insisted upon it. She has provided far too many sweets for the month. Just bear with me, Harry thought to himself. By the time Harry had finished applying the salve, Snape's expression had become as dark as night. Harry Potter, interrupting a professor during potion preparation incurs a loss of 10 points. Professor, this is a snack from Professor Dienda. Upon hearing the point deduction, Harry hastily produced his aunt's secret weapon. 1 point deducted, go chop some slug. Snape, eyeing the seemingly delectable treat, resolved to limit the point deduction. Very well, Professor. Harry exhaled in relief. At least only 1 point was deducted. Professor, I have arrived. A familiar voice echoed from the doorway. Malfoy, assist the Gryffindor student with the slugs. Do not allow him to chop them all, for your poor professor lacks the resources to allow for waste. Snape, engrossed in grading assignments, barely lifted his gaze. Yes, Professor. Draco approached Harry, smirking. Oh, Potter, your chopping skills leave much to be desired. Had you not been here, I am certain the quality of those slugs would have improved dramatically. Harry retorted without hesitation. You, Malfoy, upon feeling insulted, turned as red as a ripe apple. If you two knew you were merely chopping slugs and not attempting to deafen your poor professor, 5 points would be deducted from Gryffindor. Snape, still absorbed in his work, deducted the points he had previously omitted. Harry fell silent. He needed to ensure he did not incur a deduction exceeding 10 points. Meanwhile, Dienda had been tracking Peter Pettigrew, finally capturing a mouse in a desolate area. Quickly bind him. Eek. Dienda observed the writhing mouse and transformed him back into his human form. How did you find me? No, it is impossible for you to have located me. Peter Pettigrew's eyes widened with terror as Dienda approached. Now is not the time for such discussions. It is time for retribution. The smile on Dienda's face appeared to Pettigrew as foreboding as that of the next Dark Lord. No, you cannot treat me this way. No, this is dark magic. You cannot use it. Peter's cries echoed across the barren land. I must return swiftly, otherwise there will be concerns for my absence. Dienda remarked, casting a glance at the setting sun. All right, kind lady, spare me. Do not send me to Azkaban. Peter, utterly broken, pleaded desperately. Indeed. You cannot go to Azkaban, Dienda replied, contemplating the man responsible for her sister's demise. What would you have me do to release you? She crouched beside Pettigrew. Please. Kind lady, spare me. I will promise you anything to avoid Azkaban. His demeanor was so pitiful that it seemed he would kiss Dienda's shoes if he could move. How about I cast Avada Kedavra upon you? Dienda waved her. You want? No, not that. Your soul. Though frightened. Pettigrew did not believe Dienda would truly kill him. Avada Kedavra. To Dienda, it mattered not. Without a spell, a soul would not shatter but merely develop cracks. She only wished for their future to avoid such tragedy. If victory demanded a price, she was willing to bear it all. Pettigrew could not go to Azkaban. Should the inmates ever escape, Severus, standing behind Dumbledore, would ensure he faced further torment. Dumbledore traded a select few for a favorable outcome. Yet Dienda desired a better fate for even the few. The task must be completed swiftly, she thought, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. The following morning, Harry knocked on Dienda's door. Annie, I believe Snape is searching for something guarded by a three-headed dog. I have seen his wounds. Harry clutched Dienda's sleeve in anxiety. Perhaps you might consider trusting Severus. He is quite a good person. Dienda attempted to reassure Harry. All right, Auntie. Dienda noted the wonder in Harry's gaze, as though he were witnessing something miraculous. Do not worry, Harry. Professor Severus would never act in such a manner. He has a fondness for you. And as you become more acquainted, you will find him to be quite approachable. Good luck in tomorrow's Quidditch match. Dienda endeavored to restore her own image. I understand. Auntie, Harry replied, departing with the air of one profoundly shaken. Professor Snape likes him? Surely this must be a jest. The sumptuous feast laid before him failed to bring Harry back to reality the next day. Professor Snape likes him? Surely, the sky must be falling. Ron and Hermione's attempts to coax him into eating more were in vain. By 11 o'clock, Harry had not spotted Dienda at the professor's table. Instead, he observed her handing something to Ron on the Gryffindor side, and Ron appeared quite thrilled. Harry intended to linger a moment longer, but was called back by Wood to join the others. As he approached the pitch, he noticed Dienda had returned to the professor's seat, now seated beside Quirrell. Auntie, how could you endure Quirrell's garlic stench? No wonder you can befriend Severus. Chapter 25, A Stomp of the Foot. Madam Hooch stood at the center of the pitch as the referee. Lee Jordan, a friend of both the Gryffindors and the twins, served as the commentator. The match commenced with Gryffindor in the lead, but soon Slytherin began employing underhanded tactics to close the gap. Suddenly, Harry's broom began to shake violently, but stabilized in the next moment. Ouch! Miss Dienda, you stepped on my foot. Dienda, having unknowingly stood up beside Quirrell, had heavily stepped on his instep, causing him to abandon his spellcasting. Oh, I apologize, Professor Quirrell. I did not notice. As she lifted her foot, her balance faltered, and she inadvertently stepped down hard once more. Oh, I am truly sorry, Professor Quirrell. I am just so excited. Dienda smiled bashfully at Quirrell. And no harm done, Miss Dienda. Gazing at the innocent smile upon Dienda's face, Quirrell chose to trust her. At that moment, the match concluded, with Harry catching the golden snitch in his mouth, leading Gryffindor to victory with a score of 170-60. Spotting the end of the match, Dienda moved aside to await Harry's descent. Auntie, I won. I caught the golden snitch. Upon dismounting, Harry immediately saw Dienda waiting for him with a glass of juice in hand. Well done, Harry. Here, have some juice. Dienda offered Harry a cup, ensuring every newly emerged Gryffindor received one as well. Oh, I knew it. Dienda, our sister loves us. Fred exclaimed. Unlike Slytherin. George added. All right. You too. Cease your banter. Slytherin has juice as well. With that, Dienda produced more juice, making her way towards the Slytherin side. Ah, Slytherin has juice too. If George had dog ears atop his head, they would surely droop. Get lost. We have no need for your faux benevolence, you mudblood. This utterance instantly captivated the attention of the Gryffindor cubs, who turned to see Marcus Flint standing by, accompanied by a shattered juice cup at his feet. What nonsense are you spouting, you snake? Fred retorted. You need to be lying down in the hospital wing. George exclaimed, as he and Fred rolled up their sleeves, preparing to engage Marcus Flint in a brawl. Oh, sister, don't hold us back. The twins protested, their destinies grasped in the vice-like grip of DeAndre. While she restrained the twins from fighting, she simultaneously consoled an irate Harry and urged the other cubs, who were eager to roll up their sleeves. Once she had managed to corral all the would-be brawlers, DeAndre finally found a moment to speak. I believe I am your professor. I should have the authority to deduct 5 points from Slytherin. With that, she cleared away the remnants of the juice spilled on the floor. Huh. I cannot fathom why Dumbledore would appoint a mudblood as a professor. Marcus Flint sneered disdainfully, mocking what he considered the most trivial of attributes. I believe Slytherin deserves another 5 points deducted for that remark, DeAndre noted, as the Gryffindor cubs, previously pacified, once again felt the urge to engage in conflict. All right, we're off. Let us return and celebrate your victory with a hot pot. DeAndre decided a hot pot was in order to soothe the Gryffindors, pulling Harry along with her. Upon hearing the mention of hot pot, the cubs gleefully trailed after DeAndre, while the twins brought up the rear, muttering amongst themselves, unaware that Marcus Flint would soon bear a peculiar scent for days to come. Chapter 26, Hot Pot. This time, the hot pot was hosted at the same venue as the previous barbecue, and all but Sirius, who had already departed Hogwarts, were invited. A group of young wizards, eager to help yet only causing chaos, were shooed by DeAndre to take their seats. Hey, why is there a snake at the last barbecue? And now there's a snake at the hot pot? George glared angrily at Draco and his trio across the table. You Weasleys ought to show some respect. Draco shot back, irked. I wonder which house dared to utter such an utterly disrespectful term towards Aunt DeAndre. Fred slammed the table in frustration, nearly toppling the unboiled hot pot. All right, simmer down, both of you. The hot pot is ready. Let us add the ingredients. DeAndre, feeling a bit exasperated at the Gryffindors who had been bickering with Slytherin all day, noted that they had already lost 10 points. Aunt, we're just upset with how they spoke of you. Harry expertly maneuvered his chopsticks to dip some lamb into the pot, though the hot pot could do little to assuage his troubled spirit now. All right, but are Draco and the others not correct? As the remaining young wizards, aside from Harry, Ron, Fred, George, and Percy, were still getting accustomed to using chopsticks, DeAndre had already prepared their portions on plates. Oh, I don't like this mushroom, Draco protested. No picky eating, DeAndre dismissed his complaint. Oh, fine, Draco conceded to the reality. There's plenty of lamb this time. DeAndre extended an olive branch. All right, I reluctantly accept. Draco acquiesced to her offer. After the hot pot, Harry, Hermione, and Ron intercepted DeAndre. What's the matter, young wizards? DeAndre inquired, looking at the trio blocking her path. Ron was accompanied by the new owl DeAndre had just gifted him, as she had told him that his previous pet had not survived, hence the new companion, which Ron now cherished dearly. Professor, Snape is trying to kill Harry. I witnessed him casting a spell on Harry's broomstick. He wants him to fall. Hermione grew increasingly agitated with every word. Rest assured, I can guarantee that Professor Snape is a good man. He would never harm you. As DeAndre uttered this, she felt 3 pairs of eyes fixate on her, as if she were a naive fool. Perhaps you might consider trusting Professor Snape, she suggested, sensing they regarded her as a hapless child who had been sold out, yet continued to aid others. How could she explain that she was not foolish? All right, Professor DeAndre. We'll take our leave. In the silence that ensued, it was Hermione who finally broke the tension. All right, may you all have sweet dreams tonight. Unable to withstand their scrutinizing gazes any longer, DeAndre opted for retreat. Severus, I've done my best to explain, though you do tend to speak of children as if they were mere trifles. Harry and his friends watched DeAndre depart before heading towards Hagrid's hut. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin common room, Flint and Draco had inquired about the day's Quidditch events, and, upon returning, spotted Flint lounging on the sofa. Oh, the little master of the Malfoy house and his friends. What's the matter? Flint lounged nonchalantly. I advise you not to provoke Professor DeAndre. Draco recalled the tidbit he had just learned. Flint had dared to insult DeAndre, a feat Draco had never attempted. Are the Malfoys so close to mudbloods? Flint chuckled, unfazed. I doubt the Flint family can withstand a reprisal from the Malfoys, can they? Draco asserted, looking down upon him. You. Flint stammered, rendered speechless. I believe the Flint family would prefer not to receive a letter from my father tomorrow. Draco raised his chin in disdain. Huh. I once he stooped to engaging with children. Flint stood and retreated to his dormitory. My father will learn of this. Draco watched Flint's retreating figure before heading to his dormitory to pen a letter. He absolutely must inform his father. As Christmas approached, DeAndre prepared an ample supply of gloves, intending to gift each of the young wizards remaining at school with one, hoping to ensure that those who did not return home would still receive a present. Chapter 27, Snowball Fight. On the eve of Christmas, DeAndre wrapped the gifts and placed them beneath Hagrid's fir tree. Vibrant boxes of 4 colors piled high beneath the 12 trees. She gazed upon the gifts, hoping they would bring comfort to the young wizards who remained at Hogwarts. Meanwhile, her owl had flown off to deliver gifts, and she hoped it wouldn't tire itself out, rewarding it with extra treats upon its return. The following day, DeAndre awoke to find a plethora of gifts by her bedside. The first gift, from Aunt Petunia and her family, contained various treasures along with words of concern. Huh. I knew Aunt Petunia would come through, sensing I was nearly too broke to afford a meal. The second was a knitted orange sweater from Mrs. Weasley. Harry had sent a garland imbued with a spell to prevent it from wilting, while the twins had gifted a small toy. And Sirius, along with the Malfoy family, had sent jewelry. Finally, the last gift stood out as one from Professor Snape. He had always received a pile of gifts from her during holidays, and eventually, he could no longer withstand her inquiries about her gifts, leading him to bestow gifts upon her each holiday. DeAndre picked up the most lackluster package among them, saving the best for last. A small vial of Felix Felicis. Wow, what a generous gift from the professor. This is simply marvelous. Adorned with the garland gifted by Harry, DeAndre attended the Christmas feast, where, as per tradition, the tables overflowed with roasted turkeys and potatoes. Each young wizard who received gloves eagerly thrust a handful of sweets into DeAndre's hands. She then took Harry and the Weasley family out for a snowball fight, with Percy, Fred, and George forming one team, while Harry, Ron, and DeAndre comprised the other. Hey, Harry, look here. A snowball struck Harry's face with unerring accuracy, leaving him with a mouthful of snow. George or Fred called for a counterattack. Harry hurled a snowball at one of the twins. Oh, you hit the wrong one. It's Fred, not me. George, who had been knocked down into the snow, shook off the flakes from his hair. Hey, I'm George. Meanwhile, Fred landed a snowball squarely on Ron. Take it easy. I'm your brother. Ron, who received a heavy blow to the back of his head, ended up munching on snow. Oh, our dear little Ronnie, come play with your brothers. The twins chuckled as they fashioned another large snowball to throw. Ron was suddenly buried in snow, declaring himself out of the game, leaving the pressure on Harry and Deandra. With a loud thud, Deandra was sent sprawling into the snow by Percy, her head covered in snow, the world momentarily frozen in shock. Well done, Percy. How dare you ambush Deandra? Take that. George and Fred began pelting Percy with snowballs, and Harry soon joined the fray. Even Ron got up to throw a snowball at Percy. Hey, you're bullying me. And George, Fred, aren't we on the same team? Percy, now resembling a snowman, protested with the only part of his face not buried in snow. George, are you his teammate? Fred asked while enthusiastically piling snow onto Percy. I'm not, are you? George handed Fred a mound of snow. What a coincidence, I'm not either. With that, Fred hurled the pile of snow that George had given him directly at Percy's face. All right, stop throwing snow at Percy, he is about to merge with it. Deandra cast a warming charm on Percy, who was lying in the snow. Thank you. Deandra, I fear I might catch a cold tonight. Percy shivered. You all need to hurry and take a bath, then sit by the fire to warm up. Deandra urged the young wizards to return, as she planned to catch Harry sneaking out that night, reminding herself that Harry would be taking the invisibility cloak with him. Deandra drank an invisibility potion, preparing to lie in wait by the Mirror of Irresistible. Chapter 28, The Mirror of Irresistible. Deandra gazed at the magnificent mirror before her, its golden frame exuding an air of opulence. Is it pure gold? She pondered, reaching out to touch it. Perhaps I should bite it to be sure? Unknowingly, Deandra stepped closer to the mirror, eager to glimpse the deepest desires of her heart. She envisioned a future where everyone was alive, Ron and Hermione together, George with his ears intact, and Harry shaking hands with Draco, both smiling. Wait, Harry and Draco are shaking hands? Am I seeing things? These two would be lucky not to crush each other's hands. As Deandra immersed herself in this idyllic vision of the future, the sound of a door creaking open jolted her back to reality, prompting her to hide in a corner. From her concealed vantage point, she watched as Harry stood before the mirror, calling out for his parents. He stood there for what felt like an eternity, consumed by longing and obsession. Deandra could only vow to raise Harry well, yet the absence of his parents would forever leave a scar on his heart. Once Harry departed, Deandra approached the mirror, observing the reflections of people she knew well, yet uncertain of their futures. The war had claimed many lives, and she silently vowed there would be no more casualties. After taking one last look, she turned to leave, resolved not to return, for she feared being caught by Dumbledore, whose perceptiveness made her uneasy. She felt as if she would involuntarily reveal her secrets before him. Deandra? A familiar voice called from behind her shortly after she left. Good evening, Professor Dumbledore. Deandra turned stiffly. She hadn't expected to encounter him at such a late hour. Thank you for the woolen socks you sent. I really appreciate them. In the darkness, Deandra couldn't make out Dumbledore's features clearly. As long as you like them, that is what matters. Deandra longed to escape, recalling her own escapade that had ended with her being caught by a professor, and now, as a professor herself, she found herself in the same predicament with Dumbledore. Oh, my dear, I should really be heading to bed. After all, I'm getting too old to stay up late. In the next moment, Dumbledore vanished. Taking a deep breath, Deandra prepared to return to her studies, intending to create more magical items. But first, she needed to ask Snape for a leave of absence. Since the beginning of the term, she had become practically his personal assistant. Deandra gathered an ample supply of materials, and Snape had instructed Harry to assist her after class. Perfect. She just needed to be careful not to bleed too much and accidentally endanger herself. Days and nights passed, and Deandra survived on sweets, with Snape occasionally checking in to see if she was still alive. Then came the sound of a knock at her office door. "Auntie," Harry's voice called from outside. "What is the matter, Harry?" Deandra, pale from her continuous efforts, inquired. "Auntie, don't stay cooped up inside all the time. Hagrid has a dragon egg that's about to hatch. Let us go see," Harry urged, pulling Deandra outside. "Slow down, I can't run that fast." Deandra chuckled, watching as Harry eagerly tugged her along. He raced towards Hagrid's hut, as if afraid of missing something. Upon entering, they found Hermione and Ron already there. On the table lay a dragon egg, which had developed a deep crack, emitting faint sounds as if something was about to emerge. Chapter 29, Norwegian Ridgeback. With a sharp crack, the dragon egg broke open, and a Norwegian Ridgeback emerged, showcasing its distinctive features and breathing fire. "Isn't it beautiful?" Hagrid exclaimed as he reached out to stroke the little dragon, only to receive a bite in return. "Even if it is beautiful, it must be sent away. It's too dangerous with so many young wizards around." Deandra watched helplessly as the little dragon and its larger counterpart gazed at her with pleading eyes. But she resolutely refused. Suddenly, Hagrid's expression shifted to one of fear as he rushed towards the door. "Someone was just here. It's all right. I'll check it out." "Make sure the dragon is sent away," Deandra replied, sprinting outside after the glimmering golden head that was darting away. "You. Don't keep chasing me," Draco gasped, running out of breath. "Stop, let us talk." Deandra contemplated whether using a binding spell on Draco would cause him great discomfort when he fell. Who knows what you might do? Maybe cast a memory charm on me." With that, Draco sprinted even faster, fearing Deandra might indeed knock him down, and then cast a memory charm. "Stop. I want to use a memory charm on you. I'll take you to see the dragon during the holiday. Don't you love dragons?" Deandra tried to coax him, wondering when he had learned to run so fast. Shouldn't a pureblood heir have better stamina? Really? Hearing Deandra's words, Draco slowly came to a halt. Exhausted and resigned to being caught. As long as he wasn't hurt, he was willing to agree to anything. "When did you become so fast, young master?" Deandra panted as she finally caught up to the flushed Draco. "None of your business," Draco huffed, too breathless to admit that he had been practicing to avoid being humiliated again after their last encounter. "All right, let us hope you don't spill today's events, okay?" Deandra ruffled Draco's hair, noting how stubborn he was about his hair gel. She would eventually have to convince him to abandon it. "How dare you order a Malfoy around? That depends on my mood." Draco's face flushed even more. Had she forgotten about the dragon outing? It was clear she had deceived him. "Can Draco accompany me to see the dragon during the holiday?" Deandra asked, noticing the thoughts clearly written across the boy's face. "Since you've said that, a Malfoy wouldn't let a lady go see dangerous dragons alone." Draco nodded in agreement. "Then it's settled. We shall refrain from discussing matters concerning dragons, and perhaps you might consider using less hair gel, as it can be detrimental to your hair." Deandra observed the finally appeased child, lost in contemplation, feeling as though she were teaching a class of kindergartners. "Do not concern yourself with me. I shall return now. Do not forget about the dragon." Draco turned, ruffled his hair, and made his way towards the castle, his proud silhouette felt by Deandra even from a considerable distance. In the following days, Deandra and the trio faced numerous challenges before Hagrid finally relented, agreeing to inquire if Charlie, Ron's brother, could facilitate the return of Norbert to the wild. When Deandra next encountered Harry and the others in Professor McGonagall's study, she observed the group with their heads bowed, contemplating whether this constituted a call to their parents for their mischievous behavior. Chapter 30, The Forbidden Forest. Deandra felt it imperative to keep a vigilant watch over these children. Reminiscent of her own youthful escapades, McGonagall cast a glance at the small wizards, each having accrued a deduction of 50 points. "Very well, Professor McGonagall," Deandra replied. Standing in a line with Harry, their heads lowered. Heaven knows, despite being a graduate, she was still subject to the professor's reprimand. She had merely ventured out to locate the children who were wandering at night. "Remember, each of you has lost 50 points, and you shall be confined." McGonagall, unyielding, deducted a total of 150 points from Gryffindor. "Professor, you cannot." Although the trio wished to explain, they found themselves at a loss for words. "Why am I included?" Draco exclaimed, indignant. He had covertly sought a glimpse of the dragon, having stealthily slipped away, and though he refrained from mentioning the dragon, he admitted to overhearing Harry's plans for a nighttime adventure and intended to inform the professor. "Enough. You need not elaborate. I hope this deduction serves as a lesson. Do not leave your dormitory at night henceforth." McGonagall, rubbing her forehead, waved them away. "Aunt, we lost 150 points for Gryffindor." Upon exiting, Harry appeared dejected, as if he had committed a grave error. Deandra had never witnessed him so dispirited. "We are truly sorry, Professor," Hermione said cautiously from the side. "Deandra, sister," Ron added. hesitant to speak. Humph. Draco strode away without looking back. Perhaps due to Deandra's presence, Neville sought her out instead of Harry, while Ron, having avoided the dragon's bite, also emerged, albeit still facing a deduction of 150 points. Deandra regarded the three children, their countenances radiating sorrow, and gently patted their heads. You need not apologize to me. I am no longer a member of your house, and I have graduated. The points you have lost must be earned back through your efforts, at the very least, to honor your companions. After considerable effort, Deandra managed to console the trio of almost wilted little wizards, promising to take them to see the dragon, of course alongside Draco, which had always been her intention, though she had not vocalized it. Despite soothing the trio, the Gryffindor cubs felt utterly disheartened by the loss of 150 points, as if all hope in their lion-hearted existence had been extinguished. Consequently, in the days that followed, Harry, Ron, and Hermione felt neglected by Gryffindor, disdained by Hufflepuff, rolled their eyes at Ravenclaw, and faced mockery from Slytherin, all while enduring late-night study sessions for their upcoming exams. Later, Filch escorted the four confined students to find Hagrid, where they came upon Deandra by Hagrid's hut. "Aunt, what are you doing here?" Harry inquired as he approached Deandra while Filch conversed with Hagrid. "I grew a bit uneasy about your venture into the Forbidden Forest at this late hour, hence I sought permission to accompany you." Deandra affectionately ruffled Harry's hair. "I shall not enter the Forbidden Forest." Draco's voice quivered with a hint of fear, his complexion paling further. "If you wish to remain a student at Hogwarts, you must adhere to its rules," Hagrid stated bluntly. As a quarrel seemed imminent, Deandra swiftly interjected, "Then may Draco accompany me?" Draco, upon hearing this, shot an irate glare at Hagrid before stepping closer to Deandra in agreement. Hagrid and Deandra, lanterns held aloft, led the young wizards toward the Forbidden Forest. A chilling breeze sweeping from the dark woods, causing the little wizards to shiver. "The silvery blood is that of a unicorn. They are gravely injured. I discovered one dead last time. Upon witnessing that unicorn, we must end its suffering. What if whatever harm the unicorn seeks to harm us?" Draco inched closer to Deandra, prompting Harry to instinctively pull him away. "If you are with me and Yaya, the creatures of the Forbidden Forest shall not harm you. Now, we shall split into two groups." Hagrid, without asking, noticed that Harry and Draco had already positioned themselves beside Deandra, while Ron and Hermione, too far behind, missed out. Deandra, beloved by the little wizards whether as a student or a professor, decided that she would venture with Harry and Draco while Hermione and Ron followed her, reminding them to stay safe. Grasping the lantern in one hand and holding Yaya with the other, Deandra prepared to lead Harry and Draco into the Forbidden Forest. In the next moment, Draco snatched Yaya from her, taking the lead with Harry holding the lantern. "Pray tell, how could they allow a lady to carry anything? They are clearly not averse to getting closer to Deandra," she mused. "I never anticipated that Hogwarts would permit students to undertake such menial tasks." Draco grumbled, leading Yaya. "No one forced you to come. You could always transfer to Durmstrang," Harry retorted bluntly. "You," Draco seethed, nearly releasing Yaya to let her bite Harry. Observing the two squabbling, Deandra silently reflected on the beauty of youth. "Silence," she commanded as they ventured deeper into the forest, the bloodstains becoming increasingly visible. The three gazed upon an open space ahead, where a pristine white horse lay, shimmering in the moonlight. It was a unicorn, resplendent in its immaculate hue, the only color amidst the darkness. Suddenly, the nearby bushes rustled, and a figure emerged, drawing near the unicorn to drink its blood from its wounds. "Ah!" Draco, witnessing such a sight for the first time, screamed and fled, while Yaya followed suit, leaving Harry, beset by a severe headache, to collapse to the ground. Deandra, observing the chaos that had unfolded, swiftly cast a binding spell on the figure before it could react, rendering it unconscious. She now pondered how to transport both Quirrell and Harry back, knowing that Harry experienced pain whenever he approached Voldemort. Deandra planned to use the levitation spell to float them both away. Suddenly, a dark mist emanated from Quirrell, and when Deandra attempted to ensnare the shadowy substance with her binding spell, it passed right through, striking a tree instead. After several failed attempts with various spells, she could only watch as Voldemort escaped her grasp. "Harry, Deandra, are you all right?" Hagrid emerged from the woods, followed closely by Ron, Hermione, and Draco. "I am well, however. Harry is experiencing some issues. The unicorn is dead, and it was this individual's doing. I need to take him to see Dumbledore." Deandra indicated the two unconscious figures on the ground. Chapter 31, Promotion Without Pay. "Then I shall take Harry to the hospital wing," Hagrid exclaimed, hurriedly lifting Harry from the ground. As Harry regained a semblance of consciousness, being lifted caused his head to spin once more. "I appreciate your help, Hagrid. I shall take my leave now," Deandra said, vanishing with Quirrell using apparition. Hagrid stood, somewhat bewildered, gazing at the spot where Deandra had just been. Recalling that Hogwarts had supposedly prohibited apparition. Had the rules been altered? Hagrid suddenly became aware that 3 children were following him, one of whom he was carrying to the school hospital, prompting him to hasten back to Hogwarts. The lemon sherbet. The staircase to the headmaster's office ascended slowly, with Diane dragging what appeared to be a bundle of tattered cloth. "Diane, did you bring a piece of rag?" Upon seeing her, Dumbledore was not particularly surprised. Yet his curiosity was piqued by the peculiar figure she was carrying. "Headmaster, take a closer look at who this is." Diane abruptly tossed the rag to the ground, revealing the true identity of its occupant. "Is that Quirrell?" Dumbledore regarded Diane with an expression akin to that reserved for a fugitive from Azkaban who had assaulted a professor. "Headmaster, hear me out. Let me explain." Diane feared that a moment's delay in her explanation might lead to her imprisonment in Azkaban. Quirrell drank unicorn blood. He has allied himself with Voldemort, who has been residing within him all along. As Diane concluded her statement, Dumbledore's gaze darkened. "Oh, Miss Diane, you must understand that what you have done is exceedingly perilous." Dumbledore maintained his calm and gentle demeanor. "You know I have always been fond of nocturnal escapades." Diane replied with a nonchalant smile, swallowing the taste of rust in her mouth. "Very well, Diane, I shall take care of him. However, the position of defense against the dark arts teacher has become vacant this term, so I kindly ask you to temporarily assume this responsibility. I will find a new professor by the next term." Diane left the headmaster's office, still in disbelief that merely delivering someone had resulted in a promotion without a raise. Although she was just a temporary assistant for the defense against the dark arts class, she hoped this position wouldn't come with a curse. In the defense against the dark arts class, Diane announced, "Hello everyone, I am your substitute teacher, Diane Evans. Due to Professor Quirrell's personal circumstances, I will be teaching this class." She borrowed a phrase commonly used by students when a teacher changed, hoping it would suffice. It was her first time teaching, and she lacked experience. Wow. The first-year Gryffindors and Slytherins cheered, having endured half a semester of garlic stench, and the new professor appeared quite beautiful, leading them to hope she would not be overly strict. "I hope there will be no whispering during my class. Today, we will learn the locking spell." With that, Diane pointed her wand at a nearby cup and incanted Colloportus. A rope sprang forth from her wand, binding the cup. "After we learn the spell, we will practice in the next class, so I expect everyone to diligently rehearse outside of class. Of course, I will reward the first student from each house to successfully cast the spell with a special treat in the evening." As expected, the promise of food excited the young witches and wizards. After all, those who had tasted Diane's cooking praised it highly. Ultimately, it was Hermione from Gryffindor and Theodore from Slytherin who were the first to succeed, earning the privilege of the special treat. The next class involved third-year Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs. The students were thrilled to see a new professor, having grown weary of the overpowering garlic scent from Professor Quirrell. "I am your substitute teacher, Diane Evans. And in this class, we will study the shield charm." Following the routine from the previous class, the Gryffindors sent forth the twins, and Hufflepuff sent Cedric. To Diane's astonishment, the twins managed to cast the spell simultaneously. Was this a manifestation of twin telepathy? She, not being a twin herself, found it perplexing. Subsequently, Diane faced the 5th and 7th year classes, which left her astounded. No wonder Quirrell had taught them poorly. Their exam results would surely reflect that. After a week of culinary encouragement, the students' interest in the defense against the dark arts class significantly increased, even leading them to prepare for the next lesson. Much to Diane's delight as she observed their newfound enthusiasm for self-directed learning. On her second visit to the first-year Gryffindor and Slytherin class, Diane brought along an object covered by a black cloth. The young wizards were immediately drawn to it. Fortunately, they were not currently in Gilderoy Lockhart's class, or they would undoubtedly be traumatized. Diane isolated a circle on the ground to contain the object before unveiling it. Inside were 3 goblins she had captured. She poured the goblins into the circle, and upon their release, they began to scurry chaotically. These are goblins, also known as guardian goblins, classified as XX. This circle's range exceeds that of the locking spell. You must seize the opportunity to bind them together. I will demonstrate first. Colloportus. The 3 goblins were bound together, struggling fiercely, their incomprehensible curses filling the air. Diane released the binding spell and instructed her students. Use the spell while the goblins are within range. All right, Harry, you're up first. Everyone line up and pay attention to how the person before you performs. Auntie, you're putting your nephew on the spot. Harry was unprepared when called forward. He had intended to wait and observe. Diane expressed her utmost confidence in her nephew. Chapter 32, The Ball Colloportus. Harry closed his eyes, his fate resting on luck. A commendable locking spell. You timed it excellently. Gryffindor gains 3 points. Diane released the goblins. Next, the following student approached, but the goblins had learned to be clever. As they ran, They picked up stones from who knows where and hurled them. Though the stones were deflected, they rebounded off the wall and struck one of the goblins, leaving it dazed. However, the young wizard, having never encountered such peculiar creatures, faltered under pressure and failed to cast the spell within the allotted time. No worries, we will capture goblins again in the next class. You can practice then. After reassuring the young wizard, Diane called the next student forward. Hermione, you captured 3. Gryffindor earns a point. Ron, you caught 2. Draco, 3. Slytherin earns a point. Blaise, 2. By the end of the class, very few managed to catch 3. Many failed to capture any and could not even cast the spell. Diane deeply felt the inadequacy of Quirrell's teaching. With the 5th and 7th years preparing for their OWLs and Newts, it was evident that Quirrell had left them woefully unprepared. Diane realized the road ahead was arduous. After a month of intensive makeup classes for the 5th and 7th years, Diane, driven to madness, approached Dumbledore. I don't care. I want to hold a ball on the day before the holiday. The month of frantic supplementary defense against the dark arts lessons had not only driven the students of the 7th and 5th years to the brink of insanity, but had also taken its toll on Diane. Now, she found herself in the headmaster's office, throwing a tantrum, wishing to organize a ball to relax before the students departed. Diane, you know that the Hogwarts ball is held for significant occasions, such as graduations. Dumbledore had grown accustomed to her outbursts, initially surprised, but now unfazed. He never anticipated that teaching defense against the dark arts could breathe such liveliness into a child. I want to dance. I want to see the little wizards dance. They need group activities for their mental and physical well-being. After much pleading and pouting, Dumbledore finally relented, fearing that his office would be dismantled by Diane if he did not. The following day, the young wizards awoke to the exhilarating news that Hogwarts would be hosting a ball, filling the castle with jubilant cheer. They had presumed that such an occasion would only occur after their graduation. However, a portion of the young wizards felt a sense of dread, as they were not adept at dancing. Thus, Diane, being the closest in age to the young wizards, offered her assistance by holding extra classes to teach them the art of dance. With Harry as her demonstration partner, the young wizards soon grasped the essentials, and the ball was fast approaching. Initially, Diane thought that, as a professor, she ought to be dancing with her fellow faculty members. She pondered whether inviting Severus would result in being dismissed or, at worst, receiving a slap. However, on her way to Severus, she was approached by Oliver. Diane, Professor, may I invite you to the ball? Oliver stammered nervously, standing before her. Aren't you considering inviting a girl you fancy? Diane inquired, amused. As every young wizard typically invited their crush. Perhaps I am not particularly skilled at dancing, nor do I attract the attention of girls. They tend to run away at the sight of me. Angelina has already been invited by Fred, so I thought I would ask you. Professor, Oliver replied sheepishly, scratching his head. Observing his handsome visage, Diane found it hard to believe that no girl admired him, but upon reflection of his rather oblivious personality, she surmised that girls might indeed shy away from him. I would be delighted to accept your invitation, Oliver. I shall see you on the night of the ball. Diane replied, alleviating her concerns about being dismissed by Severus. Thank you, Professor Diane. You may call me Oliver. Until the ball, he exclaimed excitedly before dashing off, relieved to have secured a partner and no longer worrying about entering alone. In the lead up to the ball, Diane indulged in a shopping spree for attire. Hers, Harry's, Ron's. The twins, Percy's, Hermione's, essentially corresponding outfits for all the familiar young wizards. She even planned to procure clothing for Draco Malfoy, anticipating a delightful opportunity to tease him. On the day of the ball, Diane elegantly styled her hair and donned a shimmering platinum gown, exuding grace and warmth, as she linked her arm with Oliver's. He appeared striking in a black suit adorned with gold trim, and the two complemented each other splendidly. Professor Diane, you look beautiful today, Oliver said, blushing shyly. Thank you. Oliver, shall we wait a moment before we enter? Diane suggested, noticing that Oliver's arm was tense. It's all right. Let us go in. Oliver took a deep breath, guiding Diane inside, while being careful not to step on her gown. Auntie, you look stunning today, Harry exclaimed, approaching in the new attire Diane had purchased for him. Who is your dance partner, Harry? Diane inquired, curious to know who he had arrived with. Auntie, I don't have a partner, Harry replied with a resigned smile, feeling the weight of his savior status creating distance between him and others. Never mind, Harry. Perhaps I could invite you for the second dance. Diane offered with a reassuring smile. It would be my honor, milady, Harry responded with a grin. I feel you deserve a slap for joking with your aunt, Diane jested, playfully raising her hand as if to swat him. Auntie, you mustn't tea. Ron and I worked all morning to tame my unruly hair. If you mess it up, I want to be able to fix it, Harry protested, extending his hands to stop her. Very well, in light of your well-combed hair, I shall refrain, for now. The ball is about to commence. Oliver and I shall take our leave, Diane said, linking her arm with Oliver's and bidding farewell to Harry as they headed to the dance floor. Chapter 33, The Ball Part 2. Oliver, do try to relax and place your hands on my waist, Diane encouraged as she attempted to guide him into the rhythm. Oh, Professor Diane, I'm so sorry, Oliver exclaimed, stepping on her foot again in his nervousness. It's quite all right. Perhaps you could call me Sister Diane, as I am not much older than you. She consoled the despondent young lion. As the music commenced, Oliver periodically stepped on Diane's feet, each misstep prompting a flustered apology. My apologies, Sister Diane, he said for what felt like the umpteenth time. It's truly no trouble, Diane reassured him, growing accustomed to the repeated missteps. Forgive me, Sister Diane, Oliver said, wrapping his arms around her waist and lifting her onto his shoes, startling her. Instinctively, she grasped his shoulders until her feet found a soft surface. Oliver, put me down, Diane exclaimed, surprised to find herself standing on his shoes. She felt a sudden heightening of her perspective, although she wondered if he found it painful to bear her weight. Not at all, Oliver replied, having played Quidditch long enough that Diane's slight weight was inconsequential to him. The remainder of their dance consisted of Diane precariously balancing on Oliver's feet, albeit in a rather awkward manner, but at least she was spared from being stepped on, or she would have seriously doubted her ability to dance with Harry in the next round. I am truly sorry, Sister Diane, Oliver said as they exited the dance floor, supporting her gently. It's quite all right, Diane waved her hand dismissively, unable to feel anger under the spell of Oliver's earnest gaze, especially when he called her sister. When the next dance began, Diane sought out Harry. The music played softly, and under Diane's rigorous tutelage, Harry's dancing skills had improved sufficiently to avoid trampling her feet today. Auntie, we've discovered what Snape intends to take. He wishes to steal the Philosopher's Stone, Harry shared as they danced, recounting the three-headed dog, the flying keys, the devil's snare, and the wizard's chess. Diane was at a loss for words. It seemed Harry was intent on confronting Severus, and by the end of their dance, she felt utterly drained. Ugh, Diane sighed, contemplating an escape from this exhausting environment. However, as fate would have it, she stumbled and fell down the stairs, having not noticed the steps before her. Gazing at her twisted ankle, she sighed deeply. It seemed today was not ideal for venturing out, especially as she had no place to keep her wand, having left it in her office due to her gown. Diane leaned against the wall to regain her balance, the pain in her ankle piercing. Slowly, she made her way back to her office, using the wall for support. Are you all right, Sister Diane? Oliver's voice called from behind her. I'm fine, Oliver. Why aren't you dancing? Diane exclaimed, startled, nearly losing her balance until Oliver steadied her. Did I step on you? He asked, feeling guilty as he observed Diane's limping form. No, you needn't worry. I merely twisted my ankle, Diane assured him as he helped her back to her office. Thank you for escorting me back, Diane said gratefully as she finally retrieved her wand. How could I let my dance partner leave injured? That would not be the conduct of a gentleman. Oliver replied with a shy smile, knowing that his association with her offered him a chance to enjoy a meal. Later that evening, Diane arrived at the Great Hall, which was adorned in the colors representing Slytherin to celebrate their 7th consecutive championship victory. A massive banner featuring the Slytherin serpent hung prominently on the wall. Before long, the young wizards began to enter, and once they were seated, Dumbledore commenced his speech. The scores for the various houses are as follows. Gryffindor in 4th place with 312 points, Hufflepuff in 3rd with 352 points, Ravenclaw in 2nd with 426 points, and in 1st place, Slytherin with 472 points. A resounding cheer erupted from Slytherin as Deanda observed the jubilant little snakes, particularly Draco, who stood out with his excitement among the throng. Alas, Draco's cohort was composed entirely of Gryffindor champions. Indeed, the very next moment, Dumbledore cleared his throat and announced, there are still some points yet to be awarded, beginning with Mr. Ron Weasley. Ron's face was as tense as the red apple resting on the table. He executed the most splendid game of chess Hogwarts had seen in many years, earning Gryffindor 50 points. The Gryffindors erupted into a cacophony of cheers, nearly lifting Ron off the ground. The second award went to Miss Hermione Granger, whose calm intellect and logical reasoning earned Gryffindor another 50 points. Hermione buried her face in her hands, clearly overwhelmed, and the Gryffindor cheers grew even louder, totaling 100 points. The third accolade was bestowed upon Harry Potter for his bravery and courage, adding 60 points to Gryffindor's tally. The Gryffindors were elated, their score now equal to Slytherin's, giving them a chance to share the House Cup. Lastly, Mr. Neville Longbottom received 10 points for standing his ground in front of his friends. Gryffindor's score surpassed Slytherin's, and the little lions were on the verge of jubilant celebration. While Slytherin's atmosphere turned dismal, Deanda noticed Draco's sudden despondence, his face flushed with anger. Dumbledore clapped his hands, transforming the green and silver decorations into a vibrant scarlet and gold, the banners shifting from serpents to lions, while Professor Snape stood rigidly shaking hands with Professor McGonagall. On the day the exam results were released, Deanda received Harry's results even before him, evoking a sense of parental pride akin to witnessing a child's first steps. Each student received a notification warning them against using magic outside of school. Hagrid escorted them onto the boats, and Deanda managed to squeeze onto one as well. Once aboard the Hogwarts Express, they changed into their everyday clothes, arriving at platform 9 3/4. Deanda observed the three young wizards discussing when they might reunite during the holidays. At that moment, their first year came to a close, and upon returning, they would be second-year students. Chapter 34. Meeting the dragons, then why are they still here? Draco exclaimed in frustration, pointing at Harry and his companions. That Hermione is currently staying at my house. I can't very well leave 2 children unattended. Deanda led the young wizards toward the portkey. But why is the entire Weasley family here? Draco continued to grumble as they walked. It's all right, little serpent. If you don't wish to come, you needn't tea. The twins retorted in unison. We are headed to Charlie's. We need them to guide us. Deanda offered Draco a green apple, hoping to soothe his anger. Well then, why is there also this escaped Azkaban prisoner? Draco took a bite of the green apple to help alleviate his irritation. Hey kid, that was a misjudgment by the Ministry of Magic. Sirius nearly threw a punch at Draco, but upon seeing his meticulously styled hair, he instead let his fist fall gently onto Draco's shoulder. Hey, how dare you treat a Malfoy that way? Draco rubbed his sore shoulder. I can't manage so many children alone, so I need someone to help watch them. All right, we've arrived, Deanda said, pointing to the old boot on the ground. I have never seen such a dilapidated object, Draco remarked disdainfully, glancing at the boot, which made him want to punch Sirius again. After all, he was the children's uncle. If they were overly spoiled, a good thrashing would suffice. Just as Sirius's hand was about to connect with Draco, Deanda swiftly intervened. Fearing that Sirius's strength might inadvertently send Draco back to Lucius with a broken arm. All right. All you need to do is extend a single finger and touch the portkey, she instructed as 10 people gathered around the tattered boot, reaching out their hands. In the next moment, everyone felt themselves lifted off the ground, and upon arrival, the little wizards tumbled to the ground in disarray, except for Hermione and Ginny, who were protected by Deanda, while Sirius stood firmly behind her, steadying her. Welcome to Romania. Long time no see, Sister Deanda, Charlie greeted, helping each disoriented little wizard to their feet. It has been ages, Charlie. How is Norbert doing? Deanda recalled the little dragon that had just hatched years ago, curious about its current state. She is a girl now, and we've renamed her Norberta. Once the little wizards regain their composure, I'll show you her. It's just about feeding time, so we can prepare her food. Deanda handed each child a green apple to help them recover, hoping that the apples would keep the little lord calm, and if there were extras, they would provide the children with some essential vitamins. She loves fish and fresh meat. Our Norberta is a bit of a neat freak, so the fish must be completely gutted. As he spoke, Charlie retrieved some fish, distributing the smaller ones to the little wizards and handing the larger ones to Deanda and Sirius. Chapter 35. Feeding the dragon first. You need to gut the fish and remove the entrails, Charlie demonstrated with a fresh fish. Oh, I find myself doing these servants' tasks again, Draco lamented, resigning himself to this lifestyle. Every time he encountered Deanda, nothing good ever came of it, like the time he was forced to work in a sweet shop. Had he not kept it a secret from his father, her shop would surely have been demolished. All right, Draco, perhaps when you feed the dragon, it will allow you to touch it, Deanda said, skillfully handling the fish while assisting the flustered little wizards. Ron even got slapped by a fishtail twice. Draco, you need to cut its belly open, not chop the meat, Deanda remarked, glancing at the pitiful fish under Draco's care and offering a silent prayer for it. I know. Draco's hand trembled, and he made another cut, which only turned the fish into a mushy pulp. Keep it up, Deanda encouraged, patting Draco on the back before being called by Charlie to help prepare the meat mixture. Norberta enjoys meat. She can be quite picky, so mixing the meat, vegetables, and eggs together usually works better. As Charlie began preparing Norberta's food, Deanda placed ingredients into a bowl for Norberta while Charlie mixed the food, while the others continued to battle with their fish. Once everything was ready, Charlie carried over a large basin filled with the meat mixture, with each of the little wizards holding a fish, except for Draco, who had an entire basin. Be careful, although Norberta is generally gentle and does not harm. She is a Norwegian ridgeback, so watch out for her bite, which can be poisonous, and be cautious of her fire breathing. Each young wizard leaned in to hear Charlie's warnings, while the twins in the back were preoccupied with their own antics. Norberta, Charlie called out in an open area, and from a distance, a dragon's roar echoed, followed by a dark form hurtling from the sky, the wind whipping around them, making it hard to keep their eyes open. Hey, Norberta, Charlie greeted her, then pushed Sirius forward to give it a try, as he was the only adult male among them. Are you certain her food is fish and not me? Sirius gulped as he faced the dragon. She is a good girl. Do not be afraid, Charlie reassured, stroking Norberta's head as she affectionately nudged him. All right, I will give it a shot, Sirius said, cautiously approaching Norberta while carefully lifting the fish. Norberta graciously accepted the fish from Sirius, nudging his head and blowing a gust of breath that tousled his hair. It seems she quite likes you, Mr. Black. Charlie gently patted Nobita and smiled, grateful for its affection. Sirius tidied his disheveled hair. Subsequently, everyone lined up to feed Nobita, who obediently devoured everything offered to it. However, it paused for a moment, puzzled by the meal Draco provided. Wasn't meat sauce something that came after fish? Why was it offered prematurely? Yet, it cheerfully finished its meal. The twins were the last to feed it, and Nobita did not hesitate to consume what they presented, aside from being somewhat unpalatable. There was nothing particularly unusual about today's fare. After devouring the fish from the twins, Nobita erupted into a frenzy, breathing fire. Fred, George, what have you fed it? Charlie exclaimed in furious disbelief, wishing he could send the two back for a redo. Just a pinch of chili powder. The twins realized they had perhaps taken their joke too far. Chapter 36, Burns. You had better hope Nobita is unharmed, or I will be the first to feed you to the dragon. Charlie shouted angrily at the twins, unable to rein in his two brothers, as he and DeAndre shielded the young wizards behind them. We might be the ones in trouble, Ron remarked just as a fireball hurtled toward them. Armor shield. The trio, true to their Hogwarts education, swiftly cast the protective spell, enveloping everyone in a shimmering barrier. Ginny. Hermione's voice called from behind. DeAndre turned to see Ginny, startled and having collapsed outside the shield, as another fireball descended. Be careful. In her panic, DeAndre forgot she could use magic and rushed to scoop Ginny into her arms. By the time Ginny regained her senses, the fireball was nearly upon them. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Sirius dashed out to rescue the two, bringing them back to safety. Once in a secure spot, DeAndre caught a whiff of roasted meat emanating from Sirius's back, instinctively glancing at the burn mark that seemed to promise a scar. You still have the audacity to look at me? Just look at your own arm. Aren't you worried about scarring? Sirius angrily attempted to grasp her arm, but halted upon seeing the extensive burn on DeAndre's skin, concerned about her pain and the potential for scarring. It's all right. I'll brew some scar-reducing potion when I get back, DeAndre reassured him, finally realizing that the smell of roasting had indeed involved her as well. Sister DeAndre, Ginny cried, tears streaming down her face. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been hurt. Auntie, DeAndre. Nobita is feeling much better now. Charlie has calmed it down. The young wizards gathered around. It's fine, Ginny, I'm okay. Perhaps we should apply some medicine first. With that, DeAndre retrieved 2 vials of healing ointment. Sister, please be careful. Ginny sobbed as she administered the ointment to DeAndre, fearful of causing her pain, while Harry tended to Sirius's wounds nearby. It's all right, Ginny, the ointment really doesn't hurt at all. See, I can still move. DeAndre wiggled her arm, startling everyone nearby. Aren't you afraid your arm might break? Draco remarked disapprovingly from the side. All right, little Ginny, this is not your fault. I would be frightened by a dragon too. I forgot my spell because of it. So this isn't on you, DeAndre comforted Ginny gently. We are truly sorry. The twins acknowledged, realizing the magnitude of their error. You nearly got us killed, Ron exclaimed, supporting a pale Hermione. Fred, George. I think Mom and Dad should dock your allowance for a year. Charlie approached, delivering a punch to each twin. We understand, the twins murmured, heads bowed, acutely aware of the severity of DeAndre and Sirius's injuries. Had Nobita not calmed down, they might have all perished, relying solely on Charlie's protection. After applying the 2 vials of ointment, DeAndre's burns improved significantly. Due to their injuries, what was supposed to be a 7-day trip was cut short, and upon returning to England, DeAndre and Sirius were promptly taken to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries for a thorough examination before sending the young wizards home. You should stay at the Black family ancestral home for the next few days, Sirius cheerfully guided DeAndre and Harry. I hope it won't be a bother, DeAndre said, feeling a bit embarrassed, but unable to resist Sirius's enthusiastic invitation due to her injured arm. Bother? You and Harry can consider this your home. Sirius smiled as he opened the door for DeAndre, assuring her that her minor injury was no inconvenience to him. Harry followed quietly, sensing something peculiar about his newly minted godfather's demeanor toward his aunt. He shook his head to dispel the strange thoughts, attributing it to their previous acquaintance. Oh, that ungrateful, despicable wretch brought a filthy mud-blood back. He overheard a furious voice upon entering. Creature, silence. You shall never refer to her as a mud-blood again. Return to your room. Sirius shouted angrily at the house elf. Apologies, my lady, but Creature cannot defy the orders of this fugitive, Creature muttered before vanishing. I'm truly sorry, young lady. He behaves this way, so do not take offense. Sirius offered an apologetic smile to DeAndre. It's all right, DeAndre replied, still startled from Creature's abrupt entrance. Allow me to show you to your guest room, Sirius said, momentarily hesitating as he realized his own room had never been tidied by Creature. He could only hope the guest rooms were in better condition. Please wait a moment, Sirius instructed, pressing DeAndre and Harry onto the sofa before ascending the stairs. DeAndre and Harry exchanged a bewildered glance as they sat on the couch. Upon reaching the guest room, Sirius opened the door, hoping to find a suitable space, but alas, his hopes were dashed. Meanwhile, downstairs, DeAndre endured another reprimand. My rebellious son, how dare he bring a mudblood into my home? Wahlberg Black, berated from the wall. Good day. Mrs. Black, DeAndre hesitated for a moment before smiling and addressing her. Oh, this mudblood is rather polite. Mrs. Black, taken aback by DeAndre's unexpected demeanor, struggled to find the right words. Just then, Sirius descended the stairs, his mood a mixture of frustration and concern, having witnessed DeAndre being insulted twice on her first day. Do not pay her any mind. She can be a bit mad at times, Sirius said, pulling aside the curtain that separated them from Mrs. Black. I will escort you to your room now. He led DeAndre upstairs, with Harry quietly following behind. I get to stay in the master bedroom? DeAndre marveled as Sirius brought her to the main chamber, feeling overwhelmed by the day's many bewildering events. You will occupy my room. Harry and I will take the guest room, Sirius declared, ushering Harry out with him. However, before DeAndre could voice her thoughts, the door closed behind them. Chapter 37, Dressing the Wounds. Godfather, are you certain? I'm staying here. Harry surveyed the room that resembled a dog's den, eyeing the rickety bed. Suspecting the legs had been gnawed by mice. Restoration spell, Sirius cast a charm that at least made the furniture appear stable. Harry, you've grown up. You're a young man now, and must learn to tidy your space. I'll be next door with your aunt if you need me, Sirius said, patting Harry on the shoulder before turning to leave. As Harry picked up the bedsheet and examined the hole within it, he pondered the likelihood of his survival through the night. Silence enveloped the evening like a shroud. While Harry busied himself tidying the room, Sirius sought out Deandra. My dear girl, may I share a room with you? Sirius leaned against the door, his head tilted, unabashedly asking the question. You, Deandra, seated in a chair, bore an expression of incredulity. Just kidding. I'm here to fetch some clothes, Sirius said, opening the wardrobe and extracting a considerable portion of the scant clothing within. You can certainly fit some of your garments in here. He gestured to the now vacant space in the wardrobe. Thank you, but tomorrow is Harry's birthday. I had intended to celebrate it in Romania, Deandra sighed, massaging her temples. She had envisioned a delightful surprise for Harry, now utterly disrupted. Perhaps we might visit Hogsmeade? Sirius suggested. That seems to be the only option, Deandra sighed in resignation, disheartened by her thwarted plans. Everything will be all right, Sirius said, expertly giving her a gentle head massage. You, Deandra hesitated, feeling the warmth of his touch. Before Sirius could register her words. His hand had already made contact with her head. He decided to proceed, reasoning that it was not inappropriate to offer her some comfort. I've never been this close to a gentleman before, and this situation feels rather odd, Deandra thought to herself. All right, rest well. By the way, you haven't changed your bandages yet. Harry's resting, so allow me to assist you, Sirius said, guiding Deandra to sit on the bed before retrieving the medicine from the table, preparing to tend to her wounds. Deandra's cheeks flushed as she watched him apply the medication. Shivers coursing through her at their occasional skin contact, intensifying her blush. All done, Sirius cheerfully tied a bow. Have you changed your bandages? Deandra, feeling a bit bashful at his handiwork, inquired. Not yet, my dear girl. Will you assist me? Sirius leaned closer, his gaze fixed on Deandra, admiring her golden eyes and soft, rosy cheeks, which made him yearn to take a playful bite. You turn around first, and I'll change your bandages, Deandra stammered. Overwhelmed by his striking features, Sirius complied, turning his back and unbuttoning his shirt, revealing his well-defined arms. Deandra, blushing profusely, began to wrap the bandage around his waist, her hands inevitably brushing against his back. The sensation of her soft fingers applying the cool ointment sent warmth flooding through Sirius, his face reddening further. As Deandra quietly tended to him, she felt as though she were smoothing cement against a wall, and when it came time to change the bandage, she faced a dilemma. If she approached from behind, contact was unavoidable. If she circled around him, it might appear foolish. Choosing the latter, Deandra carefully navigated her hands through his arms, wrapping the bandage around his waist securely. Upon dismounting the bed, she found herself momentarily dazed. Standing before Sirius, she had not anticipated the sight of his chiseled physique, which caused her face to flush a deep crimson, her eyes instinctively shutting in shyness. Are you intending to wrap my bandage with your eyes closed? Sirius chuckled at the bashful girl before him. And no, of course not. Deandra gasped, nearly dropping the bandage. With remarkable speed, she completed the task, encircling him with the bandage. Sirius, with a smile, watched her as she circled around him before climbing onto the bed and then descending again, wrapping the bandage meticulously. He couldn't help but stifle a laugh, finding her adorably endearing. That should suffice, Deandra said, feeling dizzy from her efforts. Thank you, my dear girl, Sirius said, catching her to prevent her from tumbling to the floor. I suppose I should return now, he said, donning his outer garment to return to the adjacent room. All right, Deandra replied, still processing her sudden tumble onto the bed. Good night, my dear girl, Sirius said, as he walked out, brushing his fingers against the bandage she had so carefully wrapped. As the door clicked shut, Deandra realized her face was buried in the comforter, which exuded a faint scent of fresh grass, causing her cheeks to flush anew. She pondered how Sirius could feel no pain. Did the effects of the potion Peter had taken no longer apply? Outside his room, Sirius burst into laughter, finding Deandra irresistibly charming, especially the way she had playfully circled around him. Godfather? Harry, having just finished tidying his room, was headed out for a glass of water when he spotted Sirius emerging from Deandra's room, shirtless and hastily pulling on a garment, his hair tousled. Chapter 38. Harry's birthday. Harry, Sirius began, his smile faltering. Godfather, what about my aunt? Harry inquired, instinctively moving to knock on Deandra's door. She's asleep, Sirius blurted out, his urgency betraying him. You. Harry froze, his hand poised to knock, incredulous that his godfather would dare engage with his aunt in such a manner before marriage. And no, it's not what you think, Sirius stammered, realizing Harry had misunderstood, yet struggling to find the words to clarify. You explain. Harry inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to confront his godfather. He recognized that Sirius harbored feelings for Deandra, and while he didn't mind if she reciprocated, the implications of Sirius's actions were troubling. Sirius, speaking at a speed he had never used before, feared Harry might misconstrue his relationship with Deandra. Knowing he could never compare to Harry in her eyes, and wishing to avoid any obstacles in his pursuit of her affection. So that is how it is? Harry regarded Sirius, who towered over him, skepticism in his gaze as he contemplated the odds of outmatching Sirius. After some reflection, he deemed his chances to be non-existent. Yes, I assure you. Sirius nearly swore an unbreakable oath. Finally, after explaining himself, Sirius collapsed onto his bed, the pressure on his wound from the bed linens eliciting no pain. As he touched the neatly wrapped bandage, he couldn't help but smile. Sirius felt as though he were under a spell. Had he unwittingly consumed a love potion? What would you like to purchase, Harry? Ron and Hermione will be joining us later, he inquired, as Harry prepared to enjoy his birthday, having received a plethora of gifts. Perhaps I could indulge in some toffee. My aunt has deemed my teeth fit for more sweets, and when they arrive tonight, I wish to inquire why I haven't received any letters from them during the holiday, Harry replied, having sent out numerous letters without a single response, leaving him perplexed. Both of you, Remus has already arrived in Hogsmeade. When shall we set forth? At the entrance, Sirius Black was idling by his newly modified car, having given his previous motorcycle to Hagrid. Regrettably, this new vehicle could not accommodate a young lady seated behind him, embracing him as they drove. Just then, Diane appeared, leading a dapper Harry out. Clad in a crisp white shirt and black trousers, he exuded the quintessential charm of a young gentleman. After you, my lady. Sirius gallantly opened the passenger door. Harry, observing Sirius's gallant demeanor towards his aunt, chose to avert his gaze and entered the back seat, reassured by their prior discussions. Knowing that Sirius, as his godfather, was a trusted figure, should a stranger marry his aunt and treat her poorly, Harry felt certain that they would both find themselves in dire circumstances, one buried in the earth, the other confined in Azkaban. Harry contemplated visiting Honeyduke's, a place brimming with delectable sweets, including his beloved toffees. Diane guided Harry to the candy shop, while Sirius and Remus took the new car to Devonspan S for further modifications, planning to reconvene at the Three Broomsticks. Let us procure some sweets. Many friends will be arriving this evening. Afterward, we'll regroup outside, Diane said, tossing a handful of ice mice into a bag. All right, Andy. Harry turned enthusiastically towards the toffee section, nearly toppling a display, prompting a shake of Diane's head. Knowing Harry's fondness for toffees, she grabbed some mint floss from the shelf, hoping to mitigate any dental repercussions for him. Harry, are you planning to settle among the toffees? Diane teased, observing Harry's goofy grin as he clutched a bulging bag of toffees. Aunt, you know how much I adore them. You've already curbed my toffee intake for a semester. So please, let us stock up, Harry replied, feeling assured about his future candy reserves. Here, try this, Diane offered an ice mouse. Having never tasted one before, Harry trusted his aunt and took a bite. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound escaped Harry's mouth, eliciting hearty laughter from Diane. "Aunt, this candy makes my teeth tremble. I think Fred and George would love it," Harry remarked, unabashedly grabbing an ice mouse from the bag and shoving it into Diane's mouth. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Unsurprisingly, Diane emitted the same sound as Harry. "Ha ha, squeak, squeak, ha." Harry laughed without reservation. "Harry, how dare you treat your aunt so?" Diane playfully retaliated with a gentle tap to Harry's head. "This is unfair. It was you who initiated the candy warfare," Harry protested, cradling his head in mock despair. "Hey, little Harry can certainly tap my head, but he must grow a bit taller first," Diane quipped, choosing the path of retreat. "I'm only 12. I'll definitely be taller than you in the future," Harry called out, hastening after her, arms laden with toffees. "Go for it, Harry," Diane encouraged, bearing an assortment of odd candies as she moved ahead. "Diane, over here." Once inside the 3 broomsticks, Sirius spotted them. "Sirius, Remus," Diane announced, leading Harry to their table. "Would you care for a butterbeer?" "Non-alcoholic, of course," Sirius suggested, gesturing towards the menu. Diane perused the options and replied, "Perhaps we could enjoy too." Sirius ordered butterbeers for Diane and Harry, while opting for brandy for himself and Remus. The butterbeer proved delightful. After a sip, Diane felt warmth envelop her. "It's quite refreshing, like a soft drink," she remarked. This was Harry's first experience with a beverage of this nature, albeit alcohol-free. Subsequently, they ventured into a clothing store. Though not as affluent as the Blacks or the Potters, Diane, in her own right, indulged in several outfits for everyone. They meandered through the shops until nightfall, with Diane primarily purchasing items for Harry, her beloved nephew, to celebrate his birthday. With the evening's festivities approaching, they hurried back home. Chapter 39, The Banquet. Harry's birthday celebration did not extend many invitations. Only a select few friends were invited: Hermione, the Weasley family, Draco, Cedric, Cho, and Oliver. "Harry, happy birthday!" Ron and Hermione exclaimed upon seeing him at the banquet. "Why didn't you respond to our letters? We wrote you so many." Hermione scolded. "Huh, I sent you numerous letters, but I didn't receive a single reply," Harry replied, bewildered. "But we didn't receive any letters at all," Ron exclaimed in astonishment. "Yet, I wrote at least 2 letters each week." Harry defended himself, feeling unjustly accused. "But we didn't get a single one." Ron and Hermione exchanged puzzled looks. Diane, noticing the trio huddled in a corner, approached with some candy. "Little ones, would you care for some sweets?" she asked, startled. The 3 children turned at the sound of Diane's voice. Harry's carefully styled hair was a casualty of the surprise. "What are you up to?" Diane inquired, distributing a handful of candy to each of them. "Nothing much." "Oh, Auntie, you actually took my toffees out. You promised those would be mine." Harry pouted. "Oh, Harry, these are my selection. I assure you, your toffees are safe in your room," Diane reassured him, well aware of Harry's tendency to share, but hoard toffees for himself. "Hee hee. I knew Annie was the best," Harry exclaimed, unwrapping a toffee and popping it into his mouth. "You certainly have a sweet tongue," Diane teased, ruffling Harry's hair. "Now, you all enjoy yourselves while I check on the dinner preparations." As soon as Diane stepped away, a swarm of little wizards surrounded Harry. "Harry, Ginny is wearing the prettiest dress today." "Hey, Ginny, can't you see your brother?" Ron grumbled, feeling neglected. "Harry, how have you been?" "I wrote you many letters but didn't hear back. I was worried," Ginny said, her gaze fixed solely on Harry. "I'm sorry for causing you concern." "Everything's as usual. I don't know why my letters never reached you, nor have I seen any replies," Harry sighed in frustration. "It's all right, Harry. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters," Ginny replied, relieved to know Harry was fine. "It seems our little sister truly has a soft spot for Harry," the twins teased, having appeared out of nowhere. "You too. Be careful, or I'll tell Mom." Ginny's ears turned crimson. "Oh, George, I'm so scared of you." Fred elbowed George playfully. "Oh, Fred, so am I." George feigned terror, clutching his heart. "If Mom finds out, you two will be in big trouble," Ron interjected, unable to bear the twins' antics. "Hey, our little Ronnie. We promise we'll chase you around before Mom gets to us." The twins grinned mischievously at Ron. "I'm your brother." Ron quaked at their devilish grins. "Then you shall experience double the fun," the twins declared, tossing something into Ron's mouth. "What have you done?" exclaimed Ron, his tongue suddenly swelling and turning a vivid shade of purple. This was our latest prank, and little Ron's appearance was simply marvelous. The twins burst into laughter at the sight of Ron's transformed tongue. "You too." The twins froze at the sound of the voice. "Good evening, Diane." They stiffly greeted their older sister, having called her that since they could remember. Each time they bullied Ron and were caught by Diane, they would receive a well-deserved thrashing. "Let me explain. I didn't mean to," Ron cried, pointing at his swollen tongue, on the verge of tears. "Undo it." Diane promptly delivered a punch to each of their heads. "Sister, there's actually no antidote," the twins hurriedly explained, glancing at Diane's poised fist. It's just a test subject. It won't last long, and once the magic wears off, he'll be fine. Just as they finished speaking, Ron's tongue returned to its normal state. You actually fed Ron a test subject? Diane scolded, delivering another punch to the twins. Oh, Sister Diane. We tested it on a mouse first. The twins protested, nursing their now bruised heads. Your brother is not a mouse. Diane glared at them, her irritation rising as she prepared to deliver another blow. Well, sister, I'm hungry, Ron chimed in from behind Diane. But upon noticing the twins exchanging mischievous glances behind Diane's back, he slowly attempted to change the subject. Oh, are you hungry, Ron? Perfect timing. I was just about to call you both to dinner. There are plenty of chicken legs, Diane said, ruffling Ron's hair. Feeling pity for the poor boy who couldn't stand up to his older brother or younger sister. Really? Yay. Ron's eyes sparkled at the mention of chicken legs. Indeed, and there's plenty to go around, Diane affirmed. After dinner, Harry and his friends took a stroll outside. Although they didn't understand why, they obediently followed Diane's advice that walking after dinner would ensure they lived to be 199. The evening breeze was cool and refreshing. Harry draped his coat over Ginny's shoulders, and everything felt perfect, if only Draco weren't there. Honestly, I have no idea why I even came to your birthday party when you outright rejected me, Draco grumbled along the way. Oh, Harry replied coldly. How infuriating. I will tell my father about this. Draco was incensed by Harry's indifferent demeanor. You run to your father every day, year after year. Is that all you can do? Harry retorted, his annoyance evident. I wouldn't be like you, a wild child with no parents, Draco said, immediately regretting his words as his voice trembled. Malfoy, do you even realize what you're saying? Ron shouted furiously, rolling up his sleeves in preparation for a fight. All right, Ron, it's fine. You all should head back now, Harry intervened, urging them to leave first. But Ron's furious expression suggested he would gladly throw a couple of punches at Malfoy. It's all right. I might take a walk, Harry said, and continued forward without looking back. Chapter 40, Dobby. Aren't you leaving? Harry could no longer contain himself, especially since Draco had been following him all the way. His light blonde hair glimmered in the moonlight. I'm really sorry. A platinum-haired figure emerged from behind a tree. It was Dobby, who had known Draco since Diane and Harry moved to Diagon Alley, having been brought by Mrs. Malfoy. They always argued like sworn enemies upon meeting, with Draco repeatedly threatening to tell his father. Yet, they would forget their quarrels and continue bickering at their next encounter. This time, Draco realized he had crossed a line. All right, young master, I'm fine. But I hope next time you can show some mercy and refrain from speaking to me like that. Harry looked up at the night sky, where only a few stars shone through the clouds. I'm sorry, Draco's face flushed red at the apology. It's fine, if I didn't have an aunt. Perhaps I would be like what you described. However, I have an aunt who loves me. At least she provided me with a home. And now I have a godfather as well, Harry thought to himself, though he preferred not to mention that godfather. Draco was at a loss for words, only able to utter apologies. Please, let me walk alone for a while. I need to clear my mind. After sending Draco back, Harry took a few steps and sat beneath a tree. Suddenly, he noticed some rustling above him. Looking up, he nearly bumped his head against the tree. Following the faint moonlight, he discovered it was a house elf. Hello? Harry stammered, feeling uneasy under its gaze. Harry Potter. The house elf spoke in a sharp tone, though not as harsh as creature. Dobby has long wished to meet you. Meeting you is a great honor. Thank you for the compliment. Dobby, did you come to find me? Harry was startled by the sudden adoration. Oh yes, Mr. Potter, Dobby does not know how to begin, Dobby exclaimed, almost tumbling from the branch in excitement. Be careful, watch your safety, and come down, Harry said, worried about Dobby's precarious position. Oh, no one has ever told Dobby to be careful. Dobby descended from the tree, his voice trembling as if on the verge of tears. Dobby has worried Mr. Potter. Dobby is a bad elf. A bad Dobby. With that, Dobby attempted to bang his head against the tree. Harry Potter must not go to Hogwarts. Terrible things will happen at Hogwarts this year. Harry finally managed to halt Dobby's antics and heard those alarming words. I don't understand what you're saying, but I will be going to Hogwarts. That is where my friends and family are. Harry was unfazed. With Dumbledore at Hogwarts, if it were dangerous there, then nowhere was safe. What friends? Not a single letter sent to Harry Potter as friends? If Dobby wants to see Harry smile, it should be akin to the twins successfully pulling off a prank. How do you know I haven't received any letters from my friends? Harry suddenly realized that Dobby had stolen his letters. You took my letters? Oh, the letters are right here, Mr. Potter, Dobby said, producing a stack of letters from seemingly nowhere. Give them back. Harry lunged at Dobby, spotting letters from Ginny, Hermione, Ron, and Hagrid among them. Oh, Mr. Potter. The letters cannot be given to you. Dobby swiftly dodged away. What do you want? Harry, now on the ground after missing Dobby, brushed the leaves from his hair. Dobby only wishes to protect Mr. Potter. Oh, Dobby must return. With a snap of his fingers, Dobby prepared to leave. Hey, my letters. Harry hadn't reacted in time before Dobby vanished with the letters. Harry sighed as he gazed at the empty street, feeling increasingly unfortunate. Not only had he not received a single letter from his friends during the holiday, but a house elf had also robbed him, and when he tried to retrieve them, he had fallen. To top it off, his aunt had been injured. It seemed trouble followed him wherever he went. After some contemplation, Harry retraced his steps. Realizing it was late, and he didn't want to worry his aunt. I'm back, Harry announced as he returned to the black ancestral home. Now vacant as all the young wizards had returned home via Floo powder. Harry's back. Have some candy. You can have a little extra today, Diane said, approaching Harry with a few pieces of candy and ruffling his hair. Thank you, Aunt. Harry felt the warmth above his head and couldn't help but nuzzle against it. Only after doing so did he realize what he had done, his ears flushing crimson. After all, he was already 12 years old, a young adult, and should not be so dependent on his aunt. Would you like a fruit tart, Harry? Freshly baked, and you're the only one who has one, Diane consoled, observing Harry's lack of enthusiasm. Really, Harry has always adored the taste of fruit tarts. Everything on the table is yours, and if that's not enough, there are more in the kitchen, Diane winked at Harry. I knew my aunt was the best, Harry exclaimed as he took a bite of the tart. Auntie. After just a few bites, tears began to well up in his eyes. Harry, Diane said, as Ron returned, having already informed her. And she handed Harry a handkerchief to wipe away the tears that had streamed down his cheeks. Auntie, I've grown up, Harry said, looking at Diane, reminiscent of the times when she would wipe his tears when he fell as a child. Who says you can't cry when you've grown up? After all, little Harry is only 12, Diane smiled as she finished wiping his tears. Auntie, I would like a few more fruit tarts. Harry pointed to the one he had just devoured. All right, but you mustn't indulge in so many sweets in the future, after all. Who was it that complained of a toothache last time? Diane playfully tapped Harry on the head as she stood up to fetch the remaining fruit tarts from the kitchen. Auntie, that was just an accident. Harry discreetly wiped away the tears that lingered in his eyes while Diane turned to head into the kitchen. All right, Sirius, Diane exclaimed upon entering the kitchen, where she spotted the sneaky Sirius indulging in the tarts. Well, actually, Sirius stammered, finding it difficult to formulate a complete sentence. You have remnants of fruit tart at the corner of your mouth, Diane remarked with a hint of exasperation. Do I? Sirius instinctively touched his mouth, and as his hand made contact, he realized he was caught. Is there any left? Hand it over. Diane extended her hand towards Sirius. There's just this much left, Sirius revealed 3 fruit tarts from behind his back. Aren't you afraid of getting cavities? You had plenty of sweets at the party, Diane sighed, holding the 3 tarts. This is all that remains for Harry, she said, passing the tarts to Harry. Thank you, Auntie, Harry said, accepting the fruit tarts and devouring them one by one, smiling at Sirius after finishing. Chapter 41, Lockhart. Harry, an owl has delivered your enrollment notice, Diane said, handing him a letter. Open it and take a look. Harry opened it to find details of his journey to school on September 1st and a list of books required for class. Diane noticed that Lockhart's book was absent and remarked, wasn't Lockhart supposed to teach defense against the dark arts this semester? I will go discuss with Mrs. Weasley when to head to Diagon Alley. As she spoke, Diane summoned Cream to begin writing a letter. Harry flipped through the contents of the letter, unable to believe he was already in his second year. Soon, the day to visit Diagon Alley arrived. Harry, when will you ever learn to use Floo powder correctly? Diane teased as she dragged a small lump of coal she had painstakingly found in the alley. Auntie, that was an accident. Harry recalled the eerie place and the ominous figures that seemed capable of devouring children, inching closer to Diane for comfort. You still no fear? How many times have you used Floo powder and still made a mistake? Clean yourself up, Diane said, tugging at Harry's ear and using a cleaning spell, transforming him from a little coal into a little white ball. Ouch, Auntie, please let me go, Harry protested, attempting to reclaim his poor ear from Diane's grip. Let us hope our young Mr. Potter does not make another mistake with Floo powder next time, Diane said, releasing Harry's ear with mild irritation. Auntie, that was truly an accident. Harry rubbed his reddened ear. Well, the Weasley family is looking for you. Let's hurry, Diane urged as she led Harry away from the overturned alley. Oh, Harry, are you all right? Mrs. Weasley rushed over, encircling Harry to ensure he was unharmed before she relaxed. Following Mrs. Weasley were the Weasley children and Hermione, while Mr. Weasley nearly became bosom buddies with Mr. Granger. Due to the large number of people, the 3 families decided to split up, agreeing to meet at Flourish and Blotts an hour later, with Diane accompanying Harry, Ron, and Ginny. Harry, have you seen the latest issue of the Daily Prophet? Ron whispered to Harry. No, what happened? Harry inquired, puzzled. That little rat Peter Pettigrew. The one who escaped on the way to Azkaban. Ron spoke in exaggerated tones. Yes, I know. How could I forget him? Harry replied, clutching the new wizard robes Diane had just bought for Ginny. He is dead. His body was found in the wilderness, and some say it was the work of you-know-who. Ron paused dramatically at the mention of the name. He.S. dead? That's truly splendid, Harry said, casually accepting the new clothes from Diane for Ginny. Oh, Harry, do you not care about you-know-who at all? Ron quietly queried as he took Ginny's other outfits. I do care. Can he not be resurrected? What is meant to be will find a way, and what is calamity cannot be evaded, Harry replied, quickening his pace to catch up with Diane and Ginny. I suppose that makes sense. Hey Harry, wait for me. Ron thought about Harry's words, realizing they held some truth, and when he looked up again, Harry had already walked far ahead. When they reconvened in front of the bookstore, they found a large crowd gathered at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, they noticed a large banner in the window announcing a signing event with Gilderoy Lockhart. Diane and the others followed the line and saw a handsome man seated, busily signing books, while Mrs. Weasley appeared extraordinarily excited, repeatedly exclaiming that they would see him soon. After a long wait, they finally caught sight of the man in front of them, who was quite handsome. A diminutive figure holding a camera was snapping photos excitedly beside Ron, saying, "Move aside. This is for the Daily Prophet." Oh, that's remarkable, Ron muttered, rubbing his foot, which had been stepped on. Lockhart, seated in his chair, heard Ron's comment and looked at him, then at Harry, suddenly standing up and declaring, "Isn't this the famous Harry Potter?" Lockhart waded through the crowd, seizing Harry and pulling him to the front before Diane could react. Harry smiled. We're sure to make the headlines. Lockhart grinned back at Harry, while the photographer went wild with his camera. Sir, please let go of my nephew. Diane finally snapped, rushing forward to reclaim Harry from Lockhart's grasp, urging him and Mrs. Weasley to hasten away. Oh, my dear lady, I merely wish to take a few photographs. Lockhart intended to chastise Diane for her rudeness, but instead found himself captivated by her striking beauty and altered his approach. Lovely lady, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, he said, preparing to shake her hand, thinking it would showcase his gentlemanly charm. Diane, however, resisted the urge to punch Lockhart and, suppressing her disgust, braced herself to shake his hand. I believe I am quite pleased to meet you. A hand suddenly shot out from behind Diane, seizing Lockhart's hand in greeting. Sirius, what are you doing here? Diane exclaimed, startled by the sudden intrusion, stumbling back into Sirius's embrace. I came to buy this. Sirius released his grip on Lockhart and gestured towards the book he had just been holding, which was nestled against Deandra's waist in an effort to prevent her from falling. Wasn't that the textbook required for Harry's defense against the dark arts class this semester? Unbeknownst to Deandra, the actions of the two had taken on an ambiguous quality. Oh, I forgot to mention that I am the professor for the defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts this term, Sirius remarked, shaking the book in his hand. That's quite splendid, Deandra thought, relieved for the young wizards, as the class should hopefully be engaging this semester. Please, if you're not here for my autograph, do not obstruct my fans, Lockhart snapped angrily. Sirius, while shielding Deandra from the encroaching crowd, inquired, Young lady, what brings you to this queue? Are you a fan of his as well? Not at all. We came to queue with Mrs. Weasley, but when he spotted Harry, he just pulled him up for a photo. Harry is not just the chosen one. He is still a child. And I don't want him thrust into the limelight like this. It would place immense pressure on him. Deandra had never felt such fury before. Indeed, Harry was but a child. They should not expose him to the public eye. Well, it seems we've finally made our way out, Sirius concurred, pushing through the throng. Go get him, Dad. Fred and George's raucous voices rang out just as Deandra and Sirius squeezed through the crowd, accompanied by Mrs. Weasley attempting to mediate. Chapter 42, The Diary. Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy were locked in a brawl, causing a panicked throng to collide with numerous bookshelves. Deandra held Sirius back, who was eager to intervene, until Hagrid separated them, revealing that Mr. Weasley had a split lip, while Mr. Malfoy sported a swollen eye, clutching Ginny's Transfiguration textbook. He thrust the book into Ginny's hands and muttered a few words before beckoning Draco to leave. Arthur, you shouldn't engage with him. That fellow is utterly vile, Hagrid remarked, adjusting Mr. Weasley's attire while the crowd remained in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Deandra discreetly liberated the diary that Lucius had given to Ginny. You should not fight in public, Mrs. Weasley admonished Mr. Weasley all the way home. Both Sirius and Mrs. Weasley earnestly invited Deandra and Harry to stay at their homes for a while longer, but due to some pressing matters, Harry opted to reside with the Weasley family, as there were many children there to keep him company. Deandra placed the diary she had acquired from Ginny upon the table and retrieved a peculiar, transparent orb from a drawer, resembling a glass sphere. She picked up a pen and wrote a few words in the diary, causing the ink to coalesce into a jumble before forming the words, Hello, my name is Tom Riddle. Delighted by the name, Deandra knew she had not made a mistake. Rather than responding, she placed the orb atop the diary. The diary emitted a sound akin to something being consumed by flames, occasionally shrieking, as the transparent crystal began to cloud. Once the noise subsided, Deandra examined the orb once more. Not bad, she mused, lifting the crystal ball to inspect it before writing another word in the diary. The diary remained unresponsive, suggesting that the soul within had transferred into the small glass orb. She had only managed to create 3 of these orbs. Observing the dark fragments of the soul within the orb, Deandra discerned her subject bore a heavy burden of guilt. Gently, she caressed the glass sphere, which was a device she had discovered in the restricted section capable of extracting another's soul and containing it within this vessel. If the orb were to be shattered, the soul would disperse into the air in search of its original form, dissipating if that form were not nearby. Without a moment's hesitation, Deandra crushed the glass orb, releasing a cloud of black smoke that emitted a piercing sound. Watching the dark essence swirl in the air, she realized she could revert Voldemort back to Tom's form, perhaps even guide him towards redemption. But who would come to save her? Lily. Preparing for the next step, Deandra intended to extract her own soul to place within a small mouse, subsequently transferring the mouse's soul into the glass orb. She aimed to draw out the fragment of Voldemort residing within Harry, yet she was uncertain of the potential harm it might inflict on the living creature. Apart from Harry, the only other Horcrux was Nagini, whom she could not locate. Thus, Deandra resolved to use herself as the subject of this experiment. During her studies, she had encountered texts on soul splitting in the restricted section, the precondition for which was the murder of another, one act capable of fracturing a soul. The agony of soul splitting was excruciating, and Deandra found herself collapsing to the ground, curling up in pain. It truly hurt too much. She suddenly felt a semblance of admiration for Voldemort's willpower. Time passed, and as she lay crumpled on the floor, her fingers twitched slightly. The skin that was exposed revealed an unhealthy pallor. Even her hair had turned white. Deandra stirred, blinking her golden eyes, which were now obscured by disheveled white locks. Ouch! That hurts, she murmured, clutching her forehead as she sat up. The torment of soul splitting was indeed inhumane. Gazing at the lively mouse in its cage, she secured it and positioned the glass orb upon it, drawing out a wispy tendril of black soul from the creature. The essence she held was not as pure black as Voldemort's, and upon seeing the fragmented soul, Deandra was abruptly reminded of the moment she had killed Peter Pettigrew. A nauseating memory that made her want to retch. It was her first experience with taking a life. Shaking off the haunting image of Peter's demise, she began her examination of the mouse, finding all indicators to be normal. It appeared that the glass orb could be utilized for Harry. Initially intending to shatter the orb in her grasp, she hesitated, casting a fortifying charm upon it instead, reinforcing its exterior and threading a cord to wear it around her neck. After completing these preparations, Deandra anxiously ran her fingers through her hair. She had initially planned to magically dye it, but feared detection. Instead, she resolved to visit the Muggle world for a red-haired transformation. Sirius, have you seen Harry? As the school year commenced, Deandra noticed Harry was absent during the sorting ceremony and turned to Sirius beside her. I'm not sure, Sirius replied, glancing at her. I fear for them. She indicated towards a window. I share your sentiment, Sirius agreed, following her gaze to see Harry and Ron, with Snape standing behind them, arms crossed. Listening intently, the expression on Snape's face indicated that Harry and Ron had not spoken favorably. Deandra and Sirius observed like spectators at a play as Harry and Ron's faces paled in unison before they turned and followed Snape away. I think they're in trouble, Deandra confided to Sirius. Aren't you concerned about them calling your parents? Sirius teased, leaning closer to her. Deandra inadvertently let her red hair drift onto his arm, curling around his fingers. Please don't tug at my hair, she exclaimed, reclaiming her locks from his grasp, worried that he might accidentally fade their color. Very well then. Sirius pouted, seemingly displeased as the strands slipped from his fingers. Deandra thought their conversation was unnoticed, yet the younger witches and wizards below were keenly aware. Witnessing the kind-hearted Professor Deandra being whisked away by the newly appointed and dashing defense against the dark arts professor. Chapter 43. Even professors must face disciplinary actions. True to form, it wasn't too long before Snape arrived. Both of you, come with me, he commanded, also summoning Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore. A sense of foreboding washed over her. As they walked at the rear, Sirius whispered softly to Diana, Congratulations, your intuition has proven remarkably accurate. Diana replied, Have you not been resting well lately? You seem somewhat fatigued. We cannot forsake our health for the sake of beauty, for you are already quite stunning. Sirius, unbeknownst to him, had taken hold of one of Diana's pale hands to examine it closely. Please refrain from handling a lady's hand so casually. I have merely endured a few sleepless nights, she retorted, swiftly withdrawing her hand from his grasp. Oh, do take care, Sirius remarked, his cheeks betraying a faint blush, as his heart involuntarily raced. If you two were aware of the error of your ways, I doubt you would be indulging in such flirtation here, Snape interjected. unable to endure their incessant murmuring while he was explaining matters to the two professors. Chastened, Diana meekly grasped Sirius's arm, admonishing him. Do you wish to engage in a brawl before the headmaster? Are you seeking death? Upon arriving at Snape's office, they were greeted by the sight of two woebegone figures standing in the corner, though Diana wished to offer them some comfort. A furtive glance at Professor McGonagall compelled her to cast them a look of resigned sympathy. Explain, Snape commanded, his demeanor more fearsome than Diana had ever witnessed, even surpassing the time he had caught her sneaking out at night. As she observed the four professors embroiled in a fierce debate over the two students, Diana found herself engaging in silent exchanges of glances with the two younger wizards, knowing that their discourse was beyond her capacity to interject. Suddenly, amidst her silent communication, she heard the familiar sound of detentions being announced. Diana, are you not departing? Snape's abrupt shout startled her, causing her to flinch, while Harry subtly formed a good luck gesture with his lips towards his aunt. Had it not been for the gleam of schadenfreude in her eyes, she might have believed him. If Miss Evans's head were not filled with a troll, she ought to be aware of her nephew's misdeeds. Snape spat venomously at Diana. I apologize, Severus, she responded, fully aware of the authority he wielded. Hey, snotnose, why are you being so harsh on Diana? Sirius retorted without restraint. And upon hearing his words, Diana knew another quarrel was imminent. Observing the two professors at each other's throats, she quietly leaned towards Dumbledore and asked, Headmaster, will you not intervene? Dumbledore, watching the two nearly come to blows, chuckled and offered Diana a handful of lemon sherbet candies, exclaiming, Ah, youth is truly delightful. Recognizing her inability to mediate, Diana accepted the candies and settled in to enjoy the unfolding spectacle alongside Dumbledore. In the end, the confrontation concluded with Sirius attempting to strike, only to be halted by Dumbledore. Utterly unreasonable, Snape shot Sirius a glare before tossing 2 vials of potion to Diana and departing. If you cannot tolerate my presence, then perhaps you ought to resign. Otherwise, I shall continue to parade before you daily. Sirius shouted at Snape's retreating figure, but Snape paid him no heed. Calm down, Sirius, Diana urged, grasping his arm in an effort to soothe him. What did he give you? Just as Sirius had managed to quell his anger, the sight of the potion Snape had thrown to Diana reignited his fury. Blood-replenishing and scar-removing potions, Diana observed, examining the vials in her hand. Young lady, are you injured? Sirius, alarmed by the mention of the blood replenisher and scar remover, quickly pulled Diana closer to inspect her for any wounds. Meanwhile, Dumbledore mused silently. Youth is truly splendid. No, it's not that, Diana exclaimed, her face flushing from Sirius's sudden concern. These are for the scars from the dragon incident. Severus must have noticed my pale complexion. Humph, Sirius muttered, eyeing the potions as if they were Snape himself. How about I apply the scar-removing potion for you first? Diana suggested, shaking the vial in her hand. I refuse to use his potions, Sirius replied, his voice brimming with indignation. All right, how about I apply it for you then? Diana felt quite adept at coaxing him. Fine, Sirius conceded, torn between rejecting Snape's potion and the prospect of having Diana tend to his wounds, ultimately opting for the latter. Upon returning to Sirius's office, as Diana prepared to apply the potion, he seized her hand. I recall you have yet to treat your own wounds. Allow me to do so first. With that, Sirius took the potion from Diana and began to administer it to her. After applying it, her arm appeared significantly improved, no longer marred by its previous imperfections. Just as she was about to treat Sirius, he gently pushed her away. I'll manage on my own afterward. Just leave the potion here, he said with a smile, waving her off. Very well, but how will you apply it to your back? Diana posed a perplexing question. No matter, I have my methods. Do make sure to rest early, he replied. Once Diana had departed, Sirius promptly discarded the potion into the waste bin. I shall not use that snot-nosed concoction. It is meant to protect Diana's scars, and how could I possibly allow that to happen? The following morning, Diana awoke with clarity. Unlike her usual groggy self, while she had been enjoying breakfast in the Great Hall, despite Snape's taunts about the pumpkin juice, she was suddenly roused by Mrs. Weasley's voice. A glance at Ron revealed it was the Howler, and upon hearing it, she instantly regained her composure, hoping Mr. Weasley would soon complete his examination. This marked Diana's inaugural experience as a teaching assistant for herbology, having previously been commandeered by Snape for potions during the first half of the semester, and reluctantly assuming the role of defense against the dark arts professor in the second half, leaving her no opportunity to assist in other subjects. Professor Sprout. Diana greeted her warmly. Oh, it's Diana. Are you here to assist me? I had hoped to have you in my class last semester, but Severus always beat me to it. Professor Sprout replied with her customary kindness towards the young witches and wizards, especially those hailing from Hufflepuff. After a brief conversation, Professor Sprout prepared to commence the lesson. As Diana spotted a box of earmuffs, she picked up a pale yellow pair to test, noting their excellent soundproofing qualities. Observing the assortment of pastel earmuffs, she believed Harry and his friends would undoubtedly adore them. Once Professor Sprout had concluded her introduction, the young wizards lined up to receive their earmuffs. Harry gets the pink ones. Ron, you get the pink ones too. Hermione, a blue pair for you. Oh, how is that fair? Why do I get stuck with pink? Ron lamented, enviously eyeing Hermione's blue earmuffs. Do not say such things, Ron. That earmuff suits you splendidly. Hermione replied with a smile. Oh, thank you so much, Ron exclaimed, standing as if bereft of his soul. While Harry had grown accustomed to his aunt bestowing him with various pastel items, despite having previously resisted such gifts. Once the young wizards were properly adorned with their earmuffs, Professor Sprout began demonstrating the task at hand. After her demonstration, she instructed the students to form groups of 4. As they observed her demonstration, the young wizards began to pull out mandrake plants, and those who did so up close were utterly taken aback by their appearance. The plants were indeed unsightly, resembling poorly developed infant skin, wrinkled and grotesque. One by one, the mandrakes were uprooted, yet they did not comply so easily. Each writhed, eager to take a bite out of the young wizards. After a lengthy lesson, the little wizards were utterly exhausted, each adorned with specks of mud. Following class, Diane made her way to the girls' lavatory, intending to investigate the location of the Chamber of Secrets. She circled the sink several times, examining it closely, but found no mechanisms. It seemed only Parseltongue could unlock it. She doubted her magic could blast it open. After all, it was crafted by Slytherin himself. Suddenly, she heard a noise from outside and swiftly exited the lavatory, yet saw no one around as she turned to leave from the corner. Moments later, Sirius emerged from the shadows, pondering whether to enter the girls' lavatory. He swore he was not a pervert. He had merely encountered Diane after class and intended to invite her to be his teaching assistant for defense against the dark arts. However, when Diane unexpectedly turned and entered the lavatory, he decided to wait for her outside. After some time, seeing no sign of her, he resolved to check inside, only to find Diane circling the sink, prompting him to hide. Unfortunately, he stepped on something that made a noise, causing Diane to turn around, and he swiftly concealed himself. As Sirius contemplated his situation, a familiar voice rang out. How come I didn't know you had a habit of visiting the girls' lavatory? Sirius stared in terror at the empty air beside him. He had indeed heard Diane's voice. In the next moment, her voice resonated again. You have such a peculiar inclination? Diane raised an eyebrow, glancing at Sirius and then back at the lavatory. I wasn't intentionally following you, Sirius stammered, flustered. Then you must be implying that you habitually visit the girls' lavatory. I never imagined we were such kindred spirits. Diane regarded Sirius, whose face had turned crimson. I merely wished to invite you to assist in the defense against the dark arts class, but upon seeing you, I followed, Sirius managed to say, meeting Diane's gaze. Never mind, come with me, she declared, pulling Sirius along. After a while, Snape appeared from around the corner. He had merely been passing by when he noticed a peculiar individual trailing Diane, lingering at the lavatory entrance. Initially considering whether to confront him, Snape ultimately opted to toss a stone and retreat into the shadows. The stone startled Diane, prompting her to emerge and survey her surroundings. She was taken aback by the boy's cleverness as he turned back to listen to their conversation, apparently regarding the lavatory sink. Snape circled the sink, discovering nothing unusual. He tapped the basin but felt nothing amiss. It appeared to be an ordinary sink. With preparations for his next class on his mind, he hurriedly departed, planning to return at a later time. A while later, 3 muddy little wizards emerged from the corner. I told you something was off. There must be something in that sink, Ron exclaimed, filled with indignation. I believe so too, but what could it be? Harry pondered, gazing at the sink. They noticed Snape sneaking out from the corner, so they followed him, yet Diane and Sirius remained unseen. Perhaps we could consult the library for information, Hermione suggested, striving to recall if Hogwarts had any records pertaining to the sink. That sounds reasonable. We can return another time. Our next class is approaching, and we must freshen up, Ron said, brushing dirt off himself. With that, the 3 little wizards departed. Look what you've done, Diane scolded, tugging at Sirius's ear as she emerged from the corner. She had intended to investigate alone, but alas, I didn't expect the nosebleed brat to follow me. I'm going to confront him, Sirius exclaimed, angered by the ear tugging. Don't call him that. And no fighting. Diane felt a headache coming on at the sight of Sirius. It seemed he couldn't go a day without seeking out Snape. But he was tailing me, Sirius protested, clutching his reddened ear, looking quite pitiful. If you hadn't followed me, would he have followed you? Diane had initially planned to discreetly ask Harry to open the door and venture alone into the chamber. But seeing Sirius's demeanor, it seemed she would have to include him in her plans. Diane, do you know what lies within? Sirius curiously tapped the sink. I don't know, but if you keep this up, The defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts will be late, Diane replied to the overly eager Sirius, who seemed ready to dismantle the sink. Oh dear, if it weren't for you, I would have nearly forgotten that I am the defense against the dark arts professor, Sirius exclaimed, darting away in an instant. Diane watched Sirius scurry off, reconsidering her earlier thoughts that he was more reliable than Quirrell or Lockhart. He appeared rather unreliable himself. Chapter 45, The Chamber of Secrets. Diane sighed at the thought of the chamber's entrance, which felt as though it had been discovered like a set of Russian nesting dolls. It was ultimately a mistake born of her own lack of caution. Over the past few days, she had either been usurped by Sirius for defense against the dark arts lessons or summoned by Snape for potions class. Whenever they crossed paths, they would end up in a quarrel, and Diane had taken refuge in the library, hoping to uncover alternative methods to access the chamber. After several days of hiding in the library, Diane had yet to find another way to enter the chamber, and it appeared she would have to rely on Harry's Parseltongue. With a heavy heart, she sighed, as she had recently discovered that her blood no longer seemed capable of crafting magical artifacts. Perhaps it was due to her soul's fragmentation. It no longer nourished her body, and she would not suffer the repercussions of narrative changes. Diane rubbed her temples in frustration, glancing at her somewhat faded hair. Thankfully, her protective charms were still adequate. She touched the sturdy necklace around her neck, grateful for its continued utility, even if she was uncertain about her chances of success. First, I should seek out Harry, she thought, though she was uncertain if he would permit her to descend alone, well aware that the likelihood of that was negligible. Hey, Professor McGonagall, Diane exclaimed, her face lighting up as she spotted McGonagall upon exiting. Diane, what's the matter? McGonagall regarded Diane with curiosity, noting her unusual excitement. Professor McGonagall, could you allow Harry to serve detention with me? Diane looked at her hopefully. I hope Miss Diane intends to keep Harry in detention rather than for a nighttime escapade. McGonagall observed, eyeing Diane, who had been caught on several occasions for nocturnal wandering. She had never imagined catching a wayward badger. Come on, Professor McGonagall. You know I've always been obedient. McGonagall, seeing the mischievous grin on Diane's face, reluctantly consented to allow Harry to accompany her for detention. So, Auntie, you're bringing me to detention at night to let me converse with a snake? Harry looked from the snake to Diane, wondering if she saw him as some sort of wishing well. Give it a shot. You might find it enlightening, Diane encouraged, nearly pushing Harry towards the snake. Hiss. Let go of me. You're squeezing my heart. It hurts. Harry heard a boy's voice. Auntie, did you hear that? Harry jumped back, startled. Perhaps it was just the snake speaking, Diane replied, shaking the serpent in her grasp. Hiss, woman. Release me. I know you admire me, the most handsome snake. But forcing a connection between man and snake will yield no fruitful outcome. The little snake continued to struggle. Hiss, how could my aunt possibly like you? Harry stood up for his aunt, bewildered by her inexplicable affection for a snake. Hiss, can you understand my words? Release me from her grasp. I am a pristine yellow flower snake, and my innocence is at stake. Harry seized the writhing serpent from Diane's hands. Harry, did it say anything? Diane inquired, observing Harry's firm grip on the snake. Aunt, I understood its words. It claims you are hurting it. Allow me to take it, Harry replied, tightening his hold. Hiss. You sly one. Truly, I am astounded by your cunning. You are squeezing my heart, and the pain intensifies. The snake hissed in protest. Hiss. Do you truly believe my aunt could ever be enamored with you? Harry pressed harder. Hiss, 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 impossible. How could such a beautiful being ever fancy me? A true gentleman, the snake is adaptable. It does not squabble with children. Aunt, may I have this snake as a gift? Harry eased his grip slightly. Of course, as long as Harry desires it. Now, Harry, let me take you somewhere. At that moment, Diane's smile was as enchanting as a child's. Yet all her merriment came to an abrupt halt as she opened the door. Sirius, what are you doing here? Diane nearly hurled the chicken she clutched at him, having barely escaped his presence. Oh, are you all having a feast without me? Sirius leaned against the wall, raising an eyebrow at Diane as she attempted to close the door. Ah, right. Fearing she might crush his hand, Diane relinquished the door, allowing Sirius to slip inside. Harry is here too. Are you all going for a midnight adventure? Take me along. Sirius beamed at the duo, knowing full well Diane might embark on perilous escapades. Thus he spent his days lingering outside her office. Just to clarify, he was not a stalker. Fine, Diane conceded, realizing that denying him entry this time would only lead to him waiting at the door next time. Hey, I knew you were planning something dangerous. But why bring Harry and a snake and a chicken along? Sirius inquired, eyeing the chicken while glancing at Harry, who was arguing with the snake. Well, I'll need Harry's help to unlock it, Diane explained. Upon hearing this, Harry, still engaged in a dispute with the snake, looked perplexed and turned to his aunt. Come on, Harry, say open to it, just like you did when you spoke with the snake, Diane urged, nudging Harry toward the sink. Aunt, Does Professor McGonagall know you're taking me out at night? Hiss, open. Harry sighed, exasperated with his aunt, yet complied. I trust the two of you 1T informed Professor McGonagall, right? Diane flashed a radiant smile at the gentleman present, along with the snake. Haha, certainly not. Right, Harry? Sirius nudged him. Absolutely, Harry chuckled, turning back to the snake. Suddenly, the sink began to stir, revealing a vast, bottomless pipe. Harry, you should return, I'll investigate first. Diane crouched beside the pipe, holding her wand in her mouth, ready to toss a stone before descending. Young lady, aunt, their voices synchronized. I'll go first. I want to follow, they both declared simultaneously, each gripping one of Diane's arms. Diane contemplated delivering a punch to each of them, her anxiety about descending heightened, and they had startled her enough to almost drop her wand. All right, but it's dangerous down there. Remember to cover the chicken's mouth, Sirius insisted. Eager to descend, believing they wouldn't encounter a boss immediately, rather than allowing him to sneak along, it was better to keep him in sight. Chapter 46, The Serpent Behemoth. Remember, if there's any noise, close your eyes immediately. Diane cautioned Sirius anxiously. Don't worry, how could anything happen to me? Sirius reassured her. Securing the chicken before leaping down, Diane and Harry lay on the ground, peering down the pitch-black pipe, hoping to discern Sirius's condition, though they knew it was futile. Come down. Sirius's voice echoed from the dark pipe, and Diane thought to herself, this guy is incredibly audacious. It's as if the boss's lair has become his home. Diane followed Harry down the pipe. It was deep, but the descent was swift. By the time Diane realized what had happened, she found herself in Sirius's embrace, while Harry sat nearby, a snake coiled around his arm, gritting his teeth. Slow down. Don't fall. Sirius steadied Diane by the waist, weighing her lightly in comparison, realizing how delicate she was. It seemed he could lift her with a single hand. All right. Diane's cheeks flushed. In this position, she could feel Sirius's firm muscles, faintly sensing his abs through his clothing. Hiss, is this person your aunt's partner? The snake whispered to Harry, who was tightly fixated on Sirius's hand, wishing to swat it away. Was he pursuing his aunt or merely taking advantage? All right, let us move, Diane said, her flustered face pushing Sirius away. Okay. Sirius, unfazed, merely chuckled and pinched his fingers as if reminiscing about the soft touch. They turned corner after corner, the eerie atmosphere unsettling them. At the tunnel's end, they beheld a wall adorned with two entwined serpents, their eyes glistening with enormous emeralds that appeared quite valuable. They look alive, Harry shuddered. Perhaps they are. Let us go see, Sirius urged, patting Harry on the shoulder. Harry stumbled forward under the weight of Sirius's hand, which seemed to convey a warning. Don't let your hand wander. Hiss, open. Ultimately, Harry decided to keep his hand there a little longer since he couldn't overpower Sirius. The two serpents parted, retreating to the sides as the wall opened, revealing an even more foreboding interior, reminiscent of a horror film. Hey, do you think we'll come out of this intact? Sirius joked cheerfully. Let us not speak of ill omens, Diane retorted, clutching her wand as she stepped inside first. Young lady, be cautious, it's perilous in there. Sirius followed closely, leaving Harry and the snake exchanging glances. Be careful, everyone, protective spells. After a while, Diane positioned herself in front of Harry and cast a spell. Harry gazed ahead to find a gigantic snake motionless, capable of swallowing 10 of him whole. Harry, stay here. Don't move, and keep your eyes shut. Sirius, when you release the chicken, make sure to close your eyes quickly, Diane instructed with a serious demeanor. All right, young lady. Don't frown, it doesn't suit you. Sirius, ever the jokester, attempted to lighten the moment. You're quite carefree. Diane's stern atmosphere dissipated. Aunt, don't worry. I won't run off or open my eyes, Harry assured, mimicking a gesture of covering his eyes. Absolutely, prioritize safety. Neither Harry nor Sirius questioned Diane about her plan. They trusted her implicitly. As soon as Sirius released the chicken, it began to squawk, and the previously slumbering snake trembled with sudden fear. Close your eyes, Diane shouted, hurling an unknown object into the darkness. The young girl possesses remarkable items. Upon returning, I shall study this serpent whose eyes have turned to a shade of gray, remarked Sirius, as he opened his eyes and brandished his wand. This creature is merely temporarily blinded. We must act swiftly. As he spoke, Dienda cast a spell, though Sirius found Dienda somewhat peculiar. And despite the spell striking the serpent albeit somewhat askew, he paid it no mind. Even with his eyes closed, Harry sensed a flash of white light pass by. And before he could react, he heard his aunt and godfather uttering incantations. Petrificus totalis, blasting curse, Avada Kedavra. Wait, why did he hear his aunt say Avada Kedavra? Surely, he must have misheard. Harry could now open his eyes. After a moment, he finally heard Dienda's voice and blinked open his eyes. Aunt, he exclaimed, startled to see Sirius leaning against Dienda, a serpent's venomous fang embedded in his arm, while Dienda's eyes had turned gray. It's nothing. Just take Sirius outside. My vision is compromised due to the proximity of the materials used, and I may be unable to see for a few days. Dienda supported Sirius's arm on her shoulder to prevent him from slipping. Understood. Harry deftly extracted the serpent's fang and tossed it to the ground. What is that? Dienda, unable to see, could only inquire by sound. The serpent's fang, Harry replied just as Snape's voice echoed through the darkness. What madness is this? 2 professors out at night with a student? 20 points deducted from Gryffindor. Rushing from the shadows alongside Snape was a phoenix. Fox. Dienda, with her keen hearing, recognized the sound of the phoenix in addition to the crowing of a rooster. Miss Dienda, you truly possess an audacious spirit. Snape exclaimed as he pulled Sirius away from Harry and Dienda, while the phoenix perched upon Sirius's shoulder. Severus, I swear this was merely an accident. Dienda feigned exhaustion. Sitting down on the ground, although she was indeed weary, and discreetly retrieved the fang. If only Miss Dienda's mind were not muddled with folly. She would realize how often she has found herself in this predicament with her unfortunate old professor, Snape remarked, supporting Sirius without a hint of courtesy. It was an accident before as well, Dienda replied with a grin. Due to Mr. Potter's bravery, another 10 points deducted from Gryffindor. Snape could only impose penalties upon the sole student present. This is unjust, Professor, Harry exclaimed in frustration. Mr. Potter has disturbed the ears of his poor old professor. 5 more points deducted. Snape, expressionless, concluded Gryffindor's point deduction at a total of 35. Oh, Harry fell silent, fearing further deductions would leave Gryffindor with nothing. I believe 50 points should be awarded for Gryffindor's bravery. Sirius, revived by Fawkes's tears, awoke to the sound of point deductions. Humph. Snape merely cast a cold glance in his direction, saying nothing further. Chapter 47, The Grey Eyes. Is the young lady well? Sirius approached and helped Dienda to her feet, now fully rejuvenated and exuding confidence. I'm all right, Dienda replied as she stood with Sirius's assistance. What happened to you? Did the basilisk rise again? Sirius brushed the dust from Dienda's attire. I'm fine, just may be unable to see for a few days. I used too much material to blind the serpent, Dienda said, gripping Sirius's arm to quell her fear of the encroaching darkness. Oh, you're fine? Sirius turned Dienda's face towards him. Her golden eyes had turned gray. You call that fine? He said, gazing at the extensive bruises on her arms and the small cuts on her face, holding onto Dienda's uninjured arm firmly yet gently, fearing to cause her pain. It's really not that bad. It doesn't hurt much. Compared to soul splitting, this is far less severe, Dienda thought to herself. Sirius, wishing he could deliver a reprimanding slap to Dienda's head, ultimately refrained, though Snape nearby did not hold back. Ouch, Severus, I'm currently an injured party, Dienda protested. One arm held by Sirius, rendering her unable to lift it, her eyes pleading at Snape. I hope Miss Dienda is aware that her old professor is here. Rather than shouting for her unfortunate old professor at a giant serpent, Snape's familiar sarcasm wafted over. Dienda turned to Snape, offering an embarrassed smile. You fiend. How dare you strike her? Sirius, though not one to lose his temper, was incensed on her behalf. Humph, let me examine your eyes. Snape curtly dismissed Sirius's attempts at conversation. You. Sirius glared, ready to confront Snape. I can't see, Dienda quickly intervened, pulling Sirius back. This was not the time for quarrels. Humph. Though discontented, Sirius did not deny Snape's capability. He relented but still maintained his grip on Dienda's arm. Now lift your head, Snape instructed, glancing at Sirius and moving next to Dienda to inspect her eyes. What a pity, you nearly went blind. Spend some time in the sun and avoid bright lights. Return to me for some potions. After examining her, Snape unceremoniously rapped Dienda on the head. Severus, I truly am an injured party, she whined, raising her hurt arm as if to plead for mercy. I am well aware of that, Miss Dienda. After all, Mr. Potter does not call me Severus, Snape remarked, his face darkening as he observed Dienda lifting her injured arm towards Harry. Heh, Dienda chuckled in response to the sound. Perhaps you've been struck senseless, Sirius mused, ruffling her hair, finding her endearing despite her silliness. He decided to let his grievances with Snape slide for the moment to avoid further conflict with her, if he wished to prevent her from going blind. We ought to return, Snape bluntly interrupted their moment. Sirius, disregarding any notions of decorum, carefully lifted Dienda and retraced their steps, having previously been oblivious to the concept of gender propriety. Humph, foolishly impulsive Gryffindor has no idea how to ascend, Snape quipped, casting a glance at Harry as he beckoned Fawkes to follow. Phew. Thankfully, the phoenix does not consume serpents. Otherwise, you would be in peril, Harry thought, having grown accustomed to Snape's glares. I'm unsure if I might be eaten, but I know that if you do not leave soon, you will have to spend the night with that hideous serpent lying on the ground. The serpent draped over Harry's arm complained. Not wishing to share space with such an ugly creature, feeling it diminished its aesthetic sensibilities. All right, little flower, Harry said, trailing behind Snape with the serpent. Do not call me little flower. The serpent hissed indignantly, flicking its tongue at Harry. Okay. As Harry followed Snape, he saw Sirius anxiously cradling Dienda, pondering how to ascend. Humph. Snape disdainfully glanced at Sirius, then grasped Fawkes's feather with one hand while extending the other towards Sirius. If you do not wish to hold me, you may remain here and leave Dienda with me. No way, Sirius retorted, one hand gripping Snape while the other encircled Dienda's waist, while Harry clung to Sirius's leg. Here, drink this. Upon their return, Snape handed Dienda a vial of potion, the scent of which was truly unforgettable. All right, Severus. Snape observed the distance growing between them as Dienda responded, her voice fading as she walked further away. Miss Dienda, if you wish to avoid going blind, you ought to come over here. Severus Snape turned Diendra's head to face him, pressing a potion into her hands. Fortunately, Sirius was outside, otherwise, a quarrel would have ensued. Is it possible not to drink this? Diendra remarked, the scent of the potion filling her with a sense of impending doom. What do you think? Although she could not see, she could sense the murderous intent in Severus's tone. Drink it. I shall, she stammered, trembling as she brought the potion to her lips. The taste was utterly abhorrent, akin to a month's worth of soiled socks steeped in rotten eggs. Yet, the wound no longer ached. Was it true that the more peculiar the flavor, the swifter the healing? Now return and cover your eyes with a black cloth. Avoid bright lights, Snape instructed, dismissing her with a wave of his hand. Understood, Diendra replied, navigating her way back to the door, relying solely on her memory of Snape's office, grateful not to encounter any potions along the way. How is the young lady? Sirius stood up as Diendra emerged, grasping her arm. I'm fine, just can't look at bright lights. I need to find cloth to cover my eyes, she replied, brushing her hair in hopes of preventing any fading during this time. Perhaps you might find this to your liking, Sirius said, producing a red ribbon to secure over her eyes. What is this? Diendra felt a warm presence before the fabric obscured her vision. My tie, freshly bought and unused. Although there are many in the same style, he added, omitting the latter part. Thank you, Diendra said, feeling the softness of the material against her skin. Why thank me? We are practically family, Sirius said, gently ruffling her hair, sensing a decline in its quality. See you tomorrow, young lady. Be cautious when I'm away. Watch your step. Sirius cautioned after escorting her back to her office, his concern evident. I will, no need to fret, Diendra reassured him, feeling her way along the wall until she reached the adjacent door. Young lady, do you dabble in the dark arts? Sirius interrupted, halting her from closing the door. He recalled hearing her utter the name of the killing curse before losing consciousness. At that moment, you were bitten by a snake while trying to save me, and instinctively, I sought a swift resolution. After all, the snake's venom meant that each second counted, she explained, justifying her use of the curse. You are aware that the dark arts can affect both your body and soul. Hand me that wand, Sirius insisted, extending his hand toward her. But I truly require it, Diendra protested. Do you wish to continue wielding the dark arts? Sirius's tone turned grave. No, she stammered, reluctantly surrendering the wand she had hidden behind her. Not this unicorn hair wand. Give me the other one, he instructed after inspecting it. Diendra, initially contemplating resistance, ultimately surrendered and slowly retrieved the other wand. Rest well, I shall safeguard this wand for now, Sirius said, eyeing the seemingly innocent girl before him, realizing that he might have misjudged her gentility. All right, good night, Diendra replied, accepting her unicorn hair wand as they bid each other farewell. Time passed swiftly, and soon Diendra would regain her sight. Harry, why are you out training in such torrential rain? Diendra approached Harry with a towel in hand, deftly wiping his head, her blindness not hindering her agility. Auntie, why are you out again? Harry asked, exasperated. I can't see, but I'm nearly better. But is Quidditch practice really that demanding? Training in the rain is a sure path to catching a cold. Go wash up, Diendra suggested, aware that Harry must look quite disheveled. Don't worry, Auntie, my health is robust enough to withstand a cold. Achoo. Harry sneezed after hastily wiping his face with the towel. Go take a hot shower. Are you feeling down lately? Diendra gently tousled his damp hair. You know, Auntie, Malfoy's father donated 7 Nimbus 2001s to Slytherin, and the pressure on us in Quidditch has skyrocketed, Harry lamented, wiping his muddy hands on his slightly cleaner robes as he guided Diendra toward her office. Diendra found it curious that Harry often insisted on her going out, even after she nearly stumbled down the stairs once, a dangerous feat in Hogwarts where many staircases were enchanted to move. All right, Harry, she replied with a smile. But as she took a few steps, she felt a sensation reminiscent of bathing in the Black Lake. Oh, Miss Evans, I beg your pardon, nearly headless Nick exclaimed, emerging from the wall, his voice tinged with melancholy. It's not your fault, Mr. Nick, Deandra recognized his sorrowful tone. "Mr. Nick, do you carry a burden?" she inquired, sensing his deep despondency. "I'm merely a bit of skin and sinew. I cannot join the headless hunt." Nick's agitation grew, prompting Harry to hastily pull Deandra away, fearing Nick might become too animated and remove his head to demonstrate. On their way back, they encountered Filch, and Harry, now muddy, faced the prospect of detention after escorting Deandra back. Once settled in her chair, Deandra pondered her next steps. Obtaining both the Hufflepuff Cup and Nagini would prove to be formidable challenges. Voldemort had always kept Nagini close. To kill her would necessitate approaching him during his resurrection. An impossible task given her inability to act as a spy. The Triwizard Tournament in Harry's 4th year might present an opportunity. Yet how to infiltrate Bellatrix's vault remained a mystery. "Auntie." Harry's voice from outside snapped Deandra from her thoughts. "Come in, Harry, what is it?" As she regained her focus, she realized her vision had returned, the vibrant red before her taking a moment to register, still covered by Sirius's tie. "Auntie, your eyes are back," Harry exclaimed upon entering, noticing her golden irises restored. "Indeed, and seemingly without any after-effects," Deandra said, her first instinct to check her hair for any signs of fading. Fortunately, it had only lightened slightly. She resolved to dye it again that evening. "This is wonderful, Auntie. I wanted to ask if you would accompany me to the Death Day party, but it coincides with the Halloween feast." "Of course, you needn't feel obliged." Harry hesitated, uncertain of her feelings toward the event. "If you are there, Harry." "I believe the Death Day party would indeed be quite enjoyable," Deandra replied, observing the eager glimmer in Harry's eyes as he sought her approval. "Then I shall see you at the Death Day party. I will inquire with my godfather." Harry beamed at her response, his bashfulness evident, for she had always been accommodating. "All right, but do be careful on those rotating staircases," Deandra cautioned as she watched him nearly collide with the door. "Of course, Auntie." Harry's cheerful voice echoed down the corridor. Watching the lively Harry, Deandra shook her head, hoping he wouldn't be caught by Filch for his exuberant antics in the hallways. Chapter 49. The Death Day party on the eve of Halloween. Nearly all the young wizards were merrily making their way to the Great Hall to partake in the Halloween feast. Save for Harry, who felt a twinge of regret. After all, the festivities appeared to be quite lively. Nevertheless, at 7 o'clock, Harry arrived at the Death Day party, accompanied by Dean and others. The path to the gathering was adorned with candles prepared by nearly headless Nick, their flickering blue light offering no comfort in the darkness, but rather an eerie ambience. "What is that sound? Is it their music?" Ron shivered at the hellish noise that filled the air. "It sounds unique," Harry offered, selecting what he deemed the most fitting descriptor. "Dear friends, it is an absolute delight to welcome you here. I am truly ecstatic." A throng of guests rounded a corner to find Nick, who bowed excitedly and gestured for them to enter. The scene before Harry and his friends was indeed extraordinary. Hundreds of ghosts surrounded them, accompanied by music that seemed capable of sending one away, while black candles emitting blue light hung overhead, their dim glow rendering the atmosphere even chillier. "Be careful, for passing through them is not a pleasant experience," Dean remarked, shivering at the memory of his own encounter. "It's rather cold, don't catch a chill." A rush of warm breath brushed against Dean's ear, and he felt the faint scent of grass from Sirius's clothing as he draped it over Dean's shoulders. "Thank you." Dean wrapped the garment around himself, his cheeks flushed, whether from the cold or something else, he could not discern. Meanwhile, as Sirius removed his coat, Harry seized the opportunity to pull Ron and Hermione away. "I can't shake the feeling that Professor Black and Professor Dean share a rather close bond," Hermione noted, having picked up on the peculiar atmosphere between the two, which seemed odd for children. "Stop guessing, it's exactly what you think." Harry informed his curious companions about the matter that had been troubling him since the start of the term. "Oh my goodness, I knew Dean could never become my sister-in-law," Ron lamented, evidently distressed over the potential loss of delectable treats in the future. "Does Bill also fancy my aunt?" Harry questioned, pondering since Bill was closest in age to her. "Well, who doesn't know George adores sticking close to Aunt Dean? Though I doubt my brother stands a chance." "He seems utterly oblivious," Ron replied. "My heavens. To be honest, I hadn't picked up on that," Harry admitted, experiencing an unusual curiosity about the gossip, especially given that the twins were notorious for their mischief, making them nearly untouchable. "Well, I heard from my mother that George once declared he would marry Aunt Dean when he was very young." The twins were known for their pranks and strikingly similar handsome looks. Perhaps this would help distinguish between them in the future. "Hey, you mustn't breathe a word of this to them. If they find out I said anything, yikes." Ron shivered at the thought, already envisioning his brothers burying him for the revelation. "I once joked about this with them and nearly got tricked into eating the maggot-infested meat pie Aunt Dean had brought for Scabbers." With that, Ron's gaze towards the ghosts softened considerably, as they were not prone to pranks. "Hello there. Care for a bite?" A voice called from behind Ron. "Sure." Enthralled by the prospect of food, Ron immediately reached for what a nearby person was holding, without a second thought. Only when Ron grasped the food did he realize something was amiss. It had an odd texture and seemed to squirm in his hand. Before Harry and Hermione could warn him, Ron lifted the food to his mouth. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the strange texture was due to the meat pie being infested with maggots, an utterly grotesque sight. Peeves' laughter echoed from behind Ron. As Ron turned to glare at him, Peeves made a face and scurried away. What happened? Dean and Sirius rushed over, having heard Ron scream, even passing through a few ghosts along the way. "Aunt, Ron is fine. There's no need to worry." Harry, seeing Dean hurriedly traversing through the spirits, felt a pang of concern, aware that Dean's eyesight had only just begun to recover. He hoped there were no lingering effects. "I'm all right, Aunt Dean," Ron quickly reassured her, momentarily forgetting about Sirius. Upon hearing their claims of being fine, Dean paused, feeling a bit calmer, though the sensation of passing through spirits returned, causing her head to ache slightly. "Are you all right, young lady? I told you not to worry too much about what happens at Hogwarts." Sirius, observing Dean's furrowed brow, gently rubbed her head, hoping to alleviate her discomfort. "Thank you." Dean felt a wave of relief as Sirius's touch eased the chill that had settled in her bones. "Do not mention it." Sirius smiled as he ruffled Dean's hair, guiding her away from the ghosts towards Harry, mindful that their presence might inhibit the children's enjoyment, thus opting for a spot farther from the festivities. "Harry, I think if George truly likes Aunt Dean, he probably stands no chance," Ron remarked. Still reeling from the earlier scare, and now unexpectedly faced with the realization of his own romantic misfortunes. "Not necessarily." Witnessing his aunt's apparent indifference towards romantic feelings, akin to what would exhibited, he chose to keep that insight from Ron. "What?" Ron leaned in closer to Harry, having not caught the earlier murmurs. "Nothing. Aunt Dean has arrived." Harry deftly skirted the topic, redirecting attention back to Dean, as he had promised his godfather to avoid complicating matters concerning her. "Aunt Dean, are you all right?" Ron, upon noticing Dean's approach, eagerly forgot the previous conversation and turned his focus to her, realizing that if he hadn't screamed, Dean wouldn't have rushed through the spirits. Chapter 50. The Crown. "There's no need to worry. I'm fine." Dean affectionately ruffled Ron's hair, the touch slightly different from Harry's. Nearly headless Nick, having heard the commotion, hurried over. Suddenly, the lively sounds around them came to an abrupt halt. Even the music that seemed capable of ushering spirits away ceased. "Oh dear, this is quite disastrous." Nick's expression twisted in evident distress. As he spoke, 12 ghostly horses emerged from the walls, each ridden by a headless knight, creating a rather striking visage. Every ghost at the party applauded, save for Nick, who appeared rather pale. The 12 ghostly steeds halted in the center of the stage, each holding their heads tucked under their arms, resembling a scene from a horror film. "Isn't that frightening?" Hermione whispered, inching closer to Ron as a ghost approached, casually pressing its head towards them. "Indeed." Ron shuddered at the sight of the bloody necks and subtly shielded Hermione's view, determined to spare her from such gruesome imagery. "Nick, is your head still attached to your neck?" A bearded ghost called out, giving Nick a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Welcome, Patrick," Nick replied, his face stiffening as if he might banish the ghost at any moment. "Oh my goodness, they are alive," Sir Patrick exclaimed, his head nearly falling off in excitement as he caught sight of the group, prompting Ron to once again shield Hermione. Although this was Nick's death day party, the entrance of the Headless Horseman Brigade had clearly shifted the focus of the festivities. Goo, having lingered here for quite some time, the little wizards are now famished. "Perhaps it is time for us to dine." Diane, observing the bashful trio of young sorcerers, guided them away from the soiree. On their way to the kitchen, they encountered Draco, and dinner unfolded amidst the raucous clamor of 4 lions and a small serpent. After ushering away the nearly brawling individuals, Diane took the basilisk's Fong to the room of requirement. If she were not currently influenced by the plot, would she have the chance to encounter Ravenclaw's diadem within? Upon opening the door to the room of requirement, Diane was left awestruck. True to its name, it manifested whatever one desired, and a room full of diadems awaited her discovery. Ultimately, Diane summoned her patience and began to sift through them one by one. This task was nothing short of Herculean, as the diadems bore only slight differences, each adorned with gemstones that made Diane feel dizzy. Ultimately, she concluded that she needed to rest, for she would be assisting in potions class tomorrow. The following days were spent with Diane alternating between assisting in potions and defense against the dark arts, and it took several days for her to notice the lethargy that had settled over the girls at Hogwarts. Upon inquiring, Sirius revealed that Lockhart had been caught using the Obliviate charm to steal others' adventures and had subsequently been confined. "You didn't know about this?" he asked, noticing her distracted demeanor. "I thought you had developed a fondness for that peacock you met last time." Sirius remarked with unabashed sarcasm. "Not at all. I simply haven't been resting well," Diane replied, But the room of requirement is truly remarkable. Every time I leave and return, it seems to restore itself. You're hiding something from me, Sirius said, detecting her evasiveness. With her limited acting skills, Diane could not hope to deceive him. Well, I've decided to thoroughly study the art of acting. 108 techniques in the library, she confessed. Ah, dear girl. Perhaps you might consider trusting me a little. I have no intention of betraying you, Sirius sighed, bending slightly to meet her gaze. Relenting, Diane finally acquiesced, realizing that she could not find the diadem alone. That evening, Sirius stood at the entrance of the room of requirement. So, the Ravenclaw diadem is right here? He inquired. Indeed, Diane replied, her trepidation towards the door palpable. How many diadems could there possibly be to keep you here every day? He chuckled, nonchalantly opening and closing the door. Upon seeing the room brimming with diadems, he admitted that his voice had perhaps been a touch too loud. Let us get to work, he said, pointing to a glittering diadem adorned with jewels, its base inscribed with the words, "Wisdom surpasses all treasures." With that, Diane dove headfirst into the task. Sirius, gazing at the dizzying array of diadems, braced himself for a long night of labor. Their nocturnal search for diadems left the little wizards appearing rather listless during the day. The watchful young sorcerers began to gossip about the two professors with dark circles under their eyes. More and more young wizards began to sneak out at night to observe the clandestine meetings between the two professors. Despite being caught and losing points, the allure of gossip proved irresistible. After hearing various rumors, Harry had grown quite adept at maintaining his composure. He recalled how, at the onset, he had been ready to confront Sirius if Ron had not held him back. I told you, brother, these are all fabrications, Ron reassured, patting Harry on the shoulder. But what is Sirius doing meeting with my aunt at night? No, I must investigate tonight, Harry mused. Though he had faith in Sirius, his concern for his aunt lingered. What? You two are actually planning to follow Professor Diane? That is unacceptable, Hermione interjected, appalled at their conversation. All right, Hermione, just this once, they pleaded, and after much coaxing, she reluctantly agreed, albeit with the condition that she would accompany them, primarily out of concern for their safety rather than a desire for gossip. That evening, Ron, you stepped on my foot, Harry whispered as they stealthily trailed Diane and Sirius under the invisibility cloak. Sorry, Hermione, Ron replied, the three of them crammed beneath the cloak. A little tight, but manageable, though they inevitably stepped on each other's feet. Quiet, or we'll be discovered, Harry cautioned, glancing back to ensure Diane had not noticed them. What's the matter, young lady? Sirius inquired, noticing Diane turn abruptly. I don't know. I just feel like someone is following us, she said, frowning as she scanned the empty corridor. The little wizards had all been dismissed, and Filch was undoubtedly reveling in the numerous captures he had made as he recalled the downcast faces of the young sorcerers he had taken in. Indeed, Diane thought, feeling reassured as she led Sirius onward. Chapter 51, The Room of Requirement. Let us hurry and catch up, Harry urged, quickening his pace after Diane and Sirius. Slow down. Harry, we're going to slip out from under the cloak, Ron said, as he and Hermione hurried to keep pace with him. What are they doing? Oh dear. Why has a door suddenly appeared? The young wizards gasped at the sight of a door materializing before Sirius. Perhaps we should focus on where Professor Diane has gone, Hermione suggested, realizing that only Sirius stood at the door while Diane had vanished. Perhaps I am right behind you, came a chilling voice from behind the trio. Ah! They shrieked, unsure who screamed first as the invisibility cloak slipped to the ground. Oh, it's you, Diane exclaimed, picking up the fallen cloak and gazing at the three revealed young sorcerers. Aunt, what a coincidence, Harry stammered, greeting Diane as she appeared from behind them. Coincidence? Diane mused, her eyes narrowing at the quivering young wizards huddled in the corner, as she seized Harry and Ron by their collars and dragged them toward the door, with Hermione dutifully trailing behind. Now, tell me, do you wish to lose points and serve detention, or would you prefer to work? Sirius asked, arms crossed, glaring at the trembling trio. As long as we don't lose points, we'll do anything, they chorused, for their Gryffindor points were nearly depleted. So long as we're not asked to commit murder or arson, Ron added timidly. Why on earth would we ask you to commit murder? We might, at most, allow you to start a fire, Sirius teased Ron. Start a fire? Ron gasped in shock. Shoo, keep it down, I'm merely jesting. We only need your assistance in finding something, Diane interjected, hastily covering Ron's mouth, fearing Filch might overhear. MMPH, Ron protested, struggling for breath beneath her hand. Young lady, he's going to suffocate. Don't hold his mouth shut any longer, Sirius remarked, finally showing a hint of kindness as he pulled Diane's hand away. Phew, thanks, Ron gasped, finally free to inhale the air. No need for thanks. We'll be counting on you today, Sirius said with a grin as he opened the door, revealing a diadem glimmering with jewels, inscribed with the words, "Wisdom surpasses all treasures." Are you certain we'll find it? I've seen more diadems in my lifetime than I could count, though I haven't seen many, Ron remarked, swallowing hard as he gazed at the multitude of diadems. A friendly reminder. It will reset the next time you enter, Sirius cautioned as he stepped inside. How is this even possible? Ron marveled at the sight of the room, filled with diadems. All right, Ron, start looking, Harry encouraged, patting Ron on the shoulder as he entered. Let us go? Hermione followed closely behind. Fine, Ron conceded, eyeing the multitude of diadems, reasoning that staying up late was preferable to losing points. Oh dear, that's not it. Ron exclaimed in frustration, realizing that none of the crowns bore any inscriptions. Is this it? Harry inquired, shaking the crown in his hand. One must admit that fortune varies greatly among individuals. While DeAndre and Sirius had searched for so long without success, Harry found one in under an hour. Let me see that, DeAndre said, taking the crown from Harry's hand. At first glance, it emanated an aura of nobility and wisdom. Upon closer inspection, she conceded that it resembled the others, yet it bore an inscription beneath. Thanks, Harry. I'll treat you to something delicious when we return, DeAndre said, ruffling Harry's hair affectionately. Sister, what about us? We want something tasty too. Ron chimed in, eager not to be forgotten. DeAndre, not one to neglect her friends, affectionately tousled Hermione's and Ron's hair, noting that Hermione's locks were even more agreeable than Harry's. Let's head back, she suggested, giving Hermione's hair one last gentle stroke, a routine she could easily grow accustomed to. Once she had sent off the three young wizards, only Sirius remained. Why do you want this Ravenclaw crown? DeAndre asked the young boy. Although she could charm the other minors, Sirius was certainly not one to be swayed by mere treats. Oh well, come along then, she relented, seeing his steadfast demeanor and leading him to her office. What are you doing? Sirius questioned, observing DeAndre retrieving a venomous fong, pondering whether she had a secret infatuation with him, as she seemed to be collecting the very tooth that could bite him. Little did he know that if DeAndre were aware of his thoughts, she would merely chuckle. This is a Horcrux belonging to Voldemort. Once all of his Horcruxes are destroyed, he can be killed, DeAndre explained, recognizing that keeping such information from him would be futile. Destroying this will eliminate Voldemort? Sirius inquired, inspecting the crown. Of course. But this is just one of 7 Horcruxes, DeAndre clarified. 7? What are they? Though Sirius found the notion rather bizarre, he chose to trust DeAndre. Any means to vanquish Voldemort was worth exploring. Voldemort's diary, the ring of the Gaunt family, Salazar Slytherin's locket, Helga Hufflepuff's cup, the Ravenclaw crown, and a snake that was always by Voldemort's side, DeAndre listed, preparing to destroy the Horcrux in her hand. But there's one more, isn't there? Sirius noted, counting and realizing they were still short one. That one has already been destroyed. It's nothing to worry about, DeAndre shrugged, admitting she had forgotten. All right. Let me attempt to destroy it, Sirius offered, taking the crown from DeAndre's hand, eager to try his hand at destroying a Horcrux, something he had never attempted before. He employed every method he could think of, nearly resorting to biting it. All right, hand it over, DeAndre said, amused at how Sirius was almost on the verge of transforming into a dog, attempting to bite the crown. This venomous fong could obliterate this object. Perhaps fiend fire would work as well, DeAndre mused, preparing to fashion a handle for the fong, as it was rather uncomfortable to hold. Chapter 52, The Quidditch Match. DeAndre brandished the fong and plunged it into the crown, which oozed a substance akin to blood, dark and viscous, before emitting a faint, piercing shriek. I was initially concerned that if we mistakenly destroyed Ravenclaw's crown, we might be pursued by Ravenclaw students in life and haunted by their ancestors in death. However, now I feel assured that this object is certainly no good, she reflected, observing the black liquid seeping from the crown and the accompanying scream. Saturday had arrived. The day of the Quidditch match, and all the young wizards appeared anxious. This year's Quidditch champion will undoubtedly be Slytherin. I will catch the golden snitch, cried Draco Malfoy, blocking DeAndre's path in the Great Hall. Good luck then, DeAndre encouraged, knowing that children, especially ones like him, required a bit of coaxing. Humph, Malfoy never disappoints, Draco replied, his cheeks slightly flushed. Looking forward to it. But Draco, when did your hair gel go? It's rather damaging to your hair, DeAndre remarked, wishing to tousle his ungelled, light blonde locks. I know, Draco said, lightly patting his hair, oblivious to any flaws. As 11 o'clock approached, all faculty and students made their way to the Quidditch pitch. Go, Harry, DeAndre cheered, having spotted him with Ron and Hermione before he headed to the changing room. I will. Just watch me catch the golden snitch, Harry replied, waving them off as he changed into his uniform. On the Quidditch pitch, Gryffindor and Slytherin students waved their respective house flags in support. 3, 2, 1. Madame Hooch blew her whistle, signaling the commencement of the match. Hey, Harry, I will be the first to catch the golden snitch, Draco taunted, performing a few spins in front of Harry to showcase his flying skills. Well, let's see about that. Watch me find the snitch, Harry replied, quietly darting away to search for the elusive golden ball while Draco turned his back. Potter, you tricked me again. Just wait. Be careful. Draco spun around, realizing he had been deceived, and was preparing to engage Harry in a friendly exchange when he suddenly spotted a bludger heading straight for Harry. Instinctively, Harry ducked, allowing the bludger to soar past him. Oh, thanks, Draco. If that had hit me, I would have ended up in the hospital wing for a month. Only Malfoy would be so kind as to warn his opponent. Draco's expression was a mix of frustration and concern, as if he regretted alerting Harry while simultaneously fearing for his safety. Oh, the power of house elves is truly terrifying, DeAndre thought, attempting to control the rogue bludger from the professor's box, though it was utterly futile. Meanwhile, Harry had evaded several bludgers. Harry, are you all right? George called out as he skillfully struck a bludger toward a Slytherin player. I'm fine for now, but I feel like a magnet for bludgers, Harry replied, catching his breath. Oh dear, Harry, have you turned into a massive magnet? Fred quipped, rushing to knock another bludger away, acknowledging its considerable force. Perhaps, Harry said, narrowly avoiding another bludger aimed at him. Suddenly noticing his glasses fogging up, the rain was certainly poorly timed, making it difficult for him to see. Hey Fred, I feel like I need 6 arms right now. After this match, the captain will no longer fret over our weary arms, Fred exclaimed, wildly swinging his limbs. Thanks for the help, Harry said, relying on the twins for protection as he darted about. No problem. After all, you're our seeker and DeAndre's little nephew. George and Fred chimed in unison, busy enough that they couldn't even glance at each other. Someone has tampered with the bludgers, Fred declared, striking out at a bludger that had been stunned. We need a timeout, George suggested, hitting the returning bludger and signaling Wood for a pause. Wood noticed George's signal, and Madame Hooch's whistle blew. The Gryffindor lions huddled together, clearly discussing something, and it was evident that George was slightly irked. As the match continued, the rain intensified, and the Gryffindor players seemed to neglect the bludgers chasing Harry. Alone in the downpour, Harry appeared utterly beleaguered. The relentless pursuit of the bludgers forced him to dart about chaotically, while the raindrops blurred his vision. Harry, behind you, Draco shouted, witnessing Harry nearly struck by a bludger. Desperate to warn him, Harry glanced back for just an instant, a fleeting moment that felt eternal. He beheld the golden snitch, yet Draco remained oblivious to its presence. It was the sight of the snitch that momentarily distracted Harry, causing the bludger to collide with his elbow. A searing pain jolting him back to reality as he surged toward Draco. Harry, Draco exclaimed, startled by Harry's sudden approach. He had been contemplating whether calling out to Harry, resulting in him being hit by the bludger, would earn him the ire of Deanda, but now his thoughts shifted to how many sweets would suffice as compensation from her. It was only when Harry dashed past him that Draco realized the truth. It wasn't an attack directed at him, but rather an attempt to seize the golden snitch. Wait, the golden snitch. Blasted. Lying on the ground, Harry clutched the golden snitch in his uninjured hand. We won, he thought triumphantly. Did his Auntie Deanda adore gold? Hence the snitch's allure? But wait, is the golden snitch made of gold? Lost in his musings, Harry succumbed to unconsciousness. Harry, as soon as the match concluded, Deanda sprinted off the professor's podium. Auntie, I've been rained on again, Harry murmured, his voice frail, as if on the brink of fading away. I'm here. Let us head to the hospital wing, Deanda said, casting a waterproof charm. But the sight of Harry sprawled on the ground with his arm in an unnatural position rendered her hesitant to move him, fearful of causing further injury. Allow me. Sirius interjected, lifting Harry and hastening toward the hospital wing, with Deanda following closely behind. It appeared that George was indifferent to their plight. After much struggle, Fred finally managed to subdue the errant bludger into its box and raised his already aching arm. For heaven's sake, Fred, with Harry's arm struck by the bludger. He'll likely be bedridden for days, George remarked, shaking the water from his hair. Perhaps Deanda will consider returning the Marauder's map and some prank items in light of our efforts, Fred mused, relishing the rain as he lay on the ground. Oh, Fred, you're actually drinking rainwater, George mocked, observing Fred with his face turned skyward. Oh, George, you are finished, Fred retorted. And soon they began to tussle in the downpour. Chapter 53, Animagus. Harry, are you all right? Deanda asked, her gaze fixed on Harry, who lay upon the hospital bed. Auntie, I'm truly fine. Madame Pomfrey has treated me well. There's no need for concern. I'll be bouncing back to class by tomorrow, Harry insisted, shaking his arm to demonstrate that he felt no pain. I'm so sorry, Harry, Deanda said, her eyes brimming with tears. Though Harry was unscathed, she felt overwhelmed with worry for the child she had nurtured so tenderly, who had never endured such injuries. Auntie, I assure you, I'm perfectly fine. If you're worried, why not bring me some toffees? With those, I won't feel any pain. Haha, Harry quipped with a smile. You cheeky boy. Deanda managed to stifle her tears with laughter, retrieving a few pieces of toffee. From now on, I'll use sweets to placate you. Sounds good, but only toffees, Harry said, expertly unwrapping a candy and popping it into his mouth. Harry, you were phenomenal. The door to the ward swung open suddenly, and the Gryffindor team, covered in mud, filed in. The words came from George, who burst into the room. The professors are here as well. Each member of the Gryffindor team carried a selection of treats, including cake, candies, and pumpkin juice, evidently intending to celebrate. Let the patient rest. You all need to leave, the matron declared, shooing the young wizards away, leaving only Sirius and Deanda behind. Well then, Harry, we shall return to rest, Sirius said, guiding Deanda away. As she had been watching over Harry since the Quidditch stadium and hadn't had time to eat, which was not good for her health. Take care, Harry. We'll visit again tomorrow, Deanda called back, as she allowed Sirius to lead her away. Rest assured, I'm truly fine, Harry chuckled at Deanda's protective demeanor, as if he were made of porcelain. Auntie Deanda, what a coincidence. On their way to the kitchen, Sirius and Deanda unexpectedly encountered the twins. Are you certain it's a coincidence? Deanda remarked, observing the two of them sprawled on the floor, unable to rise. We are absolutely certain. The twins exchanged knowing smiles before limping toward Deanda, pushing past Sirius. Auntie Deanda, look at our prank products in the Marauder's map, they chimed, attempting to curry favor with her, while Sirius could only roll his eyes. He had done a bit of research on Deanda's past after being released from Azkaban. He wasn't a stalker, merely curious about how the young girl had fared over the years. The Weasley family treated her well, having watched her grow up, and it seemed the Weasley household held a place in her heart only slightly inferior to Harry's. Here, if you can refrain from using prank products on the younger wizards, like Ron, and limit your nighttime escapades, I might not confiscate these, Deanda offered, handing the Marauder's map to the twins, who groaned in exasperation. Every time she encountered them during their nighttime escapades, she would catch them using the map. And though she would scold them, they never seemed to learn. Auntie Deanda, what about the sour exploding candies, canary biscuits, and fat tongue toffees? The twins pressed, eyeing the Marauder's map as they attempted to negotiate for their prank items. If you continue to pester me about those prank products, I might just take the Marauder's map back, Deanda warned, recalling the numerous complaints from the younger wizards over the past year, wishing she could discipline the twins. Perhaps it's best to let it go, Fred said, clutching the Marauder's map tightly, as it would at least keep Deanda from catching them during their nighttime adventures. Auntie Deanda, are you and Sirius going to have dinner? Take us along, we haven't eaten either. George chimed in, grinning as he and Fred sought to join them. Remember to eat on time next time. Deanda instinctively assumed a maternal role. Understood, Fred whispered, clearly aware of his own empty stomach. What are you muttering about, Fred? George asked, wrapping an arm around his brother's shoulders. Oh, George, I wasn't saying anything, Fred replied, knowing that they had a history of informing on one another to Deanda since childhood. Sirius watched as his intimate dinner with Deanda transformed into a gathering of four. After their meal and bidding farewell to the twins, Deanda and Sirius strolled through the corridor. Sirius, I wish to master my animagus form. Could you teach me? Deanda requested. She had attempted several times, but had met with failure, whether it was the mandrake escaping her mouth or the dew not being collected correctly. How could I refuse such a request from a young lady? Sirius replied, a smile gracing his lips, recognizing that this was the first time she had asked for his assistance. Thank you, Deanda said, genuinely surprised by his willingness. I've mentioned before. No need to thank me, Sirius said, ruffling her hair. Perhaps he understood why Deanda was so fond of tousling Harry's hair. Meanwhile, in the hospital wing, Harry exclaimed, Dobby, you caused me to miss the Hogwarts Express and today's Quidditch match. Harry was incensed, recalling his fear of being expelled. Oh, Mr. Potter. Dobby was only concerned for your safety. Someone is attempting to reopen the Chamber of Secrets, and history is about to repeat itself, Dobby replied, beginning to throw things in distress. The Chamber of Secrets? It has been opened before? Who did it? Upon hearing Dobby mention the chamber, Harry suddenly recalled the hidden passage beneath the girls' restroom that his aunt had shown him. Mr. Potter, do not press Dobby any further. You must not involve yourself in this matter. It is far too dangerous. You should return home. The little elf appeared exceedingly anxious. Tell me, Dobby, who is it? Harry seized the object that Dobby had been clutching. Dobby cannot say. Dobby must leave. Dobby cannot speak. But Mr. Potter must go home. With that, Dobby departed, leaving Harry alone. Chapter 54. Hey, transformation. A month and a half passed swiftly. Ever since Harry heeded Dobby's warning, he began to tread cautiously. Although he believed Hogwarts would not place him in peril, it indeed upheld his trust. His greatest challenge was now quarreling with Draco. What splendid weather today. Let us see if I can successfully attempt to become an animagus. Sirius gazed out into the tempestuous night. Indeed, Fortune favored them. He had just completed the potion yesterday. Dondra followed Sirius's gaze outside. Let us fetch the vial. Sirius grasped Dondra's hand and dashed into the rain-soaked night, excavating a quantity of crimson potion from one location. This area is sufficiently spacious. Let us commence here. Sirius handed the potion vial to Dondra. Amato, Onimo, and Amato, Animagus. Dondra raised her wand towards her heart, recited the incantation, and drank the scarlet potion. Instantaneously, she was engulfed by excruciating pain and a rapid heartbeat. A vision of a rabbit materialized in her mind, a pure white Dutch lop. Dondra clasped her heart, feeling her body sprouting fur. The unfamiliar sensation overwhelmed her with discomfort and panic. Meanwhile, Sirius picked up Dondra's wand, remaining utterly silent, fearful of disturbing her and jeopardizing her transformation. Wow, little one, you have succeeded. It was not until the rabbit on the ground hopped twice that Sirius dared to approach, cradling the creature. Well, the rabbit thumped its feet in Sirius's palm, shaking off the mud that clung to its fur. So adorable, Sirius mused, contemplating taking a nibble of the miniature rabbit. He set Dondra down and transformed into a large black dog. In the midst of the storm, the black dog gazed at the small white rabbit, unable to resist a lick. To his surprise, the rabbit toppled over, its head plunging into the muddy puddle, transforming the already disheveled white rabbit into a brown one. Are you all right, little one? Sirius exclaimed, flustered as he reverted to his human form and scooped up the muddy rabbit. Squeak! The rabbit in Sirius's hands appeared quite irate, turning its furry backside towards him in disdain. Can you not revert back to your former self now? Sirius, suppressing a chuckle, turned the rabbit to face him. Squeak! Dondra, as a rabbit, bit down on one of Sirius's fingers, venting her frustration. Well, until the little lady returns to her original form, I shall take care of her. Despite being bitten, Sirius remained unfazed, playfully poking Dondra's head with a finger, which only prompted her to clamp down harder on the finger that had disturbed her. All right, let us return. Sirius, undeterred by the muddy rabbit, tucked it into his clothing, shielding her from the rain as they went back. Will you not be captured and turned into spicy rabbit head with your current appearance? Upon returning to Sirius's office, he reached to retrieve the disoriented Dondra from his chest. Squeak! Dondra bit down on the tip of Sirius's outstretched finger. Although she could not speak, she understood him perfectly. Now, let us give the little rabbit a bath. Sirius chuckled, teasing Dondra while playfully tousling her muddy fur. Upon hearing the words bath, Dondra froze. Had her fur not been matted with mud, it would surely have bristled. The little rabbit likely did not wish to soil his bed with mud. Sirius, massaging the rabbit in his hands, found that despite the clumps of dirt, his affection for the fluffy creature was unwavering. Squeak! Dondra, who had just been placed in a basin of water, began to thrash wildly. Are you suggesting that you wish to bathe with me? The turbulent water nearly splashed onto Sirius's white shirt, his well-defined muscles subtly visible. Observing Sirius's eager expression, Dondra ceased her struggles, resigning herself to his gentle ministrations. After the bath, Dondra burrowed into Sirius's blanket, too timid to show her face. Although she was now a rabbit, that did not excuse the thorough washing she had just endured. Had her fur the ability to change color, she would undoubtedly be a rosy pink. Little one, do not hide. You shall suffocate in there. Come out for some fresh air. After finishing his bath, Sirius extracted Dondra from the blanket. Squeak! Once freed, Dondra emerged, her eyes wide with astonishment, gazing at Sirius, who donned a loosely draped bathrobe, exposing much of his upper body. For the next few days, I shall trouble you to share my bed, Sirius said, placing the freshly washed rabbit onto his waist, expertly stroking her fur. As a rabbit, Dondra found each stroke immensely pleasurable, especially with such skillful hands. She felt as if she were melting into a delightful rabbit pancake. It seems you rather enjoy this, Sirius observed, glancing at the rabbit nestled upon his abdomen, a smile gracing his lips. Surely, this brought him a step closer to taking her home. He had revealed himself to her, thus he must bear some responsibility. Suddenly, Dondra, curled up as a rabbit pancake, jolted, realizing her position atop Sirius's waist, and instinctively took a couple of hops. Are you satisfied, little one? However, it is quite late, and we must sleep. Sirius scooped Dondra up and placed her upon the pillow. Ever since transforming into a rabbit, Dondra had been terrified when Sirius lifted her into the air. She was determined to trap him in a sack upon reverting. Fear not, little one. How could I possibly let you fall? Sirius leaned his face closer to Dondra, who lay on the pillow. Had Dondra been able to speak, she would undoubtedly have given him a sarcastic response. As she glanced at the cheeky grin approaching her, she unceremoniously kicked a hind leg against his face and turned her back to him, settling down to sleep. Quite a bit of strength there, Sirius remarked, rubbing his face where she had kicked him, choosing not to tease her further, instead drifting off to sleep himself. Chapter 55. Transformation completed. In the ensuing days, Dondra remained by Sirius's side, leading all the young wizards to discover that their defense against the dark arts professor had a precious rabbit that he took everywhere, refusing to let anyone touch her. The young wizards frequently witnessed Sirius ignoring the gazes of others as he allowed Dondra to tug at his hair, laughing all the while and affectionately calling her little one. Would he be silenced for such displays? Little one, that hurts, Sirius exclaimed, having just concluded a class while removing Dondra from his head, where she had been tugging at his hair. Irritated, Dondra turned her head and bit down on Sirius's finger. For the past few days, she had been treated like a toy, and once she reverted, she would surely trap him in a sack. Sirius, carrying Dondra, returned to his office, taking a seat on the sofa, and chuckled at the rabbit gnawing on his finger. Will you not release your grip? Dondra, despite his words, kept her hold, envisioning herself in her human form, ready to ensnare him in a sack. Sirius observed the rabbit perched on him as she unexpectedly morphed back into her human form, still nibbling on his finger. He was momentarily taken aback, then quickly steadied her waist with the hand that had been previously stroking her fur. Little one, are you truly not going to let go? Sirius raised an eyebrow, surveying the girl before him. Still unable to comprehend her transformation back, Dondra remained silent, continuing to nibble on her fingers. After all, even if she spoke, he would not understand her. Sirius observed the bewildered young lady, allowing her to playfully fumble with him, her gentle nibbles hardly registering as a bite. After a moment, Dondra sensed something amiss. Glancing at her hands, she realized they had transformed from paws to human fingers. She shook her hands in confusion. How had her claws become hands? While Dondra stood there in a daze, Sirius took the opportunity to withdraw his hand. The young girl snapped back to reality, and Sirius waved his hand in front of her. You've been quite excessive these past few days. As Dondra regained her composure and stepped away from Sirius, she recalled his antics over the last few days, nearly feeling the urge to punch him. Are you angry? Sirius inquired cautiously, sensing her unsettling mood. Dondra turned and strode out, the memories of being treated like a mere rabbit, with Sirius casually tugging at her ears, making her want to ignore him entirely. Young lady, don't be upset. I was wrong. Sirius hurried after her, only to find Harry waiting outside, having missed his aunt for several days and worrying about her. As he approached, he noticed Dondra swiftly exiting Sirius's office, her expression on the verge of tears. Did you upset my aunt? Sirius felt a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of when Dondra and the others first moved into the Black household. What have you done to make her cry? He stammered, unsure how to explain the situation. How could he possibly articulate that Dondra had transformed into a rabbit, shared a bed with him for days, and that he had bathed her, ultimately causing her to cry? Seeing Sirius fumble for words, Harry turned to leave, deciding that if he assisted again, he would be a fool. How could he let his aunt be brought to tears? Sirius watched Harry walk away, then headed to the library, recalling that there were volumes on handling romantic missteps. He figured he should read up before seeking out Dondra. As for Harry, he decided against explaining anything. The truth might lead to a beating. Back in her office, Dondra sat at her desk, her forehead resting atop it as she reflected on Sirius's recent behavior, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He had truly crossed a line. Even though her body had been that of a rabbit, her soul remained human. How could he have bathed her? Peering out the window, she noticed the snow beginning to fall. Time flew by so swiftly. She touched the glass, contemplating her next move. Grabbing a coat, she ventured outside to enjoy the snow. Flakes fell gently, and as she scooped up a handful, the coldness quickly melted in her grasp. You should head back. It's too cold out here, Sirius approached, taking her chilly hand into his own. He had hurriedly scanned a relationship guide in the library before coming to find her, relieved to have located her at last. You? Dondra gasped in horror as she saw Sirius kneeling on a washboard he had produced from behind him. I was wrong, Sirius exclaimed, referencing the guide that claimed such an act would appease a wife. No, what are you doing? Deander's confusion deepened upon seeing the washboard, and panic set in when he knelt down. I realized my mistakes, he continued, having conjured the washboard himself, convinced he was following the book's advice correctly. Get up, Dondra urged, glancing around at the passing students who paused to witness the spectacle, some of whom quickly turned to flee. Why had she even come out to enjoy the snow? Sirius, hearing her familiar plea, felt a surge of determination, proclaiming, No, I will remain here until you forgive me. I forgive you, truly, just get up. Dondra attempted to help him rise, but he remained steadfast. No, you clearly do not believe me, Sirius thought to himself, delighted that his actions were unfolding like a textbook case. Really, why don't you trust me? Dondra, noticing the onlookers in the corner, surrendered her struggle. Unless, Sirius shifted his sore knees, contemplating the next line from the book. You kiss me, and I will believe you, he declared, reciting the next phrase verbatim. Dondra suppressed the urge to smack him, acutely aware of the excited whispers from the corner. Sirius's behavior was not what she remembered. Had she known the true nature of his antics, she would have cast the book into the Black Lake without hesitation. Get up. We can discuss this back inside. Dinder, unable to tolerate it any longer, used a wandless levitation spell to transport him and the washboard back to her office. The onlookers grew increasingly animated, trailing behind Dinder until they finally recalled they had potions class next. Oh no, what are you doing? Sirius asked, seated on the sofa, trembling while clutching the washboard. Where did you learn this nonsense? Dinder questioned, exasperated as she observed him curled up on the couch. From the Muggle Studies section in the library, Sirius confessed, realizing that Dinder was even more upset than before. That book had been a poor example. Try to avoid such literature in the future. Dinder abandoned the notion of tossing the book into the lake, considering the repercussions. Even if she discarded one, there were countless others she would need years to dispose of. Fine, I want to read it again. So, have you forgiven me? Sirius asked with trepidation. I am not mad at you, Dinder replied, massaging her temples. She was merely frustrated with herself for not successfully transforming back and was somewhat avoiding the events of the past few days. By the way, this is your wand. You left it behind in your haste. Will there still be a Christmas gift from you this year? Since his release, he had eagerly anticipated the festive gifts Dinder brought him. I truly am not angry, Dinder chuckled, accepting her wand. She was merely frustrated by her rabbit form, feeling vulnerable and unable to protect those she wished to safeguard. Speaking of which, how did a strand of your hair turn white? I thought it was snowflakes at first. Sirius had somehow acquired a lock of Diander's hair. It might be a side effect of becoming an animagus. Perhaps it will resolve itself soon. You should head back now. Dinder, still dwelling on her helpless rabbit form, suddenly snapped back to reality and began pushing Sirius outside. Are you really alright? Shouldn't I stay here until your hair returns to normal? Sirius asked, concern etched on his face as Dinder urged him away. I assure you, it will be fine by tomorrow. I've been in my animagus form for days and need to rest properly. Dinder pushed him out, planning to dye her hair once he left. Take care. See you tomorrow, Sirius said, casting a worried glance at Dinder, wishing to remain by her side. But she was resolute in her decision to part ways. Understood, and you as well. Diane smiled at Sirius and swiftly closed the door, setting off in search of hair dye. Goodbye, she said. The unfinished words of Sirius were abruptly silenced by the resounding slam of the door, leaving him to awkwardly touch his nose as he departed. Where was the hair dye? Found it. After rummaging through the room, Diane vowed never to misplace her belongings again. Following a series of maneuvers with the dye, her white hair transformed into a vibrant red. Sighing with relief, she noted that the snowfall meant fewer witnesses today. The dawn of Christmas arrived. What a coincidence. Speaking of that strand of white hair, I researched numerous books on animagi, yet found no such occurrence. It was hardly a coincidence. Sirius had been waiting here for hours, eager to receive a gift from the girl, and had just been chastised by Snape, who had returned from restocking potion ingredients in the early hours. I don't know what happened, but it's fine now. Diane nearly dropped the gift box in her hands when Sirius mentioned the hair incident. Indeed, everything was all right, but she needed to be cautious about her health, as the situation was still unclear and potentially hazardous. Sirius picked up the strand of hair, rubbing it thoughtfully. He sensed something peculiar, as if the girl was concealing something. Rest assured, I am acutely aware of my own body. Truly, there is nothing to worry about. Diane discreetly reclaimed the strand of red hair, preferring not to let him handle it, especially as its quality seemed to be fading. Well then, Merry Christmas, young lady. Here is a gift for you. I hope you like it. Sirius presented a small box, still puzzled by the hair's texture. But he could wait for the girl to share whatever it was she wished to keep hidden. Merry Christmas. This is a gift I prepared for you. Diane accepted the light yellow gift box from Sirius and handed him a vibrant red one in return. Under his urging, she opened the yellow box to reveal a bronze key adorned with a metallic chain, which bore a golden sunflower keychain. Is this a key to Gringotts? Diane picked up the key, increasingly convinced it resembled one from Gringotts. Yes, it's for Vault 711, which contains the entirety of the Black family fortune. Sirius grinned sheepishly as he held the red box. Are you certain it's all right for you to give me this? Diane felt the key grow warm in her hand, contemplating whether they would be met with wrath from the ancestors of the Black family for gifting their lineage's fortune as a Christmas present. Do you like it? I'm the only one at home, and this is all my possessions. From now on, I'll be relying on you, or I might starve on the streets. Sirius chuckled. You should really take it back. It's far too valuable. Diane insisted on returning the key to Sirius, fearing that accepting it might lead to nightmares involving the Black family's ancestors. Is the girl still angry? She won't accept my Christmas gift. Sirius's demeanor visibly dimmed as he regarded the key she offered. It's not that I won't accept your gift. It's just too precious, Diane flustered, realizing it was the first time she had seen Sirius so despondent. Nothing had ever seemed to affect him this way, save for that one incident with death. If Diane perceived Sirius as a free-spirited wind, unbound and untamed, then Sirius viewed Diane as a sunflower blooming at night, yearning for the sun. This sunflower should not shine in the darkness. She wished to blossom in the night, bringing a touch of gold to others, yet in doing so, she inevitably stained herself with indelible shadows. The wind, wild and unrestrained, loved freedom and could not be tethered to a single place. Yet now, the sunflower had ensnared the wind's path, and the wind willingly paused for that glimmer of gold. You are the only one who has accepted my gift this Christmas. Sirius lowered his head, concealing a fleeting smile in his eyes, sensing that perhaps this time, the girl was beginning to care for him. Let us keep this for now. You can take it whenever you wish. Meanwhile, let us see what I got you. Diane rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. Since her soul had fractured, she occasionally suffered from severe headaches, and she preferred not to elaborate. So she simply agreed to Sirius's proposal and deftly changed the subject. All right. Sirius remained blissfully unaware of Diane's headache, but that was hardly his fault. Ever since her soul had split, she had begun to exhibit some after effects. For instance, when her head ached, her facial expressions became rigid, preventing her from furrowing her brow, leading Sirius to mistakenly believe that massaging her temples was a habitual gesture. Is this a car key? Sirius cautiously opened the gift box and retrieved its contents. A motorcycle key. I always felt that car didn't suit your image, Diane remarked, her spirits lifting slightly. She recalled the proud young man she had first met. Over the past decade, his arrogance had worn away, replaced by a sense of composure. Take me to see it, Sirius exclaimed, excitement radiating from him like that of a child. Perhaps we should have breakfast first, Diane observed as Sirius darted about, unsure of where to go, prompting her to retract her earlier comment about his composure. Oh right. With a sudden realization, Sirius took Diane's hand and led her toward the great hall, where the sight of the professors walking together had become commonplace for the young witches and wizards. After breakfast, the two made their way to Hagrid's hut. Diane's here. The motorcycle you left here a few days ago is behind the house. Come with me. And the new umbrella you gave me is fantastic. I carry it every day, Hagrid called out as he spotted Diane and Sirius approaching. I'm glad you like it. The material of that umbrella is quite durable. So you needn't worry about it breaking, Diane replied with a smile. Oh, thank you so much. You see, I accidentally broke my previous umbrella by sitting on it. I was in dire need of a new one. Hagrid demonstrated his new pink umbrella, then led them to the back of the hut, where a brand new motorcycle awaited. Oh, is this for me? Sirius marveled, enamored by the motorcycle as if he could hardly bear to part with it. You seem to really like it, Diane observed, noting how well the sleek black motorcycle suited him. Would you like to take a ride with me? Sirius offered, placing the only black helmet on Diane's head. Hagrid discreetly slipped away as Sirius approached Diane. Can I refuse? Diane protested weakly as the helmet obscured her eyes, prompting her to adjust her hair. Regrettably, that option is not available, Sirius quipped, gently grasping Diane's waist and lifting her onto the motorcycle before mounting it himself. Hold on tight to my waist. I'll take you for a spin. Once Diane secured her grip, Sirius accelerated, soaring into the air. Slow down. Diane's voice was barely audible amidst the rushing wind. The motorcycle was custom-built for Sirius, with materials so rare that she had spent a month negotiating with that old fox, Lucius, to acquire them, burning through her brain cells in the process. Don't be afraid, my dear. Sirius slowed the speed a little, wrapping one arm around Diane's waist and pulling her closer as he brought her to sit in front of him. What are you doing? This is dangerous, Diane exclaimed, momentarily stunned as she found herself nestled against Sirius's chest. Huh, are you still scared? Sirius gazed down at the little girl nestled in his embrace and leaned closer to DeAndre's ear, whispering, then accelerating. Do not speed too much. Be cautious of colliding with the young wizard. It must be said that resting against Sirius was a slight improvement compared to before, especially considering that the motorcycle he had customized for her was the fastest of its kind. Rest assured, the young wizard will not venture into the Forbidden Forest. Sirius observed the slightly frightened DeAndre in his arms, finding her utterly adorable. He seemed to have discovered a delightful pleasure in teasing the young girl, which explained why James incessantly provoked Lily. Sirius, watch out, someone is coming. At that very moment, as Sirius was momentarily distracted, a figure emerged from the Forbidden Forest. Hearing DeAndre's warning, Sirius snapped back to reality and immediately hit the brakes, only to collide with the figure. Chapter 58, The Christmas Feast. If your brains are not infested with weeds, you should know that murdering a wizard will land you in Azkaban. The figure that had been knocked to the ground by the motorcycle spoke in a tone that made DeAndre instinctively wish to ask for a reduction in her confinement. I am curious to know what prompted you two to operate such dangerous muggle contraptions at Hogwarts, risking harm to your colleagues. Severus Snape, seated on the ground. Attempted to rise but failed, the collision nearly breaking his back. Severus, DeAndre sought to explain, but ultimately fell silent under Snape's piercing gaze. Silently ceding the opportunity to Sirius, hoping only that he could navigate this predicament wisely. If you haven't had your brains kicked in by a troll, you should realize that the priority now is to escort your poor colleague, whom you knocked over, to the hospital wing, rather than watching him struggle here alone. And remember to collect the potion ingredients scattered about. After several futile attempts to stand, Snape resigned himself to the fact that he would need the assistance of the very person who had knocked him down to reach the hospital wing. Just a moment. Don't rush. Sirius first checked his beloved motorcycle for any scratches before carefully stowing it away and then yanking Snape upright. Ugh, Snape grimaced at the sudden tug, nearly straining his back further. Sirius, take it slow. DeAndre hurriedly intervened, grasping the arm of Snape to prevent Sirius from causing him further injury. How troublesome, Sirius muttered, reluctantly halting his pursuit of revenge. I doubt Dumbledore would appreciate his professor strolling through the forbidden forest with a muggle contraption, injuring another professor in the process. Snape retorted with little mercy, his pain subsiding. This is what we call friendly exchange. You simply lack the skill. Who knew you would suddenly emerge from the forbidden forest? As Sirius attempted to support Snape forward, it became apparent that Snape's leg was also injured, making it impossible for him to move. Perhaps you should cast a levitation charm on me, Snape suggested, his condition worsening under Sirius's assistance. Why not carry Severus? DeAndre proposed, considering that Snape might inadvertently worsen his injuries in the air. Are you mad, young lady? Unsurprisingly, DeAndre's suggestion was met with unanimous rejection from both men. Carry him? They would have to be insane to do so. Ultimately, they resorted to using the levitation charm. Oh, Severus, what happened to you? Madame Pomfrey exclaimed upon seeing the trio enter, each bearing injuries, with Snape appearing particularly grievous. I was gathering some potion ingredients from the forbidden forest when I was struck by a mad dog from who knows where. Snape shot Sirius a glance that seemed to convey a message. Isn't it a coincidence? I was unaware that a bat had obstructed my path. Had I not been kind enough to brake suddenly, that bat would have been sent flying into the Black Lake, Sirius retorted defiantly. Perhaps you should attend to Severus first. His injuries seem quite serious, DeAndre interjected, extinguishing the spark of conflict between the two men. Given their current state, their tempers were the only thing that remained intact. Sometimes, the two of them share a certain unspoken understanding, as evidenced by their simultaneous expressions of disdain for one another before they turned away. Madame Pomfrey examined their wounds, indicating that after taking a potion, DeAndre and Sirius could leave, while Snape would need to stay for a day. Thanks to the two of you, I shall miss the Christmas feast. Remember to place the potion ingredients on the table. I do not expect a man with a brain full of weeds and another whose head has been kicked by a troll to properly organize my materials. Snape reiterated his warning before the two departed, unwilling to return to his office the next day to find potion ingredients scattered about, requiring him to reclassify them. Understood, Severus. Sirius replied, intercepting DeAndre, who was about to speak with Snape. At that moment, he found the bat exceedingly irksome, especially since his beloved motorcycle had nearly sustained damage. Thankfully, the material was resilient enough to remain unscathed. Severus, we shall take our leave now. DeAndre hastily interjected, concerned that Sirius would engage in an argument with Snape in the hospital wing. Young lady, why won't you let me see that snot-nosed brat's potion materials? Sirius grumbled as DeAndre restrained him from returning the items. All right, the Christmas feast is about to commence. Let us hurry along. If Sirius were to wreak havoc in Severus's office, it would ultimately be she who had to clean up the mess. I have longed for the Hogwarts feast, especially to attend as a professor rather than as an escaped convict from Azkaban, Sirius mused as he and DeAndre made their way to the Great Hall. DeAndre observed the young man before her, his youthful visage gradually merging with his more mature self. Perhaps this was how he was always meant to be. The Hogwarts Christmas feast ultimately did not disappoint Sirius. It was quite splendid, with magically conjured snowflakes gently cascading down within the hall. DeAndre, look. Percy spotted her entering with Sirius and strode over, puffing out his chest to make his head boy badge more prominent. Percy, I suspect the twins are responsible for this, DeAndre remarked, subtly alerting him to the foolish words inscribed on his badge. Oh my, they are done for. Percy realized something was amiss upon hearing the mention of the twins and hastily regretted the badge's inscription. DeAndre, Merry Christmas. Farewell. Just then, the twins emerged from behind Percy, greeting DeAndre, but upon noticing Percy's expression, they sensed trouble and hastily exclaimed their farewells before fleeing, closely pursued by Percy. At the Gryffindor table, a platinum-haired serpent could be seen taunting Harry, with Draco declaring that he had not quarreled with Harry for days and was determined to make up for lost time today. Chapter 59, Vacation Time. Indeed, Yes, Harry is delivering retorts to all of Draco's taunts, though this does little to deter Draco's escalating enthusiasm. Had Harry not intervened, Ginny would have been ready to duel Draco right then and there. Ah, Auntie. Just as Harry was dismissing Draco, he suddenly spotted his aunt and godfather entering. Godfather, did you see today's Daily Prophet? Harry had a sudden urge to confront Sirius, but upon reflection, he realized he might need to appease his aunt first, as he doubted he could defeat Sirius in a fight. No, why do you ask? Sirius inquired, puzzled. Take a look. Even though you are not an escapee from Azkaban, and were wrong back then, it seems that the parents of the young wizards at Hogwarts wish for you to no longer continue as a professor here. Harry admitted that as he uttered these words, a hint of schadenfreude intertwined with his sentiments. At least he would not have to witness Sirius chasing after his aunt in front of him. Oh, how absurd. I merely spent a decade in Azkaban without succumbing to madness, and yet they dare to spread rumors that I have harmed young wizards? Sirius glared at the Daily Prophet in his hands, longing to tear it to shreds, casting a pitiful glance at Deandra. He was innocent. They were merely envious of his handsome visage and sought to tarnish his reputation. It's all right, Deandra said, snatching the Daily Prophet from Sirius's grasp. After a few glances, her expression turned grave. The parents were adamantly opposed to Sirius teaching due to his past in Azkaban, even if Sirius was misunderstood. His lineage as a member of the Black family should have alleviated some of their resistance. It appeared that the Ministry of Magic had a hand in this matter. It seemed improbable for Sirius to teach at Hogwarts next term. Deandra returned the Daily Prophet to Sirius. Realizing that the curse of Hogwarts changing its defense against the dark arts professor every term would likely persist. Little one, Sirius said, clutching the newspaper with a pitiful demeanor, nearly leaning against Deandra. Harry felt an urge to pull him away. Speaking of the upcoming holiday, Harry, you might be staying at Sirius's house for a while, Deandra remarked, gently pushing Sirius's head away from her shoulder as she addressed Harry. Aunt, aren't you taking me home? The two spoke in unison, though their intentions diverged. Both were reluctant to part ways with Deandra during the holiday. Going out for a bit might only take a few days, so don't worry. I will first take you to Sirius's house and return afterward, Deandra reassured Harry with a pat on his head. All right, but remember to come back early. Harry knew he could not dissuade his aunt, while Sirius resigned himself to listen to their conversation. One was his future wife, and the other, his mentee. He had no choice but to endure their chatter. The day Harry's arrangements were finalized arrived swiftly, coinciding with the holiday for the young wizards. During this time, Sirius had endured considerable torment from Snape regarding potion ingredients due to the motorcycle incident. By coincidence, Deandra and Sirius encountered Lucius and Dobby at the train station, who had come to fetch Draco. Greetings, Mr. Malfoy and Dobby. It has been a while, Deandra politely greeted the two. Indeed, Miss Evans and Mr. Black. It has been some time, Lucius responded cordially. Hello, Mr. Malfoy, Sirius greeted stiffly, though he considered Lucius his brother-in-law. He had not seen his cousin in ages due to his long absence from home and subsequent incarceration in Azkaban. Mr. Malfoy, you are here to pick up Draco with Dobby, Deandra remarked, casting a smile at the platinum-haired boy and his disheveled companion, who seemed to be whispering conspiratorially. Miss Evans has such affection for Dobby. If Miss Evans wishes, I could bestow Dobby upon you, Lucius said with a knowing smile. Deandra felt flustered yet intrigued. She had noticed Dobby during her first transaction with Lucius, and he had recognized her fondness for the house elf. Conversing with the old fox is no easy feat, she thought. Then I shall graciously accept, but I believe I should consult Dobby's opinion first, Deandra replied with a smile toward Lucius. Really? Oh, Dobby says that Dobby can accompany Miss Evans, Dobby exclaimed, nearly dancing with joy as he helped carry Draco's luggage, clearly enamored with the courteous Deandra. I believe if Miss Evans desires, Dobby would not mind at all. Lucius dismissed Dobby's request, perceiving house elves as mere items for his benefit. Dobby is willing. Oh, Dobby says he can stay with Miss Evans if she agrees. Dobby's large, bulging eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed at Deandra. Then I must thank you, Mr. Malfoy, for your generous concession, Deandra accepted with a smile. It is nothing. I look forward to our next collaboration. Miss Evans, Lucius waved off Dobby, leading Draco away. Dobby can actually stay with Miss Evans. Dobby, left behind by Lucius, felt no sorrow. Instead, he was elated. Deandra rummaged through her luggage to retrieve a scarf, placing it around Dobby's neck as she said, May I employ you? Would 50 galleons a month suffice? Dobby is free. Dobby stood in stunned disbelief, clutching the scarf around his neck, finding it hard to believe that he could attain the freedom he had long yearned for so effortlessly. No. Dobby does not need such a high wage for a month. Dobby, now realizing the value of 50 galleons, was astonished. Acquiring freedom was already beyond his wildest dreams, let alone earning 50 galleons monthly. Chapter 60, The Locket Box. You may call me Deandra, It is not much for a month at 50 galleons. If possible, could I request Dobby to look after Harry in my absence? Deandra stroked Dobby's head, feeling the crinkly texture, not quite as pleasant as hair. Miss Deandra, Dobby will certainly take good care of Mr. Potter, Dobby assured, nearly moved to tears at the thought of becoming friends with Harry. Now, let us head to the Black family estate. Deandra waved goodbye to Harry and Sirius, who were whispering nearby, indicating it was time to return. Were it not for Harry, I would truly wish to take you for a ride on the motorcycle. Sirius lamented the loss of their time together, oblivious to Harry's dagger-like glare directed at him. Harry reflected on how he had hardly sought out his aunt throughout the semester, solely to allow Sirius to pursue her. How amusing it was that he was now intruding upon their time together. Let us return. The holiday has begun, and perhaps we can celebrate properly. Do you wish for some fried food? Deandra tousled Harry's hair, enjoying the texture. Aunt, is that really possible? Harry's attention was instantly captured. He had relished fried food since his first taste, though his aunt had not permitted him to indulge excessively. I would like some too, Sirius chimed in. Drawn by the prospect of food, the sensation of having two sons suddenly overwhelmed Deandra. Was this what painless childbirth felt like? Upon arriving at the Black ancestral home, the situation was less than favorable. Dobby, upon seeing the house elf heads adorning the walls, became frightened, although Sirius had covered them with cloth before Deandra's first visit. Soon, Dobby and Creature began to argue. Dobby viewed the heads as a terrifying sight, while Creature considered it a great honor. As the two house elves bickered, Deandra turned to Creature and inquired, Creature, may I have a word with you privately? Oh, you filthy mudblood, that ungrateful wretch brought you into the esteemed Black residence. Creature redirected his ire towards Deandra. Creature, how many times must I tell you? Do not speak of her in that manner. Sirius exploded with rage. Creature had made a similar remark the last time he brought Deandra home, and he had warned him at length about it. It's fine, Sirius. I wish to speak with Creature for a moment. After soothing Harry, Diane turned her attention to Sirius. Yet, under Diane's gaze, Sirius remained silent, simply turning away in frustration. He was angry with himself for allowing a young girl to be scolded in his own home. Sitting on the living room sofa, he tilted his head back. His brows furrowed in discontent, while Harry stood beside Diane for a moment before departing with Dobby. Creature, I know Regulus Black gave you a locket. Diane immediately revealed a bombshell to Creature. How do you know that? No, I don't. Creature's voice rose in pitch, and he seized Diane, operating them to a room in the Black residence. You know Master Regulus? As Creature spoke Regulus's name, his expression visibly softened. Do I know him? Perhaps. Though it is he who does not know me. Are you a friend of Master Regulus? Creature lamented, almost reproachfully, as he pondered how he could have treated a friend of Regulus so poorly. He contemplated bashing his head against the wall. Didn't Regulus want to destroy that locket? If you bring it to me, I can obliterate it. Diane extended her hand towards Creature. Oh no. How can I trust you? Creature retreated a few steps, uncertainty clouding his judgment, especially since she was the ungrateful mudblood brought by that wretched man. I have nothing to prove my sincerity, but perhaps you might consider trusting me for Regulus's sake. Diane silently sought forgiveness from Regulus, hoping her coaxing would bear fruit. After a few minutes of contemplation, Creature finally agreed. Upon hearing his acquiescence, Diane sighed in relief, silently thanking Regulus. Moments later, Creature returned with the locket. Yet Diane found herself troubled as she tried the basilisk fong against it, only to discover it could not penetrate. Did she truly need to enlist Harry's help to open it for destruction? Aunt. Just as Diane was lost in thought, the door swung open with a bang, and Harry's voice pierced the air. Are you all right? What are you doing? Sirius instantly sensed something was amiss upon entering. Noticing his little girl holding the basilisk fong in one hand and, indeed, the locket in the other. Are you engaging in dangerous activities without me? Didn't we agree you'd involve me in such matters from now on? Sirius struggled to find the right tone, unsure how to chastise her, while also wanting to dissuade her from undertaking such risks alone. I'm sorry. A few months prior, she had promised Sirius she would involve him in any perilous quests regarding Horcruxes, yet here she was, venturing out on her own again, engaging in dangerous activities? Harry, oblivious to the nuances, voiced his confusion as he looked at his aunt. Yes, Diane faltered under Harry's gaze, recounting everything in detail, knowing he should be informed about the Horcruxes. So, you've been undertaking all these perilous tasks behind my back. Is this the fourth Horcrux you're preparing to destroy? Harry's expression shifted to one of distress. He was entirely unaware of the extent of his aunt's actions. Haha, Diane could only laugh awkwardly. Actually, it's 3. The soul within Harry is something I intended to extract during the holidays, but I haven't started yet. So, if Auntie can't speak Parseltongue, these dangerous matters would have gone unnoticed until you finished them all alone. It was clear that Harry was genuinely upset, emphasizing the words dangerous and alone. I'm sorry. Harry, I shouldn't have concealed this from you. Diane lowered her head, realizing it was the first time Harry had scolded her. Uffed. Sirius stifled a laugh at the sight of Harry, who was half a head shorter than Diane, reprimanding her. He didn't wish to laugh. Yet it was simply too amusing. Chapter 61, Fear. With Sirius's interruption, the serious atmosphere dissipated instantly. Realizing what had just transpired, Harry wished he could sink into the ground. He couldn't fathom when he had become so audacious. I'm very sorry, Aunt. Had it not been for the dim lighting, Harry's flushed face would have been glaringly apparent. I won't do it again. You needn't worry, Harry, Diane reassured him. All right. But you must inform me about Voldemort from now on. I am the chosen one. I ought to be aware of these matters. Harry felt it was his responsibility to confront such dangers, rather than allowing his aunt to shoulder them alone. Nevertheless, these matters are exceedingly perilous. Are you certain, Harry? Diane respected his decision, but felt it necessary to underscore the risks involved. So, Auntie is to handle all these dangerous endeavors alone? Harry astutely grasped the crux of the issue. Harry, you might try using parcel tongue to open it. However, be forewarned, once opened, it may unleash many dreadful thoughts, including your deepest fears. Hey, Harry, once it's open, I'd like to attempt to destroy it, Sirius interjected, taking the Fong from Diana's grasp. Weighing it in his hand, appreciating its balance. On the count of 3, I'll open it, Harry swiftly continued, leaving Diane with no opportunity to refuse. 1, 2, 3. Open. With Harry's final hissing incantation, the golden lid of the Slytherin locket swung open. A voice emanated from within the box. I see your fear. The voice was laced with temptation, as if luring one into an abyss of despair. Sirius, destroy it, Diane called out, attempting to rouse Sirius from the trance the locket had cast upon him. The locket began to reveal echoes of Sirius's past, his parents' disappointment since his arrival at Gryffindor, every argument, every bitter dialogue. As if the locket deemed this insufficient, 2 figures suddenly emerged from within, James and Lily. If it weren't for you, how could we have died? Come join us. This is both penance and your salvation. You caused my death. Why do you still live? Their visages morphed into a vision of Harry. It's you. You killed my parents. Why? Why weren't you the one to die? You were the reason they perished, and you dare to face me? The apparition of Harry bore an expression of palpable horror. And no, Godfather, that wasn't me. Harry cried out in alarm from the sidelines. The scene shifted again to Diane and an indistinct male wizard. Do you like me? Do you think I would ever be attracted to someone like you, fresh from Azkaban? My sister died because of you, you madman from the Black family. Why don't you just die? Just as the figures were about to kiss, Sirius lunged at the locket, feeling a phantom sweat trickle down his non-existent brow, exhaling sharply. They had nearly locked lips. Godfather, I didn't mean it like that. I know all of this traces back to Voldemort. Harry consoled Sirius, who stood with his head bowed. I know. James and Lily will have their chance to confront me when I'm gone, but your parents' deaths undeniably have a part of me in them. So your feelings towards me are justified. Sirius paused, contemplating how to bring the girl back home safely. By the way, if I destroy this, will the Slytherins come after me in the afterlife? He approached Diane, still clutching the locket. As Diane found herself lost in contemplation over the recent scene, she pondered whether Sirius harbored a slight affection for her, so much so that she had not even noticed his approach. The 2 companions, being but children, decided to return for some rest, for now that the danger had subsided, the nearly 13-year-old boy chose sleep as a means of escaping the awkwardness of romantic entanglements. Would you care to visit the rooftop? You might find solace in the stars that adorn the night sky. After Harry departed, Sirius gestured to Diane with the pendant box. Before she could utter a word, Sirius took her hand and led her to the attic, where he opened the skylight and lifted her onto the roof. Do you like it? I used to come here whenever I quarreled with my mother, he remarked, reclining on the rooftop to gaze at the celestial expanse. For it was indeed a tranquil haven. Indeed, Diane agreed, settling beside Sirius and tilting her head skyward. That is Sirius. I was named after it, he pointed out, indicating the bright star. It shines so brilliantly. Diane followed his gaze, captivated by the twinkling heavens. Oh, I wish to pet a bunny, she mused. Sirius contemplated the correct approach to bringing a rabbit home, ultimately deciding to start by indulging in the notion of petting one. Very well, Diane acquiesced, reflecting on the events that had transpired, for no one relishes having their sorrow magnified by the world around them. As Sirius cradled the imagined rabbit in his hands, he turned to Diane and whispered softly near its ear, "Shall we sleep atop the roof tonight?" The gentle breeze made the rabbit's ears tickle, startling Diane into reverting to her human form momentarily. "Oh, how did you change back?" Sirius inquired, noticing that Diane, rather than releasing her grip, clung to him even tighter. "No, it's not that. We might catch a chill out here," she protested, nudging him in hopes of loosening his hold. Yet, It proved impossible for him to relent. His embrace only tightened around the drowsy Diane, his chin resting on her shoulder. "My dear girl, I hold fond feelings for you," Sirius's voice, warm and inviting, whispered into her ear. Diane, taken aback by his words, felt as though she were dreaming. "Does that mean you like me too?" Sirius's tone turned subtly coaxing, enticing the drowsy girl. Diane murmured, nearly asleep in his embrace. "May I steal a kiss?" Sirius finally articulated his intention. At that moment, Diane could scarcely comprehend his words, instinctively responding while longing to drift into slumber. "This was your consent," he gently reminded her at her ear. In the next instant, his lips brushed against hers, the evening breeze enveloping them in a serene beauty. Their lips met only briefly before Sirius pulled away abruptly, leaving Diane dazed by the unexpected kiss. He released his hold around her waist, covering his mouth as if she had taken advantage of him. "So soft, so sweet," he mused, pressing his fingers against his lips, his tongue fleetingly tasting the lingering warmth of their encounter. You? Diane stammered, covering her own lips in disbelief. Had it not been night, a blush akin to a ripe apple would surely have graced her cheeks, as Sirius's audacious act left her momentarily speechless. "I like you, my dear girl," Sirius declared, sitting up and intercepting Diane as she attempted to escape, pulling her back into his embrace to prevent her from fleeing. For he had been nurturing his affection for quite some time now. "Let me go," she insisted, pushing against his firm arms. But it became evident that her strength paled in comparison to his. "My dear girl, I truly like you. Would you consider liking me in return? Perhaps we could go on a date and see how it unfolds," Sirius proposed, tightening his hold on her and resting his head on her shoulder while reiterating his feelings. He leaned closer to her neck, inhaling the delicate fragrance that surrounded her. "Stop teasing. Let go," Diane said, feeling the tickle of his hair against her neck, gently nudging his head away. "Do you truly not harbor any affection for me?" Sirius's voice lowered, tinged with a hint of vulnerability. He was aware that Diane harbored some feelings for him, even perceiving a maternal affection towards him, as gleaned from the way she looked at Harry. However, he believed it was merely a matter of transforming her fondness into something deeper. "You could give dating a chance. I assure you it would be worthwhile." He continued to entice her. "But you don't even have a canoe to take me out," Diane teased, slightly distancing herself while brandishing a key that had mysteriously appeared in her hand, gifted by Sirius. "Then I shall rely on you to support me, surely." "You wouldn't let me starve on the streets," Sirius countered, pulling her back into his embrace. "Very well," Diane relented, unable to withstand the pitiful tone of his plea, especially since it was indeed his key. "So, does that mean you've agreed to take care of me? Then by that logic, I must be your boyfriend, correct? Thus, you should be amenable to accompanying me on a date," Sirius mused to himself, acknowledging that he needed to shed any semblance of shame, learn to ascend the ladder of affection, and ultimately adopt a strategy of retreat to advance. Diane queried, bewildered, as she realized the conversation had shifted from finances to something else entirely. "I knew it. You were merely toying with me," Sirius lamented, loosening his grip around her as his head drooped in despair. "No, that's not it," Diane hurriedly explained, though she was uncertain of what needed clarification. "It's all right. My feelings for you are sincere, and I do not seek your reciprocation," Sirius replied, his gaze lowered, shielding the slight smile that graced his lips from Diane's view. "I agree," Diane finally conceded after a moment of contemplation, recognizing her affection for Sirius. Perhaps it had been evident since she had not resisted his embrace. But the shadow of Voldemort had clouded her awareness of her feelings. She was uncertain of her fate. Yet she pondered the implications of her feelings should Sirius reciprocate and she were to perish. What would that mean for him? However, since Sirius liked her, and they both shared mutual feelings, why should they hesitate? Really? Sirius's expression mirrored that of James gazing at Lily, although he was quite certain Diane would not refuse him. Hearing her agreement was another matter entirely. Indeed, Diane confirmed, still nestled in Sirius's arms. She gazed upon his handsome visage, leaning forward to peck his chin gently. Sirius exclaimed, covering his chin while watching Diane, who had successfully stolen a kiss and was now giggling. He had not anticipated her to be so bold, especially as she appeared so gentle and demure, the type to blush at a simple kiss. "My dear girl, why kiss there? Aim for my lips instead," Sirius directed, gesturing to his mouth. "Then come closer and close your eyes," Diane mischievously replied, playfully removing his hand from her waist and beckoning him to lean in. "Dream on," he teased. Diane gave a gentle shove to Sirius and promptly sprang to her feet, preparing to descend through the skylight. A pained sound escaped Sirius from behind her, causing Diane's body to stiffen momentarily. She couldn't have pushed him that hard, could she? Had he perhaps bumped his head? Turning back, Diane glanced to see if Sirius was injured. "Gotcha," he said, and in an instant, he had seized her wrist and pulled her into his embrace. Not running away. Are you? Sirius raised an eyebrow at the girl in his arms. You deceived me, Diane protested, struggling slightly against his hold. You just tricked me as well. Though her tone bore a hint of annoyance, Diane noticed in the moonlight his hair had shortened. She recalled that it would do so when he was happy. As she became lost in thought regarding his cropped hair, Sirius leaned closer, their faces nearly touching. Let us go back and get some sleep. Just as Diane anticipated a kiss, he unexpectedly swept her off her feet and carried her into his room. Would you like to sleep here tonight? He inquired as he set her down on the bed. No, you rest well. I'll be going, she replied, her cheeks flushed, fleeing as if in a panic. She realized she truly could not match Sirius's flirtations. Chapter 63. The Quest for Horcruxes. The following morning, Diane awoke with 2 prominent dark circles under her eyes. Having scarcely slept a wink due to the events of the previous night, Voldemort was still alive, yet she felt she was on the verge of perishing. You're up early, little girl, Sirius remarked as he descended the stairs, spotting Diane deep in thought. I'm fine, she replied, quickly averting her flushed face from his gaze. Diane touched her warm cheeks, wondering why she had agreed to Sirius's invitation the night before. How was she to face him now? She had intended to tackle Voldemort first before contemplating such matters. Indeed, making decisions late at night often led to impulsive choices. Is my little girl feeling shy? Staying up late? Sirius observed her bashfulness stemming from the previous night's events. Is my little girl having second thoughts? He added, boldly taking a seat beside her and clasping her hand, amused that previously he had to be discreet about being affectionate with her. But now he could openly hold her hand. No, Diane gasped, startled by his handsome visage suddenly so close. She reminded herself that good looks would only hinder her quest for the Horcruxes, and she managed to regain her composure. Did you stay up late last night? Are you troubled? Sirius gently rubbed the corner of her eye. I simply didn't sleep well. I'm leaving shortly, she said, grasping his wrist and removing his hand from her face. Forgive her. She had never been in a relationship and was unsure how couples were meant to behave. Do I need to seek out the Horcrux myself? Sirius obediently lowered his hand but then held her chin, compelling her to look at him, their lips almost brushing. What? Annie, are you really going to search for the Horcrux alone? Diane shut her eyes, startled by Harry's voice, and instinctively pushed Sirius away. Oh, should I leave you two to continue? Wait, Sirius, what are you doing? Harry had not anticipated that, as he was merely descending the stairs. He would overhear his aunt planning to engage in perilous endeavors. He had intended to suggest they bring him along. Yet he found himself witnessing Sirius holding his aunt's chin, their faces nearly touching. Oh, I forgot to mention last night, I'm now your aunt's boyfriend. Sirius said, his tone laced with pride, as if to declare, hey, I'll be your uncle soon. That's great, Harry replied without a hint of displeasure, smiling as he thought that from now on, his financial burdens would be handled by his beloved future uncle. Annie, are you planning to leave me behind again? Harry complained. It's too dangerous, Diane interjected, originally intending to deal with Marvolo Gaunt's ring before retrieving the fake locket from the water, and then addressing the issue within Harry. She sought to demonstrate to Sirius that his brother was not as he presumed. Rather, Regulus was a hero unjustly burdened with the infamous reputation of a Death Eater. However, bringing Harry and Sirius along would certainly prevent her from drinking the water there, and she had no intention of doing so herself. She wanted to capture a loyal Death Eater for experimentation, planning to test Antonin Dolohov, but needing to wait until after his escape to prepare. Thus, the task for this holiday was to destroy the ring and the Horcrux within Harry. It's precisely because it's dangerous that you should take us with you. Since you're aware of the risks, how could we possibly allow you to go alone? Sirius squeezed her small hand gently, noting how soft it was. I'm headed to Gaunt's old house. There's a Horcrux there. Diane realized she could no longer shake them off and decided to be straightforward. Then the little girl can't just run off on her own, Sirius chuckled, not inquiring how she knew this, understanding that if she wished to share, she would do so. Any questions would be futile. All right, I promise. Diane smiled resignedly, realizing that it hadn't truly been dangerous before. If the two were to discover her thoughts, they would surely scold her. Gaunt's South Old House. This place looks rather abandoned, Harry remarked. Ever since Morphin Gaunt was captured, it has fallen into neglect. The inhabitants appear quite abnormal, he noted, observing the snakes nailed to the door, which seemed to have been dead for ages. Indeed, it's quite peculiar, Sirius said, subtly positioning himself in front of Diane, not wanting the sight of the nailed snakes to frighten her. These can't frighten me, she retorted, poking him lightly in the back. I understand. Sirius lowered her probing finger, clutching it in his hand, resolved to shield her regardless of whether she felt scared. After deliberating, the trio decided to split into groups. Harry would accompany Diane, while Sirius would search alone. There's likely a black gemstone adorned with the Peveril crest. If you see it, do not touch it, understood? Diane warned Sirius with concern. I know, This is the third time you've mentioned it. If you're so worried, why not cast me a protective charm? He suggested, pointing to his own face. Auntie, let us go. We shouldn't waste any more time, Harry said, suddenly disapproving of his godfather's future brother-in-law, feeling as though Sirius had forgotten him as he flirted with his aunt right in front of him. All right, stay safe. Who knows what ancient relics might lurk in this house? Sirius thought kissing was out of the question, so he merely waved goodbye to his beloved. You too. Be cautious, and remember not to touch the ring if you find it, Diane reiterated before walking in the opposite direction of Sirius. Understood, Sirius murmured, not daring to glance back at Diane's retreating figure for fear of abandoning the group decision and following her instead. It must be said that the three of them had no leads on the ring whatsoever. They searched during the day and returned to rest at night. And after a week, they had found nothing at all. Chapter 64. The ring. Are we truly going to find anything by searching like this? Should we set something on fire? Sirius rubbed his aching arms. You're quite bold, Diane replied, wiping non-existent sweat from her forehead. Yet, after considering the situation, she realized that although this was Voldemort's domain, they would likely be hunted if they burned it down. However, they were already on Voldemort's death list. Is this the object, Auntie? As DeAndre contemplated whether to set the house ablaze, she heard Harry's voice. Turning to look, she discovered Harry holding a small black box. Where did you find this? DeAndre inquired, taking the box from Harry's hands and opening it. She couldn't help but admire the ring encrusted with black gemstones. It was truly exquisite. It fell from the wall over there. I walked over and suddenly heard a sound, and then it just dropped down. The ring was secured quite well. It didn't fall out of the box. Harry pointed towards the wall of the study. DeAndre stared at the wall she had rummaged through countless times, lost in thought. She recalled nearly peeling the paint off. Quite beautiful, she mused. Sirius leaned closer to examine the ring in the box, contemplating that when he got married, he would certainly gift his future bride something even more splendid. This is certainly a step closer to success, he remarked. DeAndre, grasping a venomous fong, plunged it down, watching the black mist emit a piercing sound as it dissipated before her eyes. Remaining were Nagini, the Hufflepuff cup, and Harry. These Horcruxes weighed heavily on DeAndre's mind. Both Nagini and the Hufflepuff cup were difficult to retrieve, and as for Harry, she wished to extract his piece of soul but feared that doing so might cost him a life in front of Voldemort. With a smile, DeAndre resolved to extract it. Over the years, she had given Harry enough to allow Voldemort to kill him a dozen times. At least extracting it would spare him a direct confrontation with Voldemort. What's wrong, little one? Sirius took the venomous fong from DeAndre, stowing it away. This isn't something to be trifled with. Even a scratch could be fatal. Nothing. Just go back, DeAndre replied, snapping back to reality. Destroying Horcruxes was no simple task. She would deal with Nagini and the cup later. For now, she needed to rest for a couple of days. It had been ages since she allowed herself to relax. How else could she muster the energy to retrieve Voldemort's soul from Harry? In the following days, DeAndre found herself living a peculiar life, waking each morning to the presence of two, herself and Sirius. Sirius, why are you here again? This marked the umpteenth time DeAndre had kicked Sirius out of bed. Each time she awoke, there was either a person or a dog beside her. Ouch, little one, be gentle, that hurts, Sirius complained, rubbing his unfortunate waist after being unceremoniously tossed out of bed. You're aware of pain, are you? DeAndre regarded the pitiable figure attempting to charm her. Immune to his antics by now, she had even resorted to the counter curse, Alohomora, yet it failed to prevent another person from appearing in her bed the following day. Are you really leaving today? Sirius asked, a playful grin spreading across his face as he sat back on the bed, toying with DeAndre's hand. Yes, hurry and step outside. I need to change, DeAndre said, pulling her hand from Sirius's grasp and giving him a light tap on the head. Can't you stay? Sirius looked at her with a wounded expression, wondering why his girlfriend couldn't simply reside in his home indefinitely. Next holiday, we can return, all right? DeAndre, gazing at her newly appointed boyfriend, softened and promised to come back. Very well, I shall wait for you outside, Sirius said, stepping out, while Harry, leaving in the morning, had grown accustomed to witnessing Sirius stationed outside his aunt's door. Good morning, Harry, Sirius greeted without a hint of embarrassment from his nocturnal escapades, appearing entirely at ease. Good morning, Godfather, Harry replied before heading downstairs, dismissing any notions of dog food. Let us go eat, he said, and shortly after he left, DeAndre emerged, patting Sirius on the shoulder. All right, little one, let us go, Sirius said, securing DeAndre's hand, pulling her close, and lifting her into a princess carry. What are you doing? Put me down. Harry is still downstairs. DeAndre was momentarily flabbergasted by the sudden embrace, then recalled Harry's presence below, giving Sirius a gentle nudge. Don't worry. He has known about our relationship for quite some time. Sirius replied innocently, nuzzling his head against DeAndre's hair. Harry observed the two descending from the stairs and averted his gaze, choosing to ignore the situation. He had never anticipated that facilitating their relationship would render him the sole recipient of dog food. He found himself preferring to see Creature over Sirius. Relieved that they would be leaving today. Are you really not considering staying a few more days? Sirius resumed his charming antics at the dining table, attempting to persuade DeAndre to linger. No, Godfather, we have overstayed our welcome and should return, Harry interjected on behalf of his aunt. If this household continued to serve up dog food, he would be running away to find Ron by tomorrow. We will return, DeAndre assured, feeling slightly embarrassed as she glanced at her dashing new boyfriend. Thus, she offered another promise to Sirius. All right, little one, remember to come back when you can. Sirius instinctively responded only to DeAndre's words. Meanwhile, Harry observed the two and felt a pang of longing for his little flower. Had he known he would miss her so much, he would have never let her go. At least she would have provided him with someone to converse with. Now he pondered whether he could retrieve her. After school starts at Hogwarts, I might not be able to attend. The parents are unwilling to have such a professor teaching there, DeAndre remarked as she prepared to leave. And Sirius lamented once more about not being able to teach alongside her this term, promising to find her during the holiday. As the conversation stretched from morning into midday, DeAndre interrupted Sirius's incessant chatter, aware that at this rate, they would be having lunch before she could depart. Upon arriving at the dessert shop in Diagon Alley with Harry, DeAndre noticed a young man with chestnut hair standing at the entrance, who appeared to be a foreigner. Excuse me, sir, are you in need of assistance? DeAndre approached and noticed his striking blue eyes, reminiscent of sapphires. Oh, dear friend, do you know when this place opens? The young man's eyes lit up upon seeing DeAndre, and he spoke in slightly halting English. What? DeAndre replied, slightly bewildered. She didn't seem to recognize anyone from abroad. Oh, my apologies, miss. Please forgive my rudeness. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Raphael Leodine Anthony, but you may call me Raphael, he said with a smile, extending his hand towards DeAndre. Hello, Mr. Raphael. I am DeAndre Whitestar Evans, but you may call me DeAndre, she responded, shaking his hand, taken aback by his familiarity. Miss DeAndre, please allow me to explain my background. I am a French wizard visiting here. I have long heard of this establishment and came seeking it. Yet I have waited here for a week, and the dessert shop has yet to open, Raphael lamented. His blue eyes filled with a yearning gaze as he looked at the dessert shop. I apologize, I am the owner of this shop. It has remained closed due to certain circumstances, but I fear the quality may not be as exceptional as before, DeAndre explained. Since her soul had fractured, her desserts had lost their former magic, though they were still quite delicious. Miss DeAndre is the owner of this establishment, Raphael exclaimed, taking her hand and performing a formal hand-kissing gesture. According to Muggle terms, I am a gourmet. I delight in discovering culinary treasures during my travels. I have heard tales of the exquisite delights here, and I simply had to experience them. Upon learning that DeAndre was the proprietor, Raphael grew even more familiar. Having waited a week to finally encounter her, he was determined to taste the desserts. Harry gazed at the man before him, who had audaciously kissed his aunt's hand upon their first meeting, and mused that he could indeed pen a letter to his godfather this evening. The place had not been tidied in quite some time, but if he did not mind, they could step inside for a while. Dindra invited the young man, whose azure eyes blinked with eagerness to enter. Then I shall not be rude, Raphael replied, tousling his windblown hair before following Dindra and Harry inside. Once within, he cast a cleaning charm, rendering the room immaculate, a gesture of goodwill for having kept his employer working late. Mr. Raphael, I apologize for the inconvenience. Here is the dessert menu. Please peruse and let me know what you would like, Dindra said, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the pristine state of the dessert shop, aware that it should be the guests who were served rather than forced to tidy. Not at all. I too am intruding upon Miss Dindra. Might I trouble you for these two? Raphael said, running his hand through his tawny hair. Feeling bashful in the presence of such a stunning proprietor, surely the boy must be her younger brother. Very well, please hold on a moment, Dindra responded, taking the dessert menu and retreating to the kitchen. Raphael stared at her departing figure, momentarily dazed. As a connoisseur of fine food, he was particularly sensitive to flavors. If he had not been mistaken, he had caught a whiff of what seemed to be a Muggle hair dye. But why would a witch use such a product when she could simply change her hair color with a spell? Nevertheless, he soon cast aside this thought, for a delightful aroma wafted through the air, igniting his hunger. As Dindra emerged with the desserts, she noticed the man staring intently towards the kitchen and thought to herself that, indeed, he must be a true gourmet, clearly enamored with food. Sir, your desserts, she announced, placing the delicacies beside Raphael. Thank you, he replied, his attention solely on the treats, eagerly diving into them as soon as they were set before him. Dindra glanced outside, observing Harry engrossed in studying magical incantations, and decided that once this Frenchman departed, she would close the shop and extract the fragment of Voldemort's soul from Harry. "Oh my! Miss Dindra, may I be so bold as to say you are my Venus?" Raphael exclaimed, and had Harry not intervened just in time, he would have lunged towards her. "Mr. Anthony, such behavior towards a lady is rather unchivalrous," Harry interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Dindra. "My sincerest apologies, my enthusiasm got the better of me." Raphael stammered, straightening his tie and bowing slightly. "Is everything all right?" Dindra asked, startled and momentarily taken aback. "Miss Dindra, may I be so presumptuous as to inquire if you are married? Might I pursue your affections?" Raphael's bold declaration astonished both Harry and Dindra, leaving them to ponder the fervent nature of the Frenchman. "I'm afraid I already have a boyfriend," Dindra replied politely, offering a gentle smile. "Oh, what a pity. The desserts you make are truly exquisite," Raphael lamented, lowering his gaze in disappointment. Yet after a moment, he lifted his head again, his blue eyes sparkling beautifully in the light. "Can we be friends then? Will the dessert shop still be open in the future?" Harry, observing the young man before him, felt it necessary to solidify his godfather's standing and resolved to write a letter that very evening. "I cannot say when we will next be open, sir. We are about to close." Dindra politely urged Raphael to take his leave. "My apologies, Miss Dindra, it was my indiscretion today. I shall return tomorrow to make amends," Raphael said, bowing once more as he departed. "Farewell, Mr. Raphael," Dindra replied, closing the door behind him and leading Harry upstairs. "Aunt, what do you think of that Anthony fellow?" Harry inquired, intent on safeguarding his godfather's position. "What are you thinking?" "I have feelings for your godfather," Dindra said, playfully tapping Harry on the head in exasperation. "All right then," Harry said, rubbing the spot she had tapped. "Harry, why don't you go to your room for a moment?" Dindra suggested, having initially intended to extract Voldemort's soul fragment in her own room, but recalling her cluttered belongings, she decided it best to proceed in Harry's room instead. "Okay, Aunt, just a moment," Harry replied, rushing back to tidy his room and pen a letter to Sirius, noting that since his arrival, he had been the one keeping the place in order, leaving Dindra unable to assist. "All right, Aunt, you may come in now," Harry announced, opening the door for her once he had finished. "Harry, you are still so tidy. Every time I enter your room, it is immaculate," Dindra remarked. "Aunt, is there something you wish to discuss?" Harry asked curiously, noting that aside from her general concern about him adjusting to living alone, she seldom ventured into his room. Chapter 66. Dried Fish. Harry, Dindra hesitated, uncertain how to convey to him that he was a Horcrux. Such news would be far too cruel for a boy of his age. "Aunt, is this about me?" Harry queried, sensing that aside from his own matters, there was little else that could cause her such distress. "Yes, Harry, what I am about to say may be, well, difficult to believe." Dindra attempted to broach the topic delicately, yet she quickly realized that such a matter could hardly be softened. "Aunt, do not worry about me. I believe I can handle it," he reassured her, feeling a sense of duty as the chosen one. Even if he wished to remain ignorant, he felt he must know. Did he not? "Harry, destroying Horcruxes is a crucial part of vanquishing Voldemort. And, well, you are also a Horcrux," Dindra began, but Harry interrupted her. "So, I too must be destroyed?" he asked, his voice dwindling to a whisper, barely audible to Dindra. No. We need only extract the fragment of your soul. It will be somewhat painful," Dindra hastily clarified, her heart racing at the thought of allowing Harry to be harmed. "Ah, so it only hurts for a moment? I thought—" Harry began, but was cut off by Dindra. "Do not think such foolishness," she exclaimed, playfully swatting him on the head. "Is this something you should be contemplating?" "My apologies, Aunt," Harry replied, cradling his head to protect it from further taps. "Are you ready, Harry?" "We shall begin," Dindra said, unsure of how painful the extraction would truly be. Her previous experiment had involved splitting the soul and then removing it, and she wondered if extracting it directly would be any different. "I am ready, Aunt," Harry declared, sitting on the floor, fearing that should he be seated in a chair, he might tumble should the pain be too much. "All right, we are commencing," Dindra stated, placing a glass orb against Harry's forehead. After a while, Harry, feeling the icy sensation on his forehead dissipate, lifted his head in confusion. "Has it not yet begun?" "It is already over. Does it hurt?" Dindra asked, glancing at the darkened orb in her hand. "I feel nothing. It was merely a cool sensation," Harry said, touching his forehead, as if lingering traces of chill remained. "No sensation at all?" Dindra questioned, squeezing the black glass orb until it shattered. She gently ruffled Harry's hair, pondering if the pain he felt had been solely from the soul splitting. After all, Voldemort's soul was not inherently Harry's, so perhaps extracting it would not be painful at all. "Aunt, what are you thinking?" Harry asked, observing the swirling black mist in the air. "Nothing of consequence. Rest well. And if you feel unwell, do tell me," Dindra replied, Snapping back to reality at Harry's voice, she stroked his hair once more before departing. As Dindra exited, Harry turned to his desk, preparing to write a letter, recalling that the gentleman he had encountered earlier was expected to return the following day. Harry hastily completed his letter and suddenly remembered that Hedwig had already taken his message away. He had no choice but to bribe Cream to deliver it instead. "Hey, Cream, do you fancy some little fish treats? Deliver these 2 letters for me, and I'll give you 3. Harry called out to Cream, perched on the owl stand. Initiating his bribery. While Cream was busy eating, it cast a fleeting glance at Harry, then resumed its meal, seemingly indifferent to the allure of the fish treats. Harry thought to himself, "You're leaving me no choice. Nai-Su, if I offer you 6 fish treats, would you persuade Cream to help me deliver a letter?" Harry approached Nai-Su with the fish, deciding that if he couldn't bribe Cream directly, he might as well entice its mother. Nai-Su glanced at the 6 fish treats in Harry's hand and uttered a few calls, as if to signify her agreement. She spread her wings and flew over to Cream, giving it a gentle nudge with her wing. Reluctantly, Cream took the 2 letters from Harry. Its gaze directed at him, as if to say, "You better not expect me to peck at you when I return." Harry watched Cream fly away, feeling a pang of nostalgia, reminiscent of the way his aunt would swat him. "Come on, Nai-Su, enjoy your treats," he coaxed, presenting the fish to her. Nai-Su pointed with her wing towards her treasure trove, indicating where Harry should place the fish. "All right, I'll set them right there," Harry said as he laid the 6 fish treats down, acknowledging that more than half of them were indeed bribes for Nai-Su. With his objective achieved, Harry returned to his room, ready to rest, having felt like a national treasure in China over the past few days. Later that evening, when Diane entered her room after a shower, she was taken aback to find Sirius suddenly present. Thankfully, she was clad in a bathrobe. "Little girl, I've become homeless," Sirius lamented, bending down to meet her gaze with a pitiful expression. "What about the Black family mansion?" Diane inquired, her immunity to Sirius's charms having significantly increased since he became her romantic interest. His usual allure no longer held sway over her. "I was kicked out by Creature, and all my belongings are here with you. So, I beg you to take me in. I could be of service, and I really miss you," Sirius exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Diane and leaning on her. "Let us not even discuss whether Creature would throw you out. We just left this morning," Diane protested, wishing she had enough strength to push him away. "If it comes to that, I could sell myself to settle my debts, but only to you, little girl," Sirius whispered, his lips brushing against her ear, tousling her hair. "Who wants you to sell yourself? There's a guest room next door. Tidy it up yourself." Diane, unable to endure Sirius's antics any longer, pushed him towards the door. "I can't do that. I have no galleons, and I don't know how to repay you. So I could only warm your bed," Sirius replied, following her out, chuckling to himself. "Good night, little girl," he said, half-heartedly pushed outside, turning back to ruffle her hair affectionately. "That room is yours. Clean it up," Diane pointed towards the guest room. "Tell me good night first, and I'll head over there." Sirius flashed her a familiar smile. "Fine. Good night, Diane began, but was silenced by a kiss. "All right, I've received your good night. Rest well, little girl," Sirius said, taking advantage of her stunned silence to dash towards the guest room. The following morning, Diane awoke to find Sirius once again in her bed. Without hesitation, she kicked him to the floor, exasperated that he had invaded her space yet again. "Little girl, I didn't intend this. Sirius paused, standing up with a sigh, his tone oddly sheepish. "I'm afraid of the dark." Diane was startled by his peculiar tone, her fist tightening. "Get out," she shouted, hurling a pillow at him. "Do you know how frightening it is to see an extra person in the morning? It's alarming. Little girl, don't be angry. It won't happen again," Sirius said, catching the pillow effortlessly, inhaling the scent it carried, pleasantly reminiscent of her. "Leave," Diane insisted, pointing towards the door with a friendly yet firm demeanor. "All right," Sirius replied with a goofy grin, scratching his still sleepy hair before exiting. "Hey, Harry," he greeted as he stepped out, spotting Harry for the first time since he had arrived late the previous evening. "Good morning, Godfather." Harry, still groggy, rubbed his eyes, hardly believing his godfather was in his home, clutching a pillow outside Diane's door, a scene that felt oddly familiar. "What did that French pretty boy you mentioned yesterday look like?" Sirius asked, having received 2 letters from Harry the day before and rushing over, concerned that Diane might take a liking to the charming stranger. "Brown hair, with a pair of striking blue eyes. I think your aunt is quite taken with those eyes," Harry replied, applying pressure on his godfather. Knowing Sirius had barely slept the previous night due to his worries, Sirius pondered the blue-eyed rival, comparing them to his own gray ones. He decided he needed to see what this Frenchman looked like. Surely, he couldn't be more handsome than he was. While Sirius was lost in thought, Harry seized the opportunity to head downstairs to deliver more fish treats to Nai-Su. He had endured a restless night, having been awoken 3 times by Cream, who had somehow managed to invade his room. "Sirius, Are you sure you don't want to change out of that pink nightgown? Diane asked, having changed into her clothes and now observing him deep in contemplation while wearing the absurd attire. "Oh, right away," Sirius exclaimed, startled by her sudden voice. His hair slightly disheveled, still not fully alert to his ridiculous pajamas. At that moment, a voice echoed from downstairs. "Mr. Anthony, is there something you need?" Sirius instantly snapped to attention upon hearing the name he had become all too familiar with after reading the letters 3 times. He shoved the pillow into Diane's arms and, clad in his pink nightgown, made his way downstairs, strutting like a peacock flaunting its feathers. "We're not opening the shop today." Sirius slouched in a chair, raising an eyebrow at Anthony as he entered. Anthony, unfazed, smiled warmly. "Is this the boyfriend of Miss Diane?" "Indeed," Sirius affirmed, noting Anthony's lack of displeasure and deciding to escalate his provocation. "I'm here to apologize for my rudeness yesterday. This is a small token of my regret." He produced a black plastic bag filled with potion ingredients. "Who needs those?" Diane interjected, slapping Sirius's arm to silence him. "Mr. Raphael, you truly shouldn't have gone to such lengths, but these items are invaluable," Diane remarked, glancing into the bag, her eyes widening in surprise at the treasures contained within. With just a glance, she seemed to perceive the exquisite shells of Australian protein-eyed fire dragon eggs, the delicate casings of bird snake eggs, and the splendid horns of unicorns, such rare materials that stirred her heart with excitement. A small token of apology, if it were possible. "Could I indulge in a breakfast? If it wouldn't be too much trouble, might I also order some desserts?" Anthony tucked the bag in his hands into Sirius's embrace and then expressed his intention to partake in a meal. Although he had previously entertained thoughts of pursuing Dianda, she was already spoken for, and he had no desire to disrupt their relationship. His primary aim was to savor those delightful desserts. "Of course. Come join us for a meal," Dianda smiled, her gaze towards Anthony resembling that of one beholding a walking galleon. As she entered the kitchen, and he observed Anthony seated at the dining table awaiting the meal, Sirius cradled the small token of apology in contemplation. What had just transpired? How could he be permitted to dine with them? Had I been rendered foolish, or was the other party simply of a higher caliber? No, I must reassess. It wasn't until the food and desserts were served that Sirius felt a sense of relief after observing Anthony for a while. Well, the crisis has been averted. He did not believe that a child, whose focus lay solely on food and who had yet to be weaned, could rival him for a partner. Last night, Sirius had scarcely slept, pondering how to combat his romantic rival, contemplating every possible scenario. He turned to glance at Anthony, who was eagerly consuming his meal. Well, perhaps he had overestimated his opponent, mistaking him for a rival when, in fact, he appeared to be rather simple-minded. After a moment of reflection, Sirius finally settled on an appropriate moniker for Anthony. Thus, the dining table evolved into a scene where Sirius served Dianda, while Harry and Anthony vied for the food and desserts. Harry was utterly taken aback that his godfather's rival had turned into someone competing with him for food. Anthony, too, had not anticipated that Dianda's culinary delights from the East would rival the sweetness of desserts, as he observed the chopsticks wielded by the three. He attempted to wield them himself. However, he decided it best to focus on eating for now. Meanwhile, Dianda's thoughts were still occupied with the bag of potion ingredients, causing her to eat whatever Sirius offered her. "Thank you for your hospitality. I look forward to our next meeting." After finishing breakfast, Anthony bid farewell with utmost politeness. "Young man, if you encounter any difficulties while abroad, do not hesitate to reach out." After discovering that Anthony posed little threat, Sirius offered him a link of friendship. "I understand. I will, and I am uncertain how long I will be here. I suddenly wish to explore the culinary delights of the East." Anthony politely bid farewell to the trio and departed. "Look at this marvelous thing I discovered. It can express gratitude for gifts on its own. I won't have to type anymore." Chapter 68. The start of school. The holiday passed swiftly, and before one could blink, it was time to return to school. Harry, Dianda, and Professor Black. "Hey, Dianda, it's been a while." As Dianda arrived at the train station, pushing her suitcase, she heard the familiar voices of Hermione and the twins from different directions. "Slow down, don't trip. We just saw each other during the holiday." Dianda smiled as she caught the running Ginny and Hermione, conveniently ignoring the approaching boys. "Oh, George, we've been overlooked again." Fred lamented as he threw an arm around George's shoulder. "Oh, Fred, we are truly pitiful," George replied, echoing Fred's complaint, as they embraced, appearing quite forlorn. "They're at it again," Ron observed, his voice trembling as he uttered the last word. "Oh, school is starting. We'll take good care of our dear little Ronnie for Mom," Ron thought, as the twins each draped an arm over his shoulders, making him feel as if his days were numbered. Surely, he would not survive the holiday unscathed. "Dianda, this semester, we shall be relying on you to manage this brood of rascals." Mrs. Weasley playfully punched each twin, indicating they should not torment Ron, though that was unlikely to happen. It's no trouble. These children are mostly quite well-behaved and lively, Dienda remarked, momentarily forgetting the twins' notorious reputation, and thus amended her statement. The Weasley couple, the Grangers, and a pair of new couples engaged in conversation as they approached the steam locomotive bound for Hogwarts. Goodbye, Dienda, take care. As the train was nearly departing, Mrs. Weasley reluctantly held Dienda's hand, genuinely fond of the young girl, especially since she had long hoped for a daughter before Ginny was born. Is there truly any danger at Hogwarts? Dienda paused momentarily as she mentioned danger, as if Hogwarts indeed harbored a hint of peril. Before leaving, every little witch and wizard, along with Dienda, received a kiss from Mrs. Weasley. The group moved along until they discovered an almost empty compartment, save for one individual sleeping by the window. This is the first time I've seen another adult wizard aside from Dienda and Professor Black, Ron whispered to Hermione and Harry. By the way, didn't Professor Black lose his position as the defense against the dark arts professor? Hermione inquired, recalling how many parents opposed his teaching due to his wrongful imprisonment in Azkaban. So, you're still the defense against the dark arts professor? Dienda, accustomed to having Sirius by her side, had forgotten that he had resigned from Hogwarts. They didn't say I couldn't be at Hogwarts as a guardian for little witches and wizards, after a holiday of discussions with Professor Dumbledore. He agreed that Hogwarts was in need of a security presence, so I can continue to go there. It must be said that Dienda was genuinely impressed by Sirius. Although he had not escaped the curse of the defense against the dark arts position, he had found another way to remain at Hogwarts, essentially acting as its guardian. The young witches and wizards nearby began to chatter excitedly, as it was their first time encountering someone who had once held the position of defense against the dark arts professor now reappearing at Hogwarts. Full moon. Long time no see, how have you been? Sirius casually pulled down the wizarding robe of the sleeping figure beside him and gave him a hearty slap on the back to rouse him. You nearly flattened me. The disheveled professor, appearing somewhat unwell, was startled awake by Sirius. Given that it had only recently been a full moon, Dienda refrained from giving him a smack, especially with Lupin and a throng of young witches and wizards present. Oh, my memory. Perhaps you should sleep a bit longer? Sirius quietly covered the wizard's face with his robe again. I can't sleep now. It's been ages since we last met. Hasn't he Sirius? Lupin pulled the robe away from his face. Hey, don't say that. After all, we exchanged letters just a few days ago. Sirius stood up and settled across from Lupin, pulling Dienda to sit beside him as he wished to be close to her. In the end, Harry sat beside Lupin, while the little witches and wizards opted to abandon Harry, happily chatting in the neighboring compartment, leaving the professor for Harry to deal with. Hello, Professor Lupin, Harry said obediently, sitting quietly beside him, feeling the weight of the presence around him. One aunt, one godfather, one father, and a good friend from his godfather's school days. He had already envisioned the moment when Snape summoned his parents, and he felt that he would refrain from lingering before Snape this semester. Ah, so this is Harry. He certainly bears a striking resemblance to his father, though his eyes are reminiscent of his mother. Upon first laying eyes on the young wizard, Lupin instantly recognized him. It was simply impossible to overlook how much he resembled James. When I first encountered Harry, I felt the same way. Sirius and Lupin engaged in conversation, though both paused momentarily when mentioning James. Observing the two animatedly chatting nearby, Diandra discreetly offered Harry some snacks and sweets, for one must have sustenance while indulging in gossip. Unexpectedly, the twins, who were covertly watching from the doorway, discovered their clandestine snacking. Thus, a throng of young wizards awaited Diandra's offerings at the entrance. Caught in the act, Diandra could only surreptitiously use a levitation charm to send treats to the young wizards. Upon receiving the sweets, the delighted young wizards waved goodbye to Diandra and made off with their treasures. Diandra turned awkwardly, and, as anticipated, she found herself met with two beaming faces gazing back at her, realizing her secretive act of feeding the young wizards had been uncovered, thus shattering her aloof persona. As for that incident, I had not had the chance to meet Diandra since. Each letter she sent contained only a few words and a vial of wolfsbane potion, leading me to believe she was a rather standoffish child. Lupin chuckled, for he too had endured years of hardship, yet each month he received a vial of wolfsbane potion, initially evoking the sensation of Snape's potions, nearly causing him to choke. Speaking of which, Moonface, did I ever mention that she is now my girlfriend? Sirius tossed this bombshell across the table to Lupin with a grin. Chapter 69, The Train. Ahem, what did you just say about Bigfoot? Lupin nearly choked on his own saliva, startled by Sirius. Just what you heard, Sirius shrugged innocently. Lupin's unfinished sentence was interrupted by a voice from next door. What did you say? Ron's voice called out from the side. Just what you heard, came Draco's familiar elongated drawl. It appeared that a quarrel was imminent. Diandra sighed. It was well known that when students from the two houses met, conflict was inevitable, Without a punch thrown, they would hardly cease. Diandra flexed her wrist, preparing to step in with a well-timed thwack, while Harry silently followed her, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Sister Diandra. The two groups extinguished their brewing conflict upon seeing Diandra emerge from the adjoining compartment. So, could someone enlighten me as to what transpired? Diandra brandished her wand as she approached the young wizards, noticing a considerable number of them gathered. Nothing happened. We were merely exchanging greetings, right, Ron? Draco was the first to recover, throwing an arm around Ron's shoulder in a display of camaraderie. Yes, indeed, we were not arguing. Caught off guard by Draco's sudden embrace, Ron glanced at Harry's gleeful expression and, without hesitation, betrayed everyone, including himself. Little Ronnie, do have a joyful start to the term. Ron dared not look back, acutely aware of how he would survive the semester under the twins' regime. You all ought to return to your compartments rather than loiter here as though preparing for a brawl. Diandra was quite pleased with her imitation of Snape's admonitions, confident she would soon master the art. As soon as she finished speaking, the young wizards felt as if they had been struck on the head by a sudden gust of air. Ah! In unison, the young wizards emitted varying degrees of pained exclamations. Oh, how could you treat a Malfoy this way? Draco cradled his head in a pitiful manner. He had merely come to greet Diandra, only to receive a swift thump. If Draco could refrain from bickering, you've always admired Professor Black's car. Haven to you? I could craft one for you. Diandra recalled the sparkle in Draco's eyes the first time he beheld Sirius's vehicle. Who likes that car? For your sake? I shall reluctantly acquiesce. I have no desire to squabble with them. Draco's eyes lit up with excitement at the prospect of possessing a muggle contraption, as described by his godfather. Oh, our dear sister Diandra, who only fancies that little serpent. They had forgotten about poor George and Fred. While the group was engrossed in jovial conversation, the train suddenly came to an abrupt halt, sending all the young wizards tumbling into a heap. Even Diandra lost her footing, and many belongings fell to the floor, followed by the extinguishing of the lights. Take it easy, little lady. In the darkness, Sirius maneuvered past his students to steady Diandra. I'm fine, but what on earth is happening? Diandra inquired, supported by Sirius. I'm not certain, he replied, holding on to her to avoid becoming separated. You don't know? The Ministry has concealed the escape of a fugitive from Azkaban. I learned of it by chance. They likely intended to keep it from Professor Dumbledore for as long as possible. Lupin's voice from behind them clarified their confusion. A fugitive from Azkaban? Diandra was taken aback. Aside from Sirius, was anyone else on the loose? It seems to be Antonin Dolohov, if I recall correctly. The mention of this name startled Diandra. He was indeed dangerous. She had contemplated eliminating him in advance, given the threat he posed. After informing Professor Dumbledore, they had agreed to announce Dolohov's escape, yet under the pretext of protecting Harry. They had sent Dementors to Hogwarts, a decision that utterly baffled her. Lupin grumbled while helping Harry, who had collapsed on the ground. They are utterly irresponsible. Sirius was livid. He had become a sensation in the wizarding world upon his escape, with news reports flooding in daily, yet now, not a single report had emerged. What is that? Harry squinted, pointing toward the corridor in front of Ron and Hermione. That's a Dementor. It must be said that Sirius possessed remarkable vision, discerning a black figure amid the pitch-black void. Upon hearing Sirius's words, the young wizards squinted, peering intently in that direction. They had never encountered a Dementor before, and upon closer inspection, it was indeed a fearsome sight, exuding an inexplicable aura of death. Expecto Patronum. Diandra, regaining her composure, cast a Patronus charm toward the Dementor, for her cherished fluffy offspring must not be harmed. The young wizards only glimpsed a silvery form shoot toward the Dementor, which then fled. This sensation was truly dreadful. Indeed, it was the first time they felt devoid of joy. George and Fred clung to one another, realizing that even after exhausting their entire array of prank products, they would not find joy if it meant their little brother Ron was in peril. Oh, how terrifying that was. Are you girls all right? Diandra gathered Hermione, Ginny, and Pansy into her embrace, offering them the chocolate Lupin had brought. We're fine. Realizing her situation, Hermione accepted the chocolate and feigned indifference, claiming she was fine. At that moment, the Dementor had been closest to her, and she felt as though she had been frozen in place. After spending a moment in Diana's embrace, Hermione and Pansy gradually regained their composure, standing up with the chocolate in hand, while Ginny remained somewhat dazed. However, she appeared to be in decent condition, merely startled and not trembling, though Diana still held her tightly out of concern. Meanwhile, the boys had come to their senses and were engaged in a lively discussion about the nature of that silvery creature. I swear it was a fox. Oh, Fred, you're mistaken. I think it was a cat. I can swear it was a ferret. I have a feeling it was a rabbit. Chapter 70, Luna. It seems you're all recovering well. Why not venture out to see if there are any frightened young wizards? After all, you are now upperclassmen, Diana suggested. observing the animated discussion among the young witches and wizards, ready to assign them some tasks. Then, Sister Diana, please summon your Patronus to accompany us. After all, we don't know how to conjure a guardian spirit, and encountering a Dementor would be troublesome, the young wizards gathered around her said. You all, conjure a guardian spirit. Diana responded to their eager gazes, cradling Ginny with one arm as she summoned her Patronus. I was right. It is a rabbit, Theodore remarked, having been closer to the Dementor and thus able to see more clearly. Oh, I remember it being a ferret, Draco grumbled, gnawing on a green apple he had procured from somewhere. If you like it, hurry and see if there are any scared young wizards. Remember to split up and cease the bickering, Diana instructed, conjuring another rabbit, her current ability allowing her to summon only 2 patron uses. Wow, that's truly impressive. George and Fred exclaimed as they tried to reach out to the newly appeared rabbit, only to find it was beyond their grasp. If I weren't impressive, why would I be a professor at Hogwarts? You could do it too if you tried. Oh, never mind. We are currently fretting over how to achieve an O. At the mention of effort, the twins deflated, knowing they were now in their 5th year, and Mrs. Weasley had already scolded them during the holiday. All right, go comfort the first years. Here's some chocolate. Remember to share, Diana said, distributing several pieces of chocolate into everyone's hands. Oh, Sister Diana, you even gave little Ron chocolate. It's likely that by the time it reaches the young wizards, it will have vanished, the twins exclaimed dramatically, glancing at the chocolate in Ron's hand before slipping away. Fred, George, Ron's face turned crimson upon hearing their words as he chased after them, wondering why he couldn't receive any respect in front of the Slytherins. The remaining Gryffindors followed suit, chasing after the trio, while one Patronus trailed behind them. Seeing the Gryffindors leave, the Slytherins prepared to depart as well, bidding farewell as they followed the Patronus. Sirius and Lupin also set out to comfort the young wizards, while Diana remained to console the girls, as that creature truly appeared rather ghastly, prompting a desire to wash her eyes after a mere glance. Sister Diana, am I very? Ginny began, her voice trailing off at the end, but Diana understood her meaning nonetheless. Not at all. It's primarily that creature's hideous appearance. Such beings are not meant to be viewed by young wizards. Who knows why someone with a brain would unleash a Dementor? Diana reassured Ginny while reflecting on how she had prevented Ginny from being controlled by the diary, thus allowing her to maintain a relatively steady state without constant trembling. Perhaps you could accompany me to learn how to conjure a guardian spirit, Diana suggested, adhering to her philosophy of teaching as much as she could, especially since they would need more spells to protect themselves when facing Voldemort. Is that truly possible? Ginny hesitated, aware that professors generally seemed quite busy. Of course. You may even invite a few more friends. Unbeknownst to Diana, if she were aware of Ginny's thoughts, she would surely comment that her role as a teaching assistant mainly involved preparing potion ingredients, leaving her ample time to spend in the library, having devoured all the marvelous novels penned by muggles. Sister Diana, Professor Diana, I want to join too. What are you doing imitating me? Hermione and Pansy, who had been sitting nearby and previously eyeing each other with disdain, now wished to join this exclusive group, one eager to learn, the other reluctant to let Diana be surrounded by a gaggle of Gryffindors. Welcome, but if you join, you must study diligently and cannot slack off. Diana graciously welcomed the young wizards, having prepared a rigorous training regimen. Before long, they arrived at Hogwarts, and Diana prepared to ride in the carriage with the young wizards, eager to see the Thestrals for the first time. As Diana gazed at the skeletal Thestrals before her, her habitual inclination to nurture everything into a plump form resurfaced. They appeared so gaunt, each bone distinctly visible. She contemplated offering them a bundle of hay, and the Thestrals curiously lowered their heads to nibble at the offering. Aunt. Harry, witnessing this extraordinary sight, felt slightly taken aback. To him, it was akin to air-consuming grass. They are gentle creatures, but it's best not to stare too long. Diana gently stroked a Thestral's head with her other hand, fearful that she might inadvertently break one of its bones. You and I share the ability to see them. The voice was melodious, evoking an indescribable feeling. Hello, Luna. Diana turned to see a golden-haired girl also petting the Thestral. Hello, Professor Diana. I hope I'm not intruding, Luna replied, recalling how Diana had often led her to her office for hair care sessions last semester, to the point where she had become accustomed to being treated like a doll. Little Luna, your hair has tangled again. If you don't mind, may I tidy it up while we're in the carriage? Diana gently touched the messy locks, determined to style them beautifully. Ron, Hermione, can you see the horses in front of the carriage? Harry, noticing the engrossing conversation between the two, turned to the others. Harry, have you been dazed by the Dementor? There have been no horses in front of the carriage, Ron replied, eyeing Harry as though he were simple-minded. He and Hermione had been walking behind, and by the time they reached the Thestrals, they had already finished their grass. Indeed, there have been no horses at all, Hermione concurred with Harry's inquiry. Feeling isolated from the world, Harry observed that Aunt Diana and the golden-haired witch, Luna, could see the horses, while Ron and Hermione were entirely unaware, leaving him in confusion. Upon their arrival at the school, Hermione followed Professor McGonagall, and by the time she returned, the sorting ceremony had concluded. As you may know, our school has welcomed several Dementors from Azkaban, sent by the Ministry of Magic to provide protection for the school. Dumbledore paused before detailing many precautions, such as not using any disguises in their presence, before introducing 2 new professors and announcing one's reassignment. First, Professor Black has been reassigned to the position of ensuring student safety. Next is Professor Lupin, who is the newly appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor. Chapter 71, A Reunion. Due to the retirement of our esteemed Care of Magical Creatures Professor, Kettleburn, the position will now be filled by Professor Raphael Anthony. As Dumbledore paused momentarily, his subsequent words seemed to hang in the air, almost as if he were savoring the suspense. It must be said that he was indeed a young professor, but possessed an exceptional depth of knowledge regarding magical creatures. I hope you all find delightful topics of conversation with this esteemed educator. After Dumbledore concluded his remarks, Anthony rose to introduce himself, prompting Dumbledore to declare the commencement of the banquet. The professor appeared to be of a similar age to us, with an air that suggested he was a foreigner, perhaps French. He exuded a gentle demeanor, and I wondered if he might grant me extra credit in my magical creatures class. Wake up, with your grades. This new professor will likely resign by next semester. The young wizards began to chatter animatedly, recalling that it had been quite some time since they had last encountered such a youthful instructor. Miss Deander, long time no see. Anthony greeted Deander across the table, maneuvering past Snape, Lupin, and Sirius. Raphael, what brings you to Hogwarts? Deander, seated at the far corner of the professor's table, was engrossed in her meal, oblivious to Anthony's presence. As Sirius blocked much of her view, I simply have a profound passion for teaching. Anthony sheepishly ran a hand through his hair, unable to confess that he had merely followed his desire for food. Fortunately, he had diligently studied magic for many years to reassure his family during his travels, particularly to observe magical creatures. Otherwise, this professorship would certainly not have been his to claim. The entrance examinations for Hogwarts were indeed challenging, Anthony mused silently, feeling exasperated at the effort he had expended merely to secure a meal. What a coincidence, Mr. Anthony, Sirius interjected, unceremoniously obstructing Anthony's gaze towards Deander. Although Anthony appeared harmless, Sirius vividly recalled that Harry had mentioned in a letter that Anthony had once kissed his wife's hand. This was unacceptable. The two must be kept apart. Long time no see, Mr. Black, Anthony remarked, realizing that the obstruction was none other than Sirius, and he offered a friendly greeting. Oh, it seems you all know each other. I feel somewhat superfluous sitting here, Snape interjected with palpable impatience, caught between the group. In the midst of the fray, Lupin looked around nervously before ultimately lowering his head to eat, reasoning that they probably wouldn't come to blows, not in front of so many young witches and wizards. At least, surely, with so many young wizards watching, they would refrain from fighting, Lupin thought, feeling a twinge of apprehension, especially flanked as he was by such volatile personalities. Severus, I have something delightful for you. I'll give it to you after the banquet, Deander called out, peeking from behind Sirius, hoping to elicit some mercy from him. Ah, I must commend Miss Evans for managing to carve out a moment from her busy holiday to prepare something for her poor old professor, Snape replied, suppressing his venomous remarks and opting for a more sarcastic tone. I trust you will find these items to your liking, Deander teased, sensing that Snape was indeed softening his demeanor. Humph, Snape scoffed, though he shifted slightly closer to Lupin, who was merrily indulging in his meal. While he preferred not to sit too near Lupin, the new professor responsible for the magical creatures course was truly lacking in decorum, with remnants of food almost splattered upon him. Meanwhile, Anthony remained blissfully unaware of Snape's disdain, continuing to focus on his meal, all the while lamenting that he had not realized how delightful Hogwarts' culinary offerings were. Had he known, he would have arrived for the interview much sooner. During the banquet, all the young wizards observed the typically aloof Professor Snape squeezed beside the seemingly gentle Professor Lupin. Lupin, in turn, had no choice but to inch towards the dashing Professor Black, who, in turn, was forced to edge towards the amiable Professor Evans, to the extent that the poor Professor Evans was nearly displaced from the guest of honor's seat. Throughout the meal, Deander hardly managed to eat properly, as Sirius jostled her plate several times, until she could no longer contain her irritation and pinched him, finally allowing her a few bites. Severus, wait. Snape was hastily departing after the banquet when Deander realized he had already distanced himself considerably, and she hurried to catch up. As for Sirius, he was intently observing Anthony. For knowing one's enemy is key to victory, and he intended to scrutinize Anthony's weaknesses closely. So, what delightful treasures have you brought that might please your old professor? Snape turned to regard Deander. In truth, had it been Sirius dining in such an untidy manner beside him, he would have challenged him to a duel by now. However, next to him was Anthony, who appeared still quite youthful. Were it not for his desire not to frighten away Dumbledore's recently appointed professor, he would have felt inclined to scold the boy for his table manners. He certainly looked the part of a French nobleman, yet his dining etiquette was lacking. You should enjoy this, Deander said, producing a plastic bag, undoubtedly the one Anthony had given her. Miss Deander's surprise for me is to present rare potion ingredients stored in a plastic bag? Snape's eyebrow twitched as he observed the casually arranged precious materials, contemplating that perhaps the boy had matured enough to warrant a sound thrashing. Yes, that was an oversight. It won't happen again, Deander stammered, sensing her life was in jeopardy as she hurriedly explained herself. I wonder if Miss Deander's offerings might inadvertently land her old professor in Azkaban, Snape mused, taking the bag, which contained both rare and nearly priceless ingredients. Deander handed over the bag while responding, "It was given to me by Anthony. It seems our Miss Deander is preparing to cast off the old man who knows not his place in favor of a more suitable suitor," Snape remarked, his thoughts lingering on Sirius, unaware that Deander and Sirius were already an item. By the way, Severus, Sirius is now my boyfriend, Deander suddenly recalled, announcing her relationship with Sirius. Him? You. Boyfriend. Now, Snape's temper flared at the mention of boyfriend, and he felt an overwhelming urge to return to the banquet and confront Sirius, his mind racing at the thought of his daughter being stolen away. Chapter 72, A Little Favor. Ah, yes, indeed, Deander mused, feeling a twinge of concern for Sirius's safety. While she might not be able to vanquish him, she could certainly slip a dose of poison into his cup. Snape was contemplating whether to concoct a potion with a touch of poison for Sirius. Surely, that isn't necessary. Any poison would land one in Azkaban, and I doubt anyone could withstand such a toxin, Deander muttered softly. What did you just murmur? Snape asked, having missed Deander's last comment. Nothing, Severus. Why don't you return to organize your potion ingredients? Deander decided to divert Snape, hoping to prevent any potential argument between Sirius and Snape once he emerged. If he treats you poorly, remember to tell me. I'll ensure he receives a dose that guarantees his downfall. Snape's voice was ominous, as if he had already devised a means to eliminate Sirius while remaining guiltless. Understood, Deandra replied, though she felt it was unlikely to ever happen. I shall take my leave now, but do remember to inform me. Snape took a few steps before turning back, his concern palpable, fearing that Deandra might fall victim to Sirius's bullying. Understood, Deandra said, her gaze lingering on Snape, who seemed to regard her like a tender cabbage being uprooted by a filthy, foolish pig. Be cautious, do not trust him blindly, lest you find yourself sold out and counting the coins for him. Before departing, Snape did not forget to utter a few disparaging remarks about Sirius. Rest assured, even if he were to deceive me, with this clever demeanor of his, I would undoubtedly turn the tables on him. Deandra replied with a grin. Let us hope that Miss Deandra's mind is not entirely filled with the trivialities of the world. Snape tossed this remark over his shoulder and exited. Once Snape was gone, Deandra wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Indeed, she always felt as though she were a young girl caught in the throes of a first crush. Discovered by her father, frighteningly nerve-wracking. Young lady, Snape had just turned a corner when Sirius emerged from the banquet. What news? Although Sirius did not specify whom he referred to, Deandra knew he meant Snape. Just be cautious, and don't let Severus poison you, she said, patting Sirius reassuringly on the shoulder before turning back to her office to prepare for the arrival of the young witches and wizards. Has he truly reached the point of wanting my death? Is he willing to risk Azkaban for an assassination? Sirius mused, startled for a moment, then resolved to carry a cup with him from now on. Are we not a bit overstaffed? Hermione noted, counting the number of attendees. Indeed, Harry observed, noting the larger representation from Gryffindor and Slytherin. I truly do not comprehend why we have Slytherins here, Ron scoffed, avoiding eye contact with them. I have no desire to attend classes alongside pureblood traitors, Draco retorted without hesitation. Enough bickering, we have arrived. Hermione interjected just in time to prevent an argument at the door. Humph. One could not deny the remarkable synergy between the two in such moments. Please enter. I shall check the list, Deandra said upon hearing a knock, allowing the young witches and wizards to enter. She was taken aback to discover so many from the wizarding world seeking additional tutoring. Deandra received the list and glanced over it, noting all the names of those attending the supplementary lessons: Gryffindor, Hermione, Ginny, Harry, Ron, George, Fred, Percy, Neville, Wood, Hufflepuff, Cedric, Ravenclaw, Cho, Luna, Slytherin, Pansy, Draco, Theodore, Blaise. Counting, Deandra found a total of 16 students, with Gryffindor comprising 9. Let me make it clear, The instruction will be uniform for all. You may advance to the next spell only upon completing the previous one. Abandoning your studies midway is unacceptable, understood? She addressed the group. Understood. The young witches and wizards chorused in unison. Are you 5th years prepared for the OWLs, as well as the 7th years? Deandra inquired, her concern for their examination results evident. Sister, you know us, George said. Our OWLs examinations, Fred chimed in, we simply cannot pass. As for the newts, our theoretical knowledge is nearly sufficient, but we lack practical experience. Percy added, I am preparing to join the Puddlemere United team, Wood stated. I am nearing readiness for the OWLs, Cedric assured her. Deandra rubbed her temples. Aside from Fred and George, the rest inspired little confidence. You two shall have additional lessons, she declared without hesitation, crafting a special curriculum for the twins. Oh, no. This is exploitation. We shall resist. Fred and George protested vehemently, wishing to engage in mischief rather than prepare for the OWLs. Did you not express a desire to open a shop by the time you graduate? If you perform well on your OWLs, I shall finance your venture. How does that sound? Deandra proposed enticingly. Sister, it is not merely a matter of money. Primarily, we are passionate about learning. The twins' expressions nearly screamed their love for academia. This course will encroach upon your leisure time and may prove exhausting. Once you commit, there is no turning back. Otherwise, I shall personally come to retrieve you, she warned. There is nothing that could compel a Malfoy to waver. Draco dismissed the concern, unimpressed by the challenge. The voices of the young witches and wizards rose in excitement, all eager to partake in the additional lessons. Very well, let us reconvene tomorrow evening. For now, you should return and rest well, Deandra instructed, detailing the schedule before they departed. Perhaps due to the altered storyline, Harry's prophetic teacup revealed no ominous black dog. Antonin Dolohov was not the type to serve Voldemort out of unwavering loyalty, but rather out of self-interest. Thus, he surely would not harm Harry, likely hiding away somewhere. And Deandra was determined to unearth him. However, this individual would not be easily dealt with, necessitating some preparatory measures on her part. Days later, Deandra, will you assist me as a teaching aide today? Remus inquired as he entered the classroom, spotting Deandra seated with her textbook. I wish to listen to Professor Lupin's lecture, she replied with a cheerful smile, gazing at the wardrobe that concealed the boggart within. She was curious to see it. Today's lesson involves confronting a boggart. Would you like to try it? Remus asked. No, thank you. I have no desire to discover what I fear most. It could be Voldemort, or Sirius's lifeless body, or the faces of all those who perished after a failed battle. Perhaps it is best not to investigate, she replied. What a pity. I was quite curious to see what frightens you. Remus feigned a sigh of regret. Do not dwell on it. Such revelations are impossible. Deandra closed her textbook, recognizing that these thoughts were not meant for others' ears. Revealing them could hasten her journey to Azkaban. The class is about to start. I shall go fetch the young witches and wizards, Remus remarked, glancing at the time before heading to the classroom. Is class about to commence? Harry and Ron, waiting in the classroom, were surprised by Hermione's voice nearby. Oh, Hermione, when did you arrive? You startled me, Ron exclaimed, patting his chest. You simply did not notice. Now be quiet. Class is starting, Hermione replied, pulling out her book to study. Oh, she truly loves learning. It seems she could spend a lifetime with that book. Ron murmured under his breath. Good afternoon. Remus entered the classroom, standing at the lectern. Today, we shall have a practical lesson. Please stow your textbooks in your bags. You will only require your wands. The young witches and wizards promptly tucked away their books during their last practical lesson. Sirius had intended to take them into the Forbidden Forest, and had it not been for Professor Dumbledore and Professor Deandra arriving just in time, they might have ended up in the Forbidden Forest for a rather grim fate. Oh, Auntie, Harry exclaimed as he followed Remus to the staff lounge. Spotting his aunt exchanging glances with Peeves, while Snape stood nearby, observing the spectacle. Peeves, seeing the gathering, hurled a blob of ink at Deandra before departing. Auntie, are you all right? Harry gasped, startled by Peeves' antics, momentarily forgetting Snape's earlier provocations. It's nothing. Peeves did not throw anything at me. Deandra raised her wand and magically tidied up the corridor. Peeves is truly insufferable, Ron chimed in, always able to connect the twins with Peeves. Nearby, Snape and Lupin exchanged a few words before departing, and Harry sighed with relief as he watched Snape leave. Harry, what has happened? Deandra observed Harry drifting towards the staff lounge, looking as though he had lost his spirit. Oh, really? I have no idea why that old bat, Professor Snape, has been so irritable lately. He spent the entire morning deducting points from me and Neville. That class nearly brought Neville to tears. Harry expressed his grievances about Severus, bewildered by what had possibly soured Snape's mood. Did he concoct a potion that incites anger? Today's lesson was rather intriguing. Perhaps it might help alleviate some stress. Deandra reassured Harry, concluding that Snape, lacking the means to ensnare Sirius, could only resort to penalizing Gryffindor through his students. Is everything all right, Dinder? Peeves generally holds a modicum of respect for the professors. I wonder what has gotten into him today. Lupin approached to ensure Dinder had not been tormented by Peeves, noting that Sirius would likely raise Hogwarts to find him if that were the case. Perhaps Peeves was startled by the Bloody Baron today. Let us begin class. I have been looking forward to it, Dinder replied, indicating her well-being. There was a wardrobe in the staff lounge, and as Lupin approached it, it began to tremble. The young wizards only hoped that Professor Lupin would differ from Professor Black and not pit them against a boss directly. Do not worry, Lupin said in a calming manner, attempting to ease the anxious young wizards. Inside, there is merely a boggart. Upon hearing this, the young wizards grew more tense, as they were reluctant to reveal their fears to others. Boggarts thrived in dark, confined spaces. Wardrobes, under beds, and cupboards were their favored haunts. Lupin paused and posed the first question. So, what exactly is a boggart? Hermione was the first to raise her hand to answer. It transforms into whatever we fear the most, she stated correctly. Indeed, no one knew what a boggart looked like. It would morph into the embodiment of our greatest fears upon emerging. However, we possess an advantage now. Harry, do you know why? Lupin inquired. Because there are many of us, and it won't know how to transform? Harry replied uncertainly, recalling a fragment of a story his aunt had told him as a child. Precisely. Therefore, it is best to confront them with friends. And the spell to repel them is quite simple. Repeat after me. Ridiculous. Lupin instructed. Ridiculous. The young wizards dutifully echoed, their obedient demeanor making Dinder want to ruffle their hair affectionately. Excellent. But do remember, this is the easy part. Merely casting this spell will not suffice. Neville, step forward and stand in front of the wardrobe, and everyone else, please take a step back. Now, think of your greatest fear, Lupin instructed, standing beside the wardrobe. All right, Professor Lupin, Neville replied, trembling as he approached the wardrobe. I will count to 3 and then we begin, Lupin said, his wand pointed at the wardrobe. 3, 2, 1. Go. Lupin's wand emitted a burst of light, and the wardrobe doors swung open, revealing a familiar figure emerging from within. Yes, it was Snape. Ridiculous, Neville stammered, uttering the spell. The transformation that ensued from Snape was particularly comical, eliciting peals of laughter from the young wizards. Dinder gazed at the Snape before her, foreseeing that Neville's future days would be increasingly difficult. Fortunately, the next young wizard stepped up, and the boggart morphed into a bloodied mummy, slowly advancing towards the young wizard, who successfully cast the spell before moving on. Then, the boggart turned into a ghostly figure with a severed hand, and it was Ron's turn. You can do it. Dinder encouraged him just before he approached. I will, as long as it's not a spider, Ron declared confidently, only to suddenly remember his fear of spiders. Dinder mused as she watched Ron's retreating figure, thinking that avoiding spiders would likely be impossible. Sure enough, as Ron stepped forward, the boggart instantly transformed into a gigantic, fearsome spider, charging towards him, placing him in a dire predicament. Ridiculous, Ron shouted at the oncoming spider. Its legs vanished, and it rolled around, heading towards the young wizards, eventually coming to a halt before Dinder, whereupon it transformed into the very embodiment of her own fears. Ridiculous, Dinder exclaimed as she saw the boggart. It seems to be a lady, one young wizard instinctively remarked. I thought Miss Evans would be afraid of snakes or something, another commented. This class is going splendidly. 5 points to Gryffindor for Neville, Harry, and Hermione, Lupin announced. Though the young wizards might not recognize the figure, Lupin identified her immediately. For homework, review the chapter on boggarts and write down your thoughts, submitted on Monday. All right, class dismissed, Lupin concluded, calling Dinder aside. You still haven't forgotten, have you? How could I? Lupin struggled to find words to comfort Dinder. If he was not mistaken, the boggart had transformed into Lily, bloodied Lily, and he had even seen the drops of blood falling. It's all right. I didn't expect it to turn into Lily, Dinder said, instinctively brushing her fingers against the light yellow cloth pouch at her waist. The pouch was beautiful, appearing quite new, yet the frayed edges revealed its age. Lupin, I have a few things to attend to, so I'll head back now. Dinder tightened her grip on the pouch, exchanged a few words with Lupin, and returned to her office. Dinder felt as though she were floating through the hallways, and upon closing the door behind her, she slid down against it to the floor, gently removing the pouch from her waist and staring at it in a daze. Little girl, are you there? Sirius's voice called from behind the door. Lupin had summoned him, having noticed something was amiss with Dinder as she left. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to seek out Sirius for comfort. Oh yes, I'm here. Dinder snapped back to reality, returning the pouch to its place and opening the door for Sirius. Good afternoon, little girl. I missed you so much in this one day, Sirius exclaimed, scanning Dinder from head to toe upon the door's opening. She seemed fine, albeit her eyes appeared somewhat vacant. The afternoon class was quite interesting, Dinder replied, momentarily taken aback by Sirius's words before responding. I wish I had gone too. I spent the entire day with Hagrid, and I must say, the rock cakes he makes are something I could devour along with my teeth. I had no idea. Sirius lifted Dinder into his arms, humorously lamenting Hagrid's cooking. I nearly lost a tooth the first time I tried one, Dinder recalled, suddenly remembering her first visit to Hagrid's hut and the remarkable taste of the rock cakes. Indeed, if I were still the defense against the dark arts professor, I could borrow all the young wizard supplies from Hagrid, Sirius said, settling down on the sofa with Dinder nestled against him. That's a splendid idea, Dinder replied, comfortably leaning into his embrace. Are you feeling unwell? Sirius inquired, lowering his head and nuzzling Deander's cheek with his face. Fortunately, Diane initially intended to express her well-being, but perhaps that simple phrase struck a nerve. Or perhaps the warmth of Sirius's embrace provided some comfort, causing tears to cascade down her cheeks, while Sirius frantically tried to wipe them away. Diane clutched Sirius's collar silently, her tears flowing freely. How could she claim to be all right? It was Lily, after all, Lily. The very person she couldn't even bear to glance at in photographs. It's all right. Sirius, observing the futility of his efforts to stem the tide of tears, decided to forego wiping them altogether, instead drawing Diane closer, allowing the unremitting tears to soak into his clothing, their warmth gradually turning cold over time. Let go of me, I can hardly breathe. Diane had begun to feel much better after some time nestled in Sirius's arms, but now the pressure was becoming unbearable. Oh, all right. Sirius quickly released her upon hearing her voice. Diane gasped for fresh air, taking several deep breaths to calm her flushed face. Are you feeling better, my dear? Sirius leaned down to kiss the corner of her reddened eyes. Stop it. Diane pushed him away, her ears burning with embarrassment. She felt utterly humiliated for having soaked his shirt with her tears. Are you beginning to dislike me, little lady? My heart is truly shattered. Sirius pouted, resting his chin atop her head and rubbing against her. How could I ever dislike you? Once her emotions had calmed, Diane leaned against Sirius and poked the damp patch on his shirt. Oh, how she wished she could just disappear into the ground. Looks like my little lady needs something to cuddle while she sleeps tonight. Perhaps something as big and fluffy as a large black dog? Sirius gently placed Diane on the sofa and transformed into a large dog, bouncing beside her for a nuzzle. I might just need that, Diane chuckled, feeling the delightful tickle of his fur against her. Woof woof. Although Diane couldn't comprehend Sirius's words in his canine form, she could clearly see the joy radiating from him, relishing this rare moment of openly being on the same bed. That night, as Diane clutched Sirius in his animagus form, she couldn't help but admire how soft and well-groomed he was. Holding the dog was simply comforting. Woof. In the stillness of the night, Sirius gently licked Diane's face, offering her a semblance of comfort for the afternoon's distress. I'm truly fine now. Diane stroked Sirius's furry head, indicating her genuine recovery. She buried her face into his fur, reveling in its softness, daydreaming about perhaps adorning Sirius with a couple of bows in the future. Meanwhile, Sirius was blissfully unaware, simply enjoying Diane's proximity, oblivious to the fact that his animagus form would soon be bedecked with ribbons. The following morning, Diane awoke to find that the large black dog she had been embracing had transformed into a handsome young man holding her. Awake, are you? Sirius nuzzled her hair, always finding it had a peculiar scent, one that was slightly off-putting. Get up quickly. I need to prepare potion ingredients for Severus. Diane raised her hand to ruffle Sirius's hair, noting how much softer it felt without dog fur. Very well, Sirius reluctantly got up, mentally cursing Snape. If not for him, he could have enjoyed a little longer in bed with Diane. Chapter 75. The moment of glory for the Niffler. Over the past few days, Diane had observed that Snape had been akin to a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment, with Harry, Neville, and Sirius being the triggers for his outbursts. The Gryffindor house had suffered numerous point deductions as a result. Diane, the urgent voice of Raphael Anthony, called from behind her. When are you going to start tutoring? I mean, when will you help those little wizards? Take me along. I can help too. Previously, Diane had taken a group of young wizards on a midnight snack raid, only to coincidentally bump into Anthony in the kitchen, causing him to drop his drumstick in fright. If he hadn't remembered he was a professor, he surely would have panicked. Afterward, Anthony became part of that midnight snack team, so now he was eager to join in on the classes. Diane considered that with 16 young wizards, managing them alone was quite the task. An extra pair of hands would be beneficial. By the way, consider this as my fee for classes. With that, Anthony produced a small black niffler from behind him and handed it to Diane. Diane was dumbfounded by Anthony's gesture. It was rare to see someone offer both lessons and gifts. She had initially thought he was genuinely interested in becoming a professor. All right, but you should take this niffler back. She attempted to return the creature, only to discover it had latched onto her due to the golden embellishment on her sleeve. No need. Sinlay really likes you. Anthony chuckled at the sight of the little black creature clinging to Diane. The little ball of fluff seemed to sense Anthony's laughter, rummaging through its pocket until it finally found something shiny that it didn't particularly like, tossing it at Anthony. You're quite generous. Anthony caught the gold coin that had been flung at his face, astonished as he regarded Sinlay. From what he knew, parting with something to throw at him was a significant decision for the creature. Her name is Sinlay. She's a delightful little thing, Diane observed as the niffler clutched the golden decoration tightly, exasperatedly removing it to hand it back to Sinlay. Yes, she is a charming girl. I'm not just teaching the young wizards about magical creatures. I had them each care for a niffler in groups of 4. This one was too small for my comfort, so I've kept it close, only to realize it's quite the little troublemaker. At this point, Anthony shot a disapproving glance at the little black creature, having expected to raise a precious pet, only to discover it was a mischievous rascal that nearly toppled his treasured bottles, simply because one of the corks was shiny. It seemed the young wizards had their own troubles with their nifflers as well. Some had lost numerous trinkets, while others couldn't even tell which belonged to them. Naturally, their professor was at a loss with his own niffler, as keeping it was becoming quite costly. He was nearing the point where he could no longer afford fine meals. So it was time to part ways with Sinlay. So, you really want to give her to me? Diane gazed at the niffler in her arms, and then turned to pull off the matching decoration from her other sleeve, gently pressing it against its tiny head. With a soft pop, the niffler fell limp in her embrace, looking up at her with the most pitiful expression, leaving Anthony astonished. He had never experienced such treatment from the creature. Thank you, but are you truly willing to part with her? Diane was utterly smitten with the adorable little black ball, but she worried about how deeply Anthony might feel for Sinlay after caring for her so long. No, I insist. Otherwise, I'm bound to be driven mad one day. Don't let her innocent demeanor fool you. She harbors a mischievous spirit within. Anthony glared at the little black creature nestled in Deander's arms, utterly exasperated. He had devoted himself wholeheartedly to its care, providing it with the finest treasures. Yet now it seemed to regard Deander with a fondness that starkly contrasted with its previous indifference towards him. With a deep sigh, Anthony could only mutter, "Oh, sniffles." For a considerable period, Deander carried the little creature around, and of course, Sinlay was obediently playing with the glittering trinkets in her pocket, occasionally climbing onto Deander's shoulder to gaze at the world beyond. Naturally, Deander lavished affection on the little girl, showering her with an abundance of shiny treasures. Witnessing this scene of maternal affection and filial devotion, Anthony felt a pang of jealousy. Why was he not afforded the same treatment by Sniffles? If only Sinlay, perched upon Deander's shoulder, knew how Anthony lamented the lack of goodwill directed towards him, she would surely hurl a gold coin at his face. Considering that the creature had once ransacked her home and was now expected to show him kindness. Due to Anthony's recent demeanor, filled with resentment and the intensity of his gaze fixed on Deander, Sirius began to wonder if Anthony had some ulterior motive to ensnare Deander. For his expression was certainly suggestive of such thoughts, prompting Sirius to keep a vigilant watch over him. Deander's sister, Professor Anthony, a young wizard with hair the color of pale gold, approached, though the sunlight had transformed it into a brilliant hue. The haughtiness on his face softened slightly under the golden sheen. Have you been speaking ill of Professor Lupin again? Despite Deander's attempts to soothe Draco's grievances, he felt that Lupin had shown a lack of respect towards Professor Snape. But he was the one who disrespected Professor Snape first. Draco pouted, visibly upset. Although Lupin had later apologized to Snape, Draco still believed the incident had turned Snape into a subject of ridicule among their peers. Perhaps we should pay a visit to Severus? Deander suggested, gently stroking Sinley's naturally tousled hair. Oh, indeed, without any styling gel, it is much easier to manage. Thankfully, this little one has heeded my advice against using it. Very well. Just as Draco's mood began to improve, he felt a sudden tug at his scalp. Initially, he thought it was Deander's inadvertent touch, but when the tugging persisted, he exclaimed, "What's on my head?" He frantically patted his hair. Both Deander and Anthony were startled. After all, the young Malfoy was known for his meticulous appearance and rarely raised his voice. Wait, Draco, let me assist you. Deander's heart raced at the sight of Sinlay, perched atop Draco's head. Had she climbed up his arm while Deander was ruffling his hair? How audacious of her to venture onto a Malfoy's crown. Upon realizing it was merely Sniffles, Draco exhaled in relief, yet his irritation quickly resurfaced. How dare a mere creature venture onto his head? This was surely the highlight of Sniffles' life, to have climbed a Malfoy. Perhaps Draco's golden locks attracted her, Anthony mused. Observing Draco's hair, pondering if he was unwittingly endowed with a Sniffles-attracting aura. Chapter 76, Soothing Brother Draco. That does not excuse her tugging at my hair. Draco glared at the little black ball of mischief, clearly able to see the 2 golden strands it had clutched in its tiny paws. She knows she is aired. Sinlay, quickly fetch something to appease Brother Draco. Dinder gently tapped Sinley's head and whispered, "This brother possesses many shiny treasures. If you charm him, he might reward you with something splendid." Initially, Sniffles produced coins, but upon hearing of the glittering treasures ahead, it promptly returned the coins to its pocket and retrieved a red gemstone, which it had pilfered from Sirius. This gem was precious to Sniffles. The little black ball, clutching a gem nearly its size, held it close for a moment before cautiously extending it towards Draco. "Is this all you have to appease me?" Draco accepted the gemstone with a hint of disdain. Such trinkets were plentiful in his family. Although Dinder had spoken close to Sniffles, her voice had not been hushed, and Draco heard every word clearly. "I suppose I shall reluctantly accept it." He observed the creature's immediate despondency after he took the gem. TSK, Draco rubbed the gemstone thoughtfully, clicking his tongue. He was not so cruel as to bully Sniffles. Deciding to pocket the ruby, he rummaged through his belongings and produced several shiny trinkets adorned with glitter. "This is all I can spare." He placed the decorations into Deander's hands, nearly overwhelming Sniffles in the process. Finally wriggling free from the heap of glittering items, Sinlay touched the surroundings in disbelief. Had she come here to make a purchase? Sniffles, assured of the reality of its surroundings, gazed at Draco with newfound admiration, as if contemplating the possibility of placing him into its pocket. "What are you staring at? There's nothing left. Who brings a hoard of jewels to class?" Draco felt a shiver run down his spine under Sniffles' intense gaze. "Little glutton, is this not sufficient?" Dinder observed as Sinlay, still yearning to scavenge from Draco, pointed at her head, and with a familiar gesture, she collapsed back into Deander's hands. This time, the Sniffles, oblivious to any discomfort from being pressed down, shrugged it off. What a Sniffles would do for potion ingredients for Severus. Draco chuckled at the thought, marveling that he, a Malfoy, had been outsmarted by a creature, only to be discarded afterward. "Perhaps you should give it a try," Dinder suggested, passing Sinlay to Draco, who was momentarily taken aback. Observing Draco's outstretched hand, Sniffles hastily stuffed everything back into its pocket and scurried back into Deander's pouch. The seamlessness of Sniffles' actions astonished the 3 onlookers, and once they processed what had occurred, laughter erupted among them. "Dinder, could you teach me how to make some snacks? I wish to bring a treat for Professor Snape." Draco shyly lowered his gaze, for Snape was his godfather, and he longed to see him. "Very well, let us proceed." Dinder guided Draco to the kitchen, embarking on their day of labor, while Anthony opted to assume the role of taste tester. "Dinder, do you think Professor Snape will appreciate this?" Draco carefully held out a dark, cookie-like creation. "I believe Severus should find it acceptable." Dinder glanced at the duo. One sprawled over the table and the other as Sniffles, then met Draco's hopeful eyes, choosing to lie for the sake of her conscience. "I apologized, Severus." "Humph. There is nothing a Malfoy cannot master. Come, let us deliver these treats to Professor Snape," Draco declared, cradling his culinary concoction as he led Dinder towards the door. "Indeed, there is nothing beyond your capabilities." Deander's approach to education was to encourage the child at every opportunity, rarely resorting to punishment unless absolutely necessary. Though it seemed Severus might endure some trials today. Before departing, Dinder cast one last lingering glance at the pair sprawled across the table. She had personally observed Draco preparing the cookies, and all the ingredients were in order. They should regain consciousness shortly. She wished them both good luck. On their journey to Snape's office, Draco remained visibly animated, chattering incessantly along the way. "Professor." Upon arriving at the office door, Draco knocked gently. "Enter." A stern voice resonated from within. "What is it?" Snape continued grading assignments without lifting his gaze. "Professor, I have brought you some treats." As Draco presented the plate of cookies with an air of pride, Snape lifted his gaze to examine the dark, uninviting confections. A flicker of skepticism crossed his features as he glanced at Dander. Receiving his unspoken query, Dander shook her head, then gestured to indicate that it was Draco who had prepared them specifically for him. "Professor, do give them a try. Professor Dander assures me they are quite delectable," Draco urged, his expression brimming with anticipation. With a measured slowness, Snape reached for a cookie, his fingers trembling slightly upon contact. As he raised it to his lips, his eyes met Dander's, silently questioning whether he was truly assured of its palatability. Dander, however, averted her gaze, avoiding his scrutiny. With a mindset of tentative exploration, Snape took a reluctant bite. The flavor almost sent him reeling, and just as he contemplated expelling it from his mouth, he found that his lips had sealed shut. A dark scowl enveloped Snape's countenance as he fixed Dander with a piercing glare. In response, she offered him an innocent smile, believing that the budding enthusiasm of a child should not be stifled. "It tastes rather good. Let us set it aside for now. Draco, you may return, and Dander, I require you to stay," he instructed. "Of course, Professor, Draco replied, elated by Snape's approval, eager to boast to his friends, while Dander began to tremble apprehensively. Once Draco had departed, Snape settled back in his chair, gazing up at Dander with his thin lips parting to utter 2 words. Good? Indeed. Severus. Allow me to explain. It's simply that I did not wish to dampen the child's enthusiasm, Dander stammered, retreating a step, her nerves evident. If she confessed that her motivation also stemmed from a desire for amusement, would she be reprimanded? To preserve the child's spirit, must one poison the poor professor? Snape enunciated each word with a biting precision that made Dander gulp. The ingredients are all fresh. Thus, they cannot be lethal, she offered with a conciliatory smile. Would you care to sample one, Miss Dander? Snape inquired, presenting the plate before her. Very well, she replied, clutching the plate with a mindset that resonated with the notion of, if I do not venture into hell, who shall? She swiftly seized a cookie and consumed it with such speed that Snape barely had time to react. You actually ate it, Snape exclaimed, springing to his feet in alarm, raising a hand as if to hope she might regurgitate it. What on earth are you doing? Dander protested, her head now buzzing as the lingering taste in her mouth proved inescapable. Have you lost your wits? I instruct you, and you comply? Yet, when I request you prepare potions, you seem far less eager. Snape regarded Dander with exasperation, lamenting her lack of diligence in legitimate pursuits while being overly enthusiastic in frivolous matters. Well, the flavor is quite unique, she said, rubbing her head with a silly grin, her expression prompting the impression that she had been rendered a bit daft. Should Anthony and Sinlay happen to overhear her remarks, they might very well question whether Dander had morphed into a new breed of wizarding mutant. Quickly return home. Do not perish in my presence, Snape said, regarding Dander as though she were a fool, gesturing for her to depart. All right then, Severus, farewell. Dander beamed as she walked away under Snape's watchful gaze. Once she had exited, Snape expelled the remaining morsel of cookie from his mouth, reflecting on his fortune in avoiding its consumption. The notion that such a treat might induce foolishness was alarming. It seemed Draco had been rather idle of late. Perhaps it was time to assign him additional tasks. Auntie, Dander exclaimed upon spotting her office, where she found 2 figures waiting, Harry and Sirius. Ah, hello there, she greeted, rubbing her face, bewildered by the cookie's dizzying effect. Auntie, I need your signature for the permission slip to Hogsmeade. Once signed, I can finally go, Harry declared, his excitement palpable as he had been awaiting this moment for quite some time. Should one inquire why he hadn't asked Sirius to sign, he would sheepishly admit he had forgotten. Oh, my apologies, Harry. I completely overlooked signing it for you, Dander responded, finally realizing Harry was now in his 3rd year, eligible to visit Hogsmeade. I can't wait to go with Ron and Hermione. I've hardly been to Hogsmeade at all, Harry enthused, presenting the form to Dander. As he approached, he noted that his aunt's complexion seemed unusually pale, as if she had donned makeup that rendered her fairer. I wish you all a splendid time in Hogsmeade, and I commend you on your training efforts, Dander said, signing the document and patting Harry affectionately on the head. She marveled at how quickly he had grown. Soon, she might not be able to reach his head at all. Well, the Quidditch match is about to commence. It's not too strenuous. Annie casts spells on us whenever it rains, so we never get wet. I must be off, Harry exclaimed, grinning as he clutched the signed form, eager to share the news with Ron and Hermione. Do take care. Don't trip, Dander gently reminded her beloved child, observing his clumsiness with a touch of concern. As expected, no sooner had she issued her warning than Harry stumbled, turning back to offer a sheepish grin reminiscent of the first time Dander met James. Little lady, Sirius remarked, observing the departure of the troublesome boy before swiftly appearing before Dander, seeking closeness. Are you not Harry's godfather? Why didn't you sign for him? Dander inquired, bemused by Sirius' sudden proximity. Who could have known? I saw the lad outside and intended to sign, but he wouldn't allow me to touch him, Sirius lamented, cradling Dander and settling her on the sofa. Perhaps he has grown overly reliant on me, Dander pondered, recalling insights gleaned from a Muggle psychology textbook, Childhood Issues. It seemed to reflect the typical resistance a child might exhibit towards an unfamiliar relative, opting instead for the comfort of familiar kin. Perhaps she ought to arrange for Harry and Sirius to spend more time together? What is that little lady thinking? You're ignoring me. Yet I did bring Sirius back for you, Sirius said, leaning against Dander with a faux pout. He had encountered Anthony while on his way to find Dander, and, upon learning the reason for his presence, generously offered to assist in returning Sirius before sending Anthony on his way. Nothing much. I was merely contemplating whether you and Harry might benefit from some one-on-one time to foster your bond. Dander shared her thoughts. Harry is no longer a child. He is 14 and capable of making his own choices. Sirius was adamant against spending time alone with Harry. He preferred to remain close to Dander. Is Sirius still not awake? Dander inquired, glancing at the creature in Sirius' arms. He woke briefly, but likely succumbed to slumber once more, Sirius replied, following Dander's gaze towards the niffler he held, then returning his attention to Dander. I feel a bit sleepy myself, Dander admitted, transforming into a rabbit and nestling against Sirius' leg. Since mastering her animagus form, she had taken to becoming a rabbit whenever fatigue struck, often opting to rest in Sirius' pocket to avoid walking. Ah, you wish to sleep again? Sirius chuckled, observing the rabbit on his lap. With a gentle toss, he placed the niffler into his pocket and cradled the rabbit, smoothing its fur as he carried it outside, eager to show off his fluffy companion. Sirius had just stepped outside when he spotted Draco, who politely greeted him as he passed by. Good afternoon, Professor Black. What? How do you know I have a rabbit? Sirius replied, showcasing the rabbit nestled in his arms before turning away to boast to others. Draco, bewildered, gazed at Sirius's retreating figure, contemplating whether he should write to his mother, suggesting that her brother might not be entirely sane. By the end of the afternoon, apart from the older students who already knew about Professor Black's prized rabbit, the new students were also informed of his precious pet. After a round of flaunting, Sirius finally lost interest and returned to his office, carelessly tossing the niffler aside. He then transformed into a large black dog, clutching the little white rabbit, and leaped onto his bed to snuggle in for a nap. Before dozing off, he nudged the fluffy bundle with his nose, thinking how adorable it was, perfect for cuddling while sleeping. Chapter 78, Points. Soon, Halloween Eve arrived, and the young wizards enjoyed a delightful feast. As time gradually approached the days leading up to the Quidditch match, Slytherin is utterly shameless, Wood exclaimed, clenching his fists in anger. They claim their seeker is injured. It's evident they simply wish to avoid playing in this weather. The thunder rumbling in the sky seemed to respond to Wood's frustration. We've been analyzing our strategies against Slytherin, yet we end up facing Hufflepuff. And they've even appointed a new captain, Cedric. At this point, Wood rubbed his temples in exasperation. The girls on the team erupted in laughter upon hearing Cedric's name. What is so funny? Wood asked, perplexed, unaware of their amusement. Cedric, that handsome fellow, right? Angelina chimed in. He is tall and rather quiet, Katie added, prompting more giggles from the girls. I admit he's quite handsome, though perhaps just slightly less so than I am. And how is he quiet? He never stops talking when he is with Cho. Fred scoffed at Angelina's comments. Cedric is a remarkable seeker. We all know that, which is why we must remain vigilant. We absolutely must win. Wood's expression was one of fierce determination, almost as if he wished to devour Cedric whole. Calm down, Oliver. We won't let our guard down, Fred said, wary of Wood's intensity. The day before the match arrived, and outside, the storm raged on more violently than before. Wood's rigorous training had left Harry feeling nearly dazed. Coincidentally, Wood sought out Harry during class to discuss Cedric again. And by the time Harry had gathered his thoughts on Cedric's Quidditch prowess, 10 minutes of class had already passed. Oliver, I have class. I must go, Harry hastily exclaimed before bolting away. Don't forget about Cedric, Wood called after him as Harry rushed down the corridor. Professor Lupin, sorry I'm late. Harry panted as he hurried in, only to find it was Professor Snape, not Lupin. Potter, you're 10 minutes late. 10 points from Gryffindor. Now return to your seat. Harry wondered if it was his imagination, but Snape's expression darkened upon noticing his tardiness, though it seemed to twitch slightly when he announced the deduction of points. All right, Professor. Harry resolved to ask about his Aunt Lupin after class, but for now, he decided to return to his seat, fearing that if he lost more points, Hermione might very well suffocate him in a sack. Today, we will study werewolves, Snape announced, casting a glance at the class, his gaze landing squarely on Harry, stiffening him in place. Harry felt a wave of dread wash over him as he realized his aunt was indeed standing beside the podium. Initially obscured from his view by Snape, now, he would soon be called upon to face his guardian. Professor, aren't we supposed to be studying Hinky-Punks? Hermione raised her hand to interject. We are studying werewolves, Snape shot back, ignoring Hermione's attempt to redirect the lesson. But Professor, if Miss Granger knew I was a teacher rather than you, she likely wouldn't interrupt my lesson, Snape retorted, instructing everyone to turn to page 394. Can anyone tell me the difference between werewolves and true wolves? Snape asked coldly, seemingly indifferent to the students' discontent. It appears your Professor Lupin has neglected to inform you of the distinction. Diana glanced at Hermione, who was eagerly raising her hand, and then at Snape, who selectively chose to ignore her. She silently mused that Snape might wonder why Hermione didn't attend Ravenclaw, as perhaps then he would grant her points. With that thought, Diana subtly tugged at Snape's robe, signaling him to acknowledge Hermione, whose arm was about to give out. Snape, feeling the tug, glanced at Diana before addressing the class. Then let Miss Granger answer. But I do not wish to see you raise your hand in such a manner again. After a moment's thought, Snape reluctantly called on Hermione, albeit with a hint of sarcasm. There is not a significant difference in appearance. but a werewolf's snout is somewhat shorter, their pupils smaller, and their tails are bushy rather than plump. The true distinction lies in their behavior. Werewolves exhibit more human tendencies. Hermione articulated the differences between werewolves and true wolves flawlessly. Yet Snape frowned, clearly reluctant to award Gryffindor any points. It was only when Diana tugged at him again that Snape, glancing at her, finally conceded, Hufflepuff. 3 points to Gryffindor. After awarding points to Gryffindor, Snape's expression darkened further, causing the young wizards, busily transcribing notes on werewolves, to break into a cold sweat. After all, no one could predict when Professor Snape might choose to scrutinize their notes and critique their efforts. Excellent work. A voice of praise unexpectedly broke through the air, contrasting sharply with Snape's usual sarcasm. The students turned to see Professor Evans commending Hermione. Have you all finished? Are you taking notes? Or are you so relaxed that you can afford to look at others? Snape's rapid-fire questions drove the young wizards to lower their heads and continue furiously writing, abandoning any thoughts of glancing around, as they all wished to survive the day. Diana offered a sympathetic smile to the quaking students, only to receive a scornful glare from Snape in return. The class progressed amid the students' anxious scribbling, and upon hearing the bell signaling the end of class, they realized just how slowly defense against the dark arts could unfold. Each of you must write a paper for me, detailing how to identify and kill a werewolf. Filling 2 sheets of parchment, due Monday. With that, Snape collected his things from the podium and exited the classroom. The moment Snape left, the students relaxed instantly. I can't believe he actually awarded Gryffindor 3 points, Ron exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. I also can't believe it. This is the first time I've seen Gryffindor score points under Snape's watch, Harry added, mirroring his shock. I'm surprised too, but now, Harry, you should come to my office and explain why you were late. Diane stood behind Harry, observing the 3 young wizards huddled together, engaged in hushed conversation.